Missed opportunities.
You probably could still say it though, and I bet you would get a lot of views.
Alright, I'm changing it right now. Dyer's Erection Night.
Just do Dire Erection. I would just feel like casually misspelled it autocorrect.
Should I capitalize E?
Of course.
So Dire Erection. Finally feel the pictures. They were definitely being on YouTube today. You're a bad influence on me.
I never died. Hi guys. Is anybody watching?
Should I do the welcome back real fast? Probably should do that.
I don't
Huh?
know if anybody's watching, because normally we give them a little time to filter in here, but
Yeah, I
guess
can't wait until they're here. That wouldn't make sense.
not finished yet. Let's see. I'll go to DLive and see if anybody's watching us. I'll also poke around
The
on
title
the
there now.
What's that?
Update the title there right now because it updates separately on DLive.
Well, it's just because you screwed it all up. Well, at least 2 people are watching. I'm assuming at least one of them is me, and possibly the other one's you.
Yeah, I'm the other.
God damn.
Hi, Fox.
Hi.
Oh, people will eventually come here. It's not our normal time, and some people might still be getting off work right now at this hour.
Boo. Boo.
Yeah. I actually would still be at work if it weren't for the fact that I had this engagement.
You leave early.
No, actually, I left like on time. I'm putting in air quotations you can't see. Usually, I'd stay later than the official hours. I want to do this tonight because this is a pretty important thing. They did release a lot of guys and gals from work early today because they wanted them to go vote. But I was surprised by the number of military members who were not voting. It's usually the younger ones, but they are old enough to vote, obviously. And they're like, I've never voted and I didn't vote this time. I'm like, it's a pretty important thing. Just, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they're not sure who they're going to vote for.
And I just, when I'm talking to them about this, it's already too late to register, right? So,
Depends on what state you're in.
in the state I'm in, it's too late to register.
Boo.
Yeah. So, I mean, this conversation happened yesterday, so it's like not like they're going to be able to solve that right the day before the election. But yeah, I find that pretty disappointing because, particularly people in my line of work, our fates are very much connected to who's in the seat, right?
Yes.
And in more ways than just the average citizen. Though obviously all of us there's dire consequences for elections.
I hate you.
And who was I talking? I was talking to you actually. Yeah, I was just reiterating this. So this election, everyone says the current election is the most important one. But this one is particularly more important than any time we've ever said that before, just because of the difference in the options.
Well, we've always, yeah, I mean, yeah, like there's like definitely like a bigger difference in the options than ever before, but like also just in general, like now is always more important than then. Like that's how time works.
Yes, but in addition to that, like it's always it's important because of that, but it more important than other times in that the options are so different. And you know what? It's possible that in the future the options could be even more different, and in that case, that would be even more important. An election would be more of a pivot point for the future of the country.
Yes, definitely.
Do you see Tim Pool's new video? We should watch that.
Which one?
He put out a song.
I did not see the song. I know that he put one out, but I did not.
It was
did not
actually
watch
pretty good, man. Might want to watch it.
All right, well, we'll do that in a second here. I'm trying to set up some new panels for. I got a bunch of videos on my screen, but I've been trying to get some panels up so they can go up on stream, not just on my stream or screen. There we go. Hold it. Did you see Biden introduce his daughter as his dead son, Beau Biden? who was
No way.
clearly. I sent you this video. I told you to watch it. You did not watch it. Very
I did
disappointing.
not watch it one bit. I'm sorry. That's wow. My wife said last night, "Did you see that video of Biden messing up during his speech?" I said, "Which one?" That's like every speech.
Yeah.
She's like, "You didn't know where he was at." I said, "Yeah, every speech."
Yes. It was like, oh, so you've seen a Biden stream before. Okay.
She was like, "He's running for president." she's so naive when it comes to politics sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
She's like,
if anybody's watching, there's a very janky setup on screen right now. I'm already organizing panels because we're gonna do a lot more visual content than we normally have on screen at any given time tonight. So I'm
Why would you do that?
Whoa! Slowpoke gave us $2. Roses are red. Flex tape is durable shit. I hate when my dick touches the bottom of the urinal. Yes. Thank you for the $2, Slowpoke. Much appreciated. Happy to have you with us tonight.
that is a true statement.
Yeah. Is that a problem, Dyer?
No problem.
You're actually that book. It's like big dick problems. People just like supposed to just like take out into like public and just casually read it. Just like, oh yeah, it's just like the thinking man pose every now and then. Oh, I never considered that. That is a problem.
Well, if you already had a big dick, you wouldn't have to read the book.
Well, no, it's like how to deal with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Keep talking. I'm making stuff.
All right.
You're supposed to be like the face of the show. You have a face. He's got a mask on. You had a mask on before it was cool. How did you know, Dyer? How did you know that you were gonna need a mask?
Maybe I'm the one that caused COVID. Mm-hmm. So, speaking of COVID, rates are continuing to go up, and of course they're trying to say that's Trump's fault. But it's resulting in some of these states going back into lockdowns, right? You even talk about it in my state. But I'll bet you that this lockdown hysteria, if Biden were to get elected, would disappear pretty quickly. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because they want to do both. Like they want it to like Biden's been saying like two different things. Like he will during the debate he would say, we need like under Trump like he's the reason why we have lockdowns. And under me, we'd have more lockdowns, and like that would get the economy to open back up. And it's like, what? That doesn't make any sense. So I really don't know what they would do. I think that under Biden, the liberal governors that have been locking down harder and using the lockdowns as an excuse to take away other civil rights, the way Michigan was, I think that they will have liberty to do that unabated, and the only limit will be the state Supreme Court and maybe the circuit courts, but like the Justice Department under Biden wouldn't do anything about those things.
I think that they want to say that they do lockdowns when the context is what would they do differently that would be take COVID more seriously. But when they want to talk about how they're going to improve the economy or how improve people's ways of life, they want to go with we will stop the lockdowns under that context because they're just trying to say whatever they think is going to get them elected. And I think that they're not actually giving up like what they really would do. They're just trying to make Trump look bad. And I think that a lot of the states, they do the lockdowns not because, to the degree to which they're doing, not because they really are concerned the virus is going to kill more people if they don't do it. It's they want to hurt the economy. They want to make the people suffer so they can blame Trump for it. So logically, if that's their motivation, as it seems to be, then when Trump is no longer there as the motivation, and they want to make the current Democrat leadership look good, they would want to make the economy flourish. So they would want to not do the lockdowns and say it's no longer necessary if I stop doing the hysterics.
I really think it's just impossible to say, and that in and of itself is a massive problem because the economy, to the extent that it is rational at all. It does rely on stability and predictability. And I mean, maybe we've got better educated guesses on what a Biden administration might do, but the truth is, like, nobody has any fucking clue, because he said that he'll do
You mean
both.
Kamala?
Yeah, but like they both said that they'll just do like whatever. Like, it just depends on like who they're talking to at any given time, and like that is not good stability for the market. The market is not going to like they're really not going to like a Biden Kamala presidency there.
So recently, Kamala Harris was introduced on a stage at a recent rally as the future president of the United States.
Ew, gross.
Then Obama was stumping for Biden this week. It was yesterday, I think, and he called Biden onto stage like 3 times. Biden missed his.
I heard that might have been an edited clip that was clipping together extra scenes, but I don't know. I believe it. I think it's morally correct. I don't know. I did hear that it might have been not true though, but that's
We'll have to look into it.
Not to say that it wasn't true.
I mean,
it's probably
it's
more
believable based off
Yeah.
of all the many gaffes.
for sure. Let's see. I think they're like moments away from declaring. They might have actually done that at the top of the hour a few minutes ago. Declared the first few results here. We'll try and look at those up in a second here. I had to find this funny tweet that I sent Dyer a little while ago. It was the Joe Biden just doing a good old Joe there. Let's see here. Where is this? There's a fox. It's pretty classic. There it is. Alrighty. We're still working on the panels, guys. We figured because we're going to be streaming for like 8 hours that I could just on the fly get stuff kind of reset up as we decided that we needed it. So that's why maybe like the stream's not as prepared. Oh, looks like Kentucky's reporting. We'll hop on that in a second here. Oh, Dyer, you're not getting anything, are you? You're supposed to tell me when you're not getting any audio.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's a good thing I'm good at thinking of you, because, you know, otherwise you'd just be lost.
Oh, thanks.
This is my son, Beau Biden, who a lot of you helped elect to the Senate in Delaware. This is my granddaughter, Natalie.
Beau Biden is dead.
Yikes.
Oof. Like, he was so confident, too. It's like, this is Beau Biden, my son. Like, he, like, added to it. Like, he, like, qualified it. Like, it was, like, a whole he was excited about it. Like, I wonder if he knows what event he was even at. It's just not a joke. I mean, no joke. No joke.
I mean, he enough times has not known where he's at. Even when he was only going to one location in a day.
Here's a compelling reason to keep Trump as president. I don't want to have to learn a new accent. I think I got my Trump down pretty good in the last few months here. My Trumpisms. But I don't know if I could do a Joe Biden, because I'm not good at speaking the gibberish words quickly on the phone.
I'm afraid if we have Joe Biden as a president, he's going to go overseas to, like, you know, go to some sort of conference or meet with the world leaders, and he's just going to, like, get lost and wander off. We might lose our president.
Holy crap. My CPU is just redlined right now. Some of you guys have seen my setup. Oh, we got a whole bunch of people watching now. Hi guys. Normally I think some of you guys have seen my setup. I got a nice setup with like 4 screens, and we kind of balance different components of the stream across that when we're going live. And I actually set up a whole nother computer tonight that I've got my primary streaming machine is linked into this other computer, so that I can kind of control some more video feeds without having all of that running through my one main computer that's trying to pull in video feeds and then also rebroadcast them back out, because that seems to cause problems. But as as I just alluded to, it is already causing problems, and my CPU is just pegged at 100%, and I'm sure that is going to be really great for my computer over the course of 8 hours. So if we suddenly disappear, I promise we will be back. We will definitely be here until at least when we normally would get off a stream, which is like 2 a.m. Eastern. I think the results are expected to like not really start coming in until like 3 or 4, kind of like they were last time. So we'll be here pretty late. But if we do suddenly disappear, just check Twitter. Obviously, there's a lot of other streams on tonight. You guys can poke around on there. But we will be back if we happen to disappear early in the night. It's probably because my computer caught on fire.
Hopefully not. We also might, if you're watching this on YouTube, not be on YouTube.
Yes.
At the end of the stream, that we are going to be pushing the line of what is permitted to any further than we've ever gone before. They've explicitly said that they are going to ban people like us. So.
and by like us, dire means, well, you know what dire means.
What do I mean?
Ranged.
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay. I got up on the screen here. Is this this must be in front of the White House. This are you seeing this, Dyer, with us?
I am. Yep. There was a video earlier of there already being some violent clashes with officers in D.C. and the sun hadn't gone down yet. So.
Yeah, it's it gets dark over here on the eastern side of the country now, because of the time change and then just the season change. But after that time change hits, all of a sudden it's dark at like 5 o'clock. It's like, holy crap! Yeah, I was out getting food like maybe about 40 minutes ago, and it was sunny out, and then all of a sudden it's just dark out. I'm like, oh god, it's the end. It's the end times. Apparently that asteroid was supposed to hit today, so we'll see if we'll try and look into that, see if that buzzed by us. I'm assuming it did, unfortunately, but you know, we could have hoped.
So Parsec is saying there's no computers available right now.
What do you mean? Well, no, you're broadcasting. You don't need to have a computer available. You need to give me a link so that I can receive your stream.
So usually when I go to computers, it tells me which ones are available, and then I give a link from that. It would show the current computer I'm on. When I was on my other computer, it would show you the screen I was on that I could share. They would allow me to share it to you. So.
Well,
let's go.
I don't know then.
Yeah.
You only have 7 hours to figure it out, so I have the faith in you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
So how's everybody in chat doing tonight? Oh, and Fidel's asking if we're gonna go see the minigun turrets. I'm assuming that those are like in a hidden position until they are needed. But I would imagine, I would be, like, unironically, I would be shocked if the camera angle that we have right now could not be gotten by like at least 3 or 4 kinds of miniguns and like 5 or 6 sniper positions. Like, I'd imagine just right up the front of the White House is like there's a lot of beats on you there. I would imagine.
I don't think there's actually minigun emplacements. There's probably lots of heavily armed
but
people.
as we've discussed earlier, Dyer has Q clearance, and we know that via his attempt to misinform us that Q clearance doesn't exist, and therefore Dyer probably is Q, and also Q would know what kind of armaments are at the White House, and it is Dyer's duty as Q to misinform us. That's actually the entire D of Direwolf Media, is Direwolf's attempts to keep us misinformed. I'm doing my best to have the truth break through, but you know, I'm only one fox.
Q clearance, I have D clearance.
What's that?
I have Q clearance. I have D clearance.
Oh, uh-huh. So you're a dick.
Yeah. Yes. The trumpet says to order pizza. Gonna go pick it up while you guys figure out how hot Fox's CPU can get.
It's gonna get toasty.
Vaporized.
Yeah, it's it'll get pretty out there. Let's see here. Yeah, I had pizza a little bit ago. I did not eat all of it. I got pizza and wings to fuel me through the night. I will probably go reheat some of that in the next few hours because I imagine I will need to.
So you want to watch that video?
Yeah, you want to send me the link here?
Oh, sure. I thought it was a pretty good song actually, a music video.
It's really hard to move scenes around when my CPU is just like maxed out. Like I'm just sitting here struggling to like move anything around on the scenes. I underestimated how difficult that was going to be.
So just set off the beginning of the night. Has your predictions for how it's going to end changed in any way?
I think Trump will win. I think Trump will get Pennsylvania. I think he will get either Michigan or Wisconsin. I'm not sure if both, but that will cinch it for him. I did a few maps, which we'll go through some of our maps in a little bit here. We do have all night.
I did do my map as well, so you guys can see what my predictions are. That will probably end up being wrong, but probably not too far off.
Yeah, send me that. Send me a link.
Yeah, I'm sitting here right now. I had to go find it. Sorry, there it is.
God damn it, guy. How could you? Disappointed me. Alrighty. Yeah, I haven't seen this yet, so let's watch. This is Tim Pool has he's now a rock star. I think he was a rocker earlier, but now he's actually got like a music video out, and I think he had a team of people helping him animate it, and I think he might have had the Freedom Tunes guy might have consulted on it too. I think. So let's watch. Well, somebody gave us a lemon.
Thank you.
Kitty cutie, hey kitty cutie, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah.
She gave us a lemon. Thank you.
Thank you.
With a warning, he raised
Dyer cameo.
Speak your last words, let them be said. On a march in the morning, he called his comrades down to take aim at the traitors, to gun those fascists down. Now they face the consequences.
Trust the wolf. Did you see it?
It's on both rooms, by the way. I'm offended.
This is the will of the people, he said. I wish I could find it, a way to restore peace. Blessed were those days we held in vain. I'd give it all for a chance at redemption, as the cycle turns again. See it before, now you'll see it begin. You've seen the
That's pretty powerful.
Yep.
If you think it ends here, think again.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it.
I was surprised that I liked it.
Tim, I believe in what he said. He does a lot of music. He's been into that for a while. He's kind of an artsy fartsy kind of guy, anyways. I believed in when he said he knew how to do all that stuff. That he's a good musician. So that shows it. Maybe he can. Maybe he'll have something to retire into when he burns out of what he's doing now.
Yeah.
So awesome. Alrighty. So we got I think we got another lemon from Kitty Cutie. Thank you. A whole bunch of you watching tonight. Thank you for joining us. We got a few generalized plans tonight, but obviously, just the night is still young. It is 7:18 Eastern. For those of you who are maybe not on the East Coast, some of the states do close at 7 p.m. Eastern, but not many. Within the next 40 minutes, we should start seeing a few more results get rolling in here. And we'll start taking a look through that. Show map tonight is non-existent. Just winging it, doing whatever we want. If you guys in chat got any ideas of, we'll be checking in on a few other people's streams as well.
Trump's got 11 electoral votes so far.
Well, is that projected though?
Oh yeah, from projections. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Projected.
Yeah. Well, the projections will get more tightened as they go up. While I'm continuing to get some of the scenes set up in Streamlabs, do you want to go check the Real Clear Politics? I heard a rumor that late in the afternoon, about 2 or 3 hours ago, the Real Clear Politics predictions shifted a lot from I think it was mid, between 10 and 20% Trump to now I guess 70% that Trump wins. Do you wanna go verify?
I'm going there now. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go fact check that. I heard a rumor. I could be wrong.
Okay,
though.
percentages right now on the front of Real Clear Politics is 50.2% to Biden Harris, 49%.
Yeah,
to Trump.
that's a lot more tightened up than anybody else had it, and
it's 1% basically.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'll be curious. Apparently, Nate Silver of 538, who is famed to have continued this year to say, well, I did say that Trump had a 10% chance of winning, and that was the 10%. And he gave Trump 10% again this year. So he already tweeted out a little bit ago that he went for a run. And he was gonna go play some FIFA for the rest of the night. I think he doesn't want to be on. Sorry, I was watching Sargod's stream a little bit ago, and Sargod had some screenshots of Nate Silver from 2016. Just, it was like 3 a.m. Just all of a sudden about, if you guys remember last election, it was like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Eastern time, and all of a sudden everything started flipping, and everybody in the mainstream media is just looking so dejected on TV, and Nate Silver is there just not looking good. And the screenshot that Sargon had, there was like this girl in the background that just had this like, looked like she was like being held hostage, and like Nate Silver just had this like really sad look on his face.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are hedging their bets now on the liberal media because they've been giving these really bad polls. They had to have known they were bad. They're based off the same exact strategy as 2016. They didn't change up how they were counting the voters. So they must have known, if they're being realistic, that their polls were wrong. I mean, it's fairly obvious, and now they're all pulling their predictions in closer to being within the the realm of whether it's the
what the reality is going to be. We saw this last time too, where the weeks before, Hillary's going to win 100%, Hillary's going to win 99%. I remember
Margin of error. Sorry.
Yeah, I remember the morning of New York Times famously put out that they had Trump at a less than 1% chance to win. I guess this was that 1%. But as the more rational of the mainstream media, as time went on, the days close to the election, and then the time, throughout the day, all of a sudden stuff started tightening up, and the trajectory started showing, okay, maybe Trump is going to win, and all that stuff. So that's kind of what I'm anticipating. Hopefully we're not disappointed in that, but that's that's the games that they play. Unfortunately, nobody really knows. I know for a fact that the media is lying about everything. I think that's a given. The problem is, though, is the media doesn't know either. So they could be like, they might not realize that they're telling the truth is the problem. Like, they also don't have any good metrics on like how to fix whatever the problem is with the perception of the Democrat Party. Not for lack of trying, but they don't know any more than we do, and so relying on them one way or the other is not really effective. There is a possibility that they're lying and they're just accidentally correct.
I think that it'd just be nicer if they just come out right out and say, we don't know. Because what's the point of lying to us? I mean, it's saying that Trump has no chance is only going to, or that he's losing is only going to make his voters want to vote even more.
Yeah, but that's like the emperor has no clothes, right? They gotta, if they don't know this, then what else don't they know? And we know that they don't know anything, but they try to keep up this perception that they really do know everything. And if that were to go away, well, where would they be left?
What's worse? Lying and over and over again and getting caught in that lie so you lose credibility, or being honest about when you don't know.
Well, here's the problem, though, is they're back up against the wall. Like, they have no credibility left. Their value is not the credibility. Their only value as a propaganda arm for the left. So it doesn't do it. Like, they don't have any credibility to save, so it doesn't do anything for them to not lie. But it does do something for them to shill for the Democrats, because then, some of them might get favored positions in the next administration, or book deals, or they can do the revolving door of going to the different networks and all that stuff. Like, it keeps them in their circles. But if they were to switch and start telling the truth, it doesn't gain them any points from us, because we don't, like, they've already lost credibility. Like, the world has moved on from the mainstream media. They only have downside for telling the truth.
That's sad.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Incentive.
The media is in fact dead. If Trump wins tonight, it'll be finalized.
But they can be replaced, because right now, I mean, their audience is shrinking, and what power they have is based off the size of their audience. There's a good to a certain point where they can't even justify their large budgets. They can't justify the number of employees and the facilities they have because they don't have enough viewership or people that actually believe them.
Well, enter centralized banking and the financial system that specializes in ensuring that companies that produce nothing of value remain well capitalized. So,
Yes, I love that part of the system. It really makes me happy to know that we have a system that allows things we don't need and are actually harmful for our country to stay around.
yes, it's super fantastic. It's my favorite part about the modern economy. As I've said multiple times on this show, we don't live in a capitalist. We don't live under capitalism. We live under centralized banking, which is a lot of fun. Make sure that companies that shouldn't stick around do stick around, which is just, that's what we all want in our capitalist system. It's more companies that aren't doing well and just sapping off the system. And they're getting freshly printed capital. The Federal Reserve printers go burr, and that's all paid for by you through inflation. So that's fun. You're investing in failing companies and you don't even know it.
Fantastic. So I sent you a link for Parsec. I just switched computers.
Oh,
I gave up.
well, thank you.
It's better. I didn't want to close all the porn on the other computer. It would take them forever.
Oh, I just have mine minimized. I like to play on the edge. That's how I always do it. Then.
Nice. Well, I guess that means I can look at DLive on this screen.
So oh, okay, DLive, okay. It's waiting for my friend to click OK.
You have friends?
I think it thinks that's you, but it's probably just like a filler word. Probably doesn't mean anything. Perfect.
Probably just meant the guy holding the keys.
Yeah. I'll put that behind your avatar at some point as I get the scene set up.
Oh, it says Quiplash 2? Yeah, I'll fix that, sorry. We're definitely not doing Quiplash 2.
Dyer, you're really bad. You had one job and you didn't do it.
No, that's just the category. The title is correct, it's just the category. It's not news. There we go. News.
I can't believe CNN is not live streaming on YouTube, and their web app is broken, which is great. I went to direct to their website. I was like, oh, watch live, and it's broken. It wouldn't even let me log in.
So YouTube also has been spotty today.
And then BitChute went down today too. They got DDoSed.
That was they got DDoS. So I mean, I think there's obviously some nefarious players as well, but there's also the possibility that they have a lot of people trying to watch the election on YouTube right now. Or
yeah, it's YouTube. It's not any more than what normally would. I think that I think that they were trying to change the algorithms a little bit. I think that they probably went a little overboard.
Yes. YouTube is really great at breaking their own program.
Yes. There's a duplicate button for stream objects, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Where is it? I can't find it.
You can copy and paste it if you want.
I could copy and paste it, but I wanted to duplicate it with less clicks.
Okay. So, what about the House and Senate?
Ooh, I don't know anything about those races, and I'm concerned about those. I believe, though, that those will end up following the main ticket. I don't know how that wouldn't follow the main ticket. So, if Trump wins, I think that they win. If Trump loses, then I think that they lose. That's my opinion on it.
I agree, and because I think Trump's going to be winning, and a lot of people are going to be doing the down ballot thing.
He's
I think
so much wittig.
I think they're going to win too, but I don't know if we'll actually take the House.
We gotta keep something. I would like to keep the Senate because there's stuff in the Senate that they want to break, and I would like to defend the Senate from having those things broken.
And I'd like to have not stuff the courts. That'd be great.
Well, yeah, but the Senate's more important because I think that there's nothing left in the House for them to break, so they can have that, and we do just fine. Like this is if we get a Trump presidency, we've done just fine just blocking stuff out of the House, and I really actually like as a libertarian and small government constitutionalist don't mind having the House just completely gridlocked and not passing any legislation for 4 years. It's kind of a wet dream of mine, but so I would rather keep the Senate, and then at minimum, as long as we can keep the presidency, they aren't going to get veto-proof majorities in anything. So we'll just, for 4 years, they'll just keep passing legislation, and Trump will just keep Xing through it, not allowing it through. So I'm fine with that. If that's what we have to go. Obviously, I'd like to keep them all. I think that there's some stuff that we can do. I think that Trump will, if he wins, will have a massive mandate for getting some stuff done that the right would like to see done, especially on Section 230 reform, keeping the economy going. We got a long way to go through the COVID recovery. We have keeping some of the policies that he's got, working through getting rid of Antifa, keeping the critical race theory out of the government and out of companies that are trying to do contracts with the government. That's all great. I want to keep seeing that. I have your screen up behind you.
Which screen are you looking at right now?
The one that says G5. So if you
Cool.
want to put something interesting on that, that's fine. Dyer's in control of that screen, guys. Anything could happen. Probably dicks. So,
I don't do it that often.
just 'cause you're a dick.
Today.
You did a dick today?
Hey, don't look into the way I phrase my jokes that much.
Okay.
Right? I would say take one and no one, but then that's gonna look real bad.
Yeah.
All
All
So I gotta
right.
not say that.
So, looks like they're calling Indiana, which I think we knew. Indiana has they got 10% reporting. Oh, next update's in 4 seconds. Let's wait here and see what happens. Okay, so Trump's projected to win Indiana, which I think was known. They got 10% reporting, and Trump is up by 110,000 votes.
A little bit.
Not too bad.
Think they'll find that many?
Well, yeah, we'll see. We've got, let's see, we got Florida. Polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern. It is
He's gonna win
7:34 p.m. Eastern right now. It doesn't say how many precincts reporting, but they've got, it's pretty dead even right now. Biden's up 51 with 2 million, or no, 200, what is that? Yeah, that's 2 million. Is it? No, that's 2,000. That's 2 million. There we go. I can do numbers. Biden's got 2,055,000, and Trump's got 1,931,000. Though I know Trump was up earlier, like a few hours ago. Trump was up. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. He really does need Florida. I think he'll get it. I don't see why he wouldn't get it. But Florida might be one of those early game over moments. If he loses Florida, I do believe that we'll have a Biden presidency. So fingers crossed for Florida. If you're in Florida, you got 24 minutes. Get your fucking ass in the car.
Do it.
Do it. Let's see here.
Do civic duty.
Yeah. Let's see here. Dyer still does not have anything interesting on his screen.
I'm looking for something.
Is it the perfect porn?
Yes, the perfect porn. That's
Better than the least perfect one, right?
yes. So no matter who wins, I think it's gonna be Trump. We're still gonna have fun tonight. I got some drinks. You got some drinks?
I do got some drinks. What kind of drinks did you get? Did you get the drinks I told you to get?
No, I completely ignore what you said, per the usual.
That's
And I grabbed myself some Jim Beam Maple.
Oh, that's not too bad. So I got some platinum seltzers, and then I got for a little bit later in the night, I got some Kentucky Bourbon Barrel, all of which should have me good and truly sloshed. I'm already, as you can see. I'll be talking like Biden by the end of the night. Let's see.
So you're not gonna know where you're at.
I might not even know who you are. A good chance I won't know who you are. Wow, there's a lot of maps on the screen. Everybody decided to pull their maps at the same time. If anybody in chat has a stream you want us to check in on, or an update that you want to see, we'll be checking in like Twitter and stuff like that periodically, looking for news updates. But let us know. Let's see here. Shadow Wolf says, "Can you update the Discord invite in the D Live low bar?"
I can do.
Dire Wolf, that's you.
That's me.
You are the wolf. Who apparently is pretty bad guy. Yeah, you bad people. So I like this 538 calculator. Oh, we're losing Dyer already. This is a great sign for the night. Dyer, let me know when you get back. So I like this 538, not just because it's got a cute little fox that helps do it, but this one, you can update the probabilities as the night goes on. Any states that you don't like hard select for one or the other, it'll just keep it with whatever the polls are and put it into a probability model, which is nice to keep seeing those probabilities. Though my big problem with that is that you can't change what the probability models say. You can't change what the polls say, and it is my firm belief that 538 has some biased polls on that. So, which site is that, Dyer? Is that Fox News, or what is that one?
This is. Why is it not saying it?
I don't know. Just go to your. I don't know. Oh, that's just on I think that's just on the homepage. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, homepage.
Okay. So I'm gonna go through and set my map here. So I'll just give Biden all these guys that he's likely to win. I'll give him all the East Coast ones. Even though I think what is it? Is it New Hampshire that has they have split. They have split electors, so depending on which districts you win, they aren't winner take all. So some of those do tend to go towards Trump, but just because it's one or two, I'll just flick them over to Biden just to make sure I'm not overzealous. I don't want to assume anything tonight. I want to make sure that Trump can win this, but I want to make sure that we anticipate the hardest possible win. The big ones to watch out for tonight are Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Like I said, Florida, if he doesn't win Florida, it's over. And then he needs at least one. He needs either Pennsylvania and Michigan, preferably both. If he only wins Wisconsin out of those three, though, it's not good enough. So we'll see. We'll see about that. But yeah, so 538's got Texas as soft. What was the what's he got on there?
Texas is not soft for Trump. It's very much pro-Trump. I don't believe it.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. My ad blocker is screwing this thing up. That's why I was having problems. There we go. All right, yeah. So since Trump's only got 62% chance to win Texas, which is bullshit, so I'm gonna flick that one over to Trump. We'll give Biden Washington, Oregon, California. Nevada might actually be up for grabs, but I think not. But it'll come in close. Colorado, they're high as fuck. New Mexico shouldn't. It doesn't make sense to me why New Mexico is so blue. But I guess they are. There are only 5 electoral votes anyway, so it's not a big deal one way or the other. Obviously, not every vote counts, but 5 isn't gonna make or break. Probably unlikely. I do not think that tonight comes down to 1 or 2 electoral votes. I think it's going to be like solidly like 10 or more that it'll come down to. So
I think my prediction actually has Trump at 316 electoral votes. If all my predictions come true, and they're on a state by state basis, I ended up with a calculation of more electoral votes in his favor than I thought I would have. But I definitely think that New Mexico definitely New Mexico is definitely going to go blue. It wasn't even close last election. The polling is definitely towards Trump. It's towards Biden by a lot.
yeah, so on this map, if you once you start like locking in ones, it'll update the probabilities where you've got like, okay, like this one's got like for sure votes, or like you're for sure want that that particular candidate to get the votes. So I'm updating. Let's see here. I'm gonna update Ohio. That one's gonna be a toss-up too, but I think it's leaning pretty heavily for Trump right now. Florida, so they're saying it's only a 56 chance for Trump to win. I'm gonna set that one for Trump just because that'll be a make or break one. I think that if we don't get Florida, that's gonna pretty much be it. North Carolina, that one actually I'm surprised that the polls have Trump this much, up 82 to 18 for Biden. Because I heard North Carolina might have been in play, so I guess that'll probably be an upset as well if Trump doesn't win that. So we'll hope for the best there. Indiana, Pence better bring that puppy home. And so Minnesota, I think that's pretty obviously going to go for Biden. Stupid.
Hi, I'm Dr. Amy Killen. I have my own medical practice, and I've been using Doodly now for a few.
What was that? Dyer, what's going on? Dyer died, and then a bunch of.
I'm not dead. Sorry, I was setting up a video for us to watch later.
Was that ads for your Pornhub?
No, it's Epic Rap Battles.
Oh, okay.
If you want to watch that.
Yeah, we can hear in a bit. So, all right. So this is what I got so far. So we'll set Nevada for blue and Arizona. Though Arizona is actually a pretty important one. It's leaning Trump right now. It's supposed to go Trump. If that one doesn't go through for Trump, it could be problems as well. I think Alaska, with all the oil, is probably definitely going for Trump. And then Hawaii, well, they elected Mazie Hirono, so, you know, who do you think they're going to vote for?
Biden, for sure.
Yeah.
No chance.
Let's see here. So, see a cute little fox here, Dyer? You probably can't see it because it's not sharing that half of your screen.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not seeing that.
Okay, well, I had the big screen on tonight. Alrighty, so, so this is where we're at with the toss-ups. So you got Arizona, which I think is a close one. All these other ones that they're saying are toss-ups, I don't think are toss-ups. I think Trump will get Arizona, but we'll leave that off the map for right now. So right now the only 4 that I don't have set is Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Even if I set Arizona for Trump, it doesn't get him over the line. So either Pennsylvania, that gets him basically over the line, and he just needs one more of those states. So Arizona is actually pretty important. We'll set that one for Trump too. But if the main 3 states that are in play are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, then Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins. Trump wins Michigan, he wins by a very narrow margin. And then if Trump wins Wisconsin, he doesn't pull it off. So Wisconsin is important. That, again, every electoral vote counts. And Wisconsin would probably be a bellwether for some of the other states as well, especially Michigan. So obviously we'd like that to go red. But it's on its own, it can't do it. So Trump really, really needs Pennsylvania and or Michigan. I think he's going to get Pennsylvania. I would be blown away if he did not get Pennsylvania. Though it is not all over if he doesn't get Pennsylvania, whereas Florida is kind of all over if he doesn't get that. Michigan, if he doesn't get Pennsylvania, then he needs Michigan. I would also be surprised if he doesn't get Michigan, but yeah, I just don't know. I just hard to say.
You don't think he's going to get Wisconsin?
Oh, I think he could get it. He can't do it with that one alone.
So he won Wisconsin in 2016 by only a little over 1% over Hillary. But there also wasn't great turnout. I think that the people of Wisconsin have even more reason to vote for Trump than they did last time.
Yeah. So for my map, I'm going to give him Pennsylvania because I think that's him. And so if he wins Pennsylvania and the rest of the map stays the same, which I believe this is the same map as in 2016. Let me pull up last year's map.
I got it actually. Wait, wrong computer.
I got it. It's okay. We don't need you, Dyer. We have the technology. We have me. Let's see here.
Yeah, it's weird how Colorado and New Mexico, in the middle of the country, are so blue, and they vote blue by a high percentage.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Colorado. Obviously, they're pretty high. I don't know about New Mexico. That doesn't make sense to me. But maybe there's a reason.
Well, like Utah, right next to it, in between Nevada and Colorado, is very Republican. It went 45 in favor of Trump, 27 in favor of Hillary. I mean, wasn't even close.
Either my internet's dragging or CNN's dragging. Something's dragging. All right. Well, I'm trying to. Oh wait, there it is. No, it's not coming. All right. Why don't we play your video while?
All right. This is epic rap battles of history: Biden versus Trump. Oh, sorry. This is the Hillary Trump one. You want to watch that first, or just want to do Biden?
Whichever one you want to watch. We have all night.
Awesome.
Joe Biden! Boston!
It's the DJT, getting it on. The Teflon Don on the White House lawn. Against wimps like you, I'll win a third term. Your campaign's like your family, crash and burn. Looting and violence will keep the MAGA movement quiet. Resist me? That's a riot. Why'd you step behind the gym? I'll be standing by. See how tough you are against the 45. I should have hoped for your whole party. Bigger than the one I blew through cause I'm Soleimani. Then I go and vote on Melania. I'm gonna smash you, Joe. I've got all the best cognition with all the top grammar. I'm not a little girl's shoulders, so you can't touch this MC stammer. You're a disaster inciting hysteria. You say I'm selling hate in America, you're selling hate in America. Like with Hillary, the people aren't swayed. Just Barack's shadow, and I don't really like the shade.
The pain of losing loved ones is something I have seen. So I know how you must have felt when they killed Jeffrey Epstein. Rap lyrics just ain't for you. You should stick love letters for Kim Jong-un. You're a wrestling heel. Nothing about you's real. Bitch, you didn't even really write the art of the deal. But you tapped into the rage of red Mad Hatters. Well, let me tell you, Trump, all lives matter. I don't want to defund no police. I picked a DA for my VP. I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I'm just an old ass man with some decency.
Wrong.
No matter what you try to say, global warming ain't cats. You pulled out a parachute, pulled out a stormy day. I ain't sleepy, I'm tired of you, Donald Trump. You're
The
fired.
only thing getting fired on my watch is tear gas from law enforcement. I'll keep America great. You'll unleash Antifa and keep America like Portland. Ain't nothing gonna beat me. No person, woman, man, camera, TV. They impeached me. I still walked out of D.C. looking peachy. You got the sloppy Joe but no beef. The only white privilege I see are those teeth. Maybe teach your son a thing or two about life. Like there's no hunting season for your dead brother's wife. You and your mask and your Knight Rider shades are getting revoked like your Roe versus Wade. There's no blue wave. Forget it, not coming. Like I tell criminals, Joe, stop running.
Was Breonna Taylor running? You dog whistling fool. I think your daddy would finally be proud.
selling
He was a
drugs.
racist
Yeah.
asshole too.
Что ты сделал?
What's this malarkey?
Russian narrative.
Keep at it and you'll end up in jail, hoss. I'll take you down like a mule and you're a mailbox. From all your wives to the SATs, everything you ever did, you just had to cheat. Cause you're too insecure to even look like a loser. You're the worst damn Republican since Herbert Hoover. When you scooped fucked up, a sycophantic, homophobe loser. Became the Constitution's domestic abuser. 200,000 deaths lying at your door. You think they're suckers like McCain in the Marine Corps. Sometimes I can't tell for which side you're rooting. When we go high, you go down on poop. Truth is, you're scared to lose. You got nothing in the bank that I owe you. You whine about balance like a bitch. But the only thing that's rigged is taxes for the rich. You're a freeloader. Change your name to Trump. My campaign trail, but you can't get down a rape. I'm pulling away faster than your wife's hand. For the love of democracy, will you shut up, man? Hold on. Hold on. Yo.
Literally decide. So they still pushing the narrative, the Russian narrative. It's
Ooh,
ridiculous.
jeez. Oh, that's rough in Ohio. We got a pretty, 21% reporting. Actually, let me see here. There we go. Yeah, you guys can see what I'm looking at. So we got Ohio's got 21% reporting. Right now, Biden is up 63.4 to 35.6. Biden has 750,000 votes, and Trump's got a little under 500,000. So got a bit to make up there, and I think Biden is continuing to take off a little bit. So one of the things that it was been warned about is that the first votes to be counted in a lot of the states that had early voting is going to be the mail-in votes. So those are going to be some of the first ones that are being reported. Some of the states, like Pennsylvania, they don't know when they're counting their mail-in votes. It's just going to kind of be whenever, I guess. But states like Florida and Ohio, it's kind of anticipated that the early voting, which actually Florida's tightening up a lot right now, it's kind of anticipated that the first few votes are going to be Democrats, and then it'll slowly get redder and redder. So I guess don't freak out too early. Though Florida is really close right now. Florida's got 80% reporting, and Joe's got.
This is Slime Climb, an
40
easy game mode if you can.
You're not really good at this, Dyer. We got Joe Biden's got 49.9% to Trump's 49.3%. So that's not we'll see if the last 20% can pull that in there. So we got that's neck and neck. Let's see here, just updated, which I don't think helped. Biden is up about 60,000 votes in Florida right now. So, oof. Close.
Oof.
Gonna be a scratcher. Like I said, Florida could be. Let's see what happens on the other map here. So if Florida goes to Joe, then Trump can counteract that with Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, but he needs all three. So Florida maybe isn't a make or break, but it's close. It's close. Florida. In theory, Florida should be an easy win. If Trump can't win Florida, I do not think that he can win the other states. So we'll see on that.
What about that possible scenario?
What do you got there?
It's a possible 269 split.
Yeah. So Ben Shapiro went over this last week. So there is a nightmare scenario. It's a low probability, but there is a nightmare scenario. So it is, as Dyer's showing up on the screen, it is possible to have an electoral tie with that particular configuration. And if there is an electoral tie, then it goes to the House to decide the president and the Senate to decide the vice president. Now, in the House, it is not by individual representative. It is by state delegation. So as the House currently sits, and it would be with the current House, while the Democrats have the House, the state representation within the House is 25-25. So the House would be unable to decide the president. Then you go to the Senate, and the Senate, while it is Republican, it's squishy Republicans, and it is entirely possible that they would also not be able to decide on the vice president. And at that point, the Constitution has no direction to offer us into what to do with a super tie, and the two chambers just have to keep voting until one of them breaks. So we'll And then in theory, if it did get out to Inauguration Day, then they might run through the lines of succession. But it's hard to say.
Yeah, I think that would probably result in violence.
We would not. I think that the House and the Senate would have one chance to do a vote, and if it came up as a tie, it would be the end of civilization. It would be in the streets, regular people going nuts. Again, we've talked about the what does the Boogaloo look like in the more rural areas, and we talked about it. It probably just looks like calm civil disobedience, where the city and the town just agrees that they're not going to enforce the state laws and they're not going to enforce the federal laws. So if you're in a small town, you're probably fine. You guys are just going to become an autonomous township detached from your state, which will be fun. If you're in a big city, get out.
Yeah, it was nice knowing you, kind of thing.
Yeah. So let's see how the Florida. It's tightening.
We got a long way to go before we know, though.
Yeah. Somehow, Florida went from 81% reporting down to 80% reporting. So we'll see what happens there. Ohio's still leaning pretty hard. Indiana's sticking, which we expected. Kentucky's sticking, which we expected. West Virginia, they've got it called for. Okay, West Virginia's only got 4% reporting. That's why. Let's see here. Let's see what counties we got in Florida. So, actually, they got a lot of the blue areas or the red areas in Florida are already put in. So we'll see. Where is I forget which county it was. It was Miami-Dade. That was so Trump's got he's close in Miami-Dade, and he's supposed to that was supposed to be like really heavily blue, but like Trump was anticipated to actually do pretty well there, which that could swing the whole state over. Let's see here. Vermont, there's cuck wagons. Went blue. Of course.
So, our drinking game.
Drink Dire.
Is that the game?
Yes.
I had these ideas for the bingo game.
Every time you take a drink, you have to drink again, Dire.
That sounds like I would not survive that.
Yes. I want to take over the show.
Wow. Good for you. I guess. That's one way to do it. So, I'm fairly sure we're going to have violence in D.C. They said they're going to lock down the White House. They put up additional fencing in anticipation of the violence. But I think that as much as there's going to be violence, I don't think anyone's going to actually get on the White House lawn with all the additional police they brought in. The National Guard's been called into a bunch of different cities.
Infidel's asking, how's Virginia blue? I seem to remember massive 2A protests at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I seem to remember that too.
They also have a long history of being bad at voting.
Yeah, so I remember that episode pretty specifically. So Dyer and I, we talked about that back at the beginning of the year. For those of you guys who don't remember or weren't there, Virginia accidentally allowed a very, very liberal state legislature to get elected. And the state legislature decided they were going to enact a bunch of really crazy unconstitutional gun laws. And all of a sudden, a bunch of Virginians were like, oh, crap, like, this suddenly affects me. I kind of wish I voted. And so they had to go protest about it. This was a little bit before COVID. And it was just like, oh, man, there's just a bunch of fascists out there and, a bunch of black gun owners out there and calling them white nationalists. But either way, so when Dyer and I did that analysis, ooh, wow, a bunch of stuff just rolled in. when Darren and I did that analysis, what we saw was that during the 2016 election, there was something like 2 million votes had gone for Trump. And then during the midterm election that had elected their state house, they had like, I think it was like less than like 400,000 people had voted. So had all of the people that voted for Trump in 2016 come out for their local election, they would not have had a problem. But because they were lazy voters for their local election, they accidentally let it go really blue. And so they were forced into having to get it done a different way by protesting, which we had talked about at the time. Obviously, it's your right to protest, but it's your primary duty before you go protest to vote. Protesting is not a substitution for voting. And so Virginians, well, I guess it's laudable that they all like their guns. It's a little less laudable that they're so fucking lazy that they accidentally allowed the left to take control of their state so thoroughly. And, you know, it's a little bit of a concern that might happen to America more broadly. But yes, you're absolutely right, the Infidel. If they're not idiots, that might get them to swing towards Trump, and that could actually be. And if you're looking at the map right now, Trump's actually leading, but I think it's only 18% reporting. So I think that's just areas that were expected to be red. Probably got Richmond's going to come in with like a couple million votes for Biden, but. You know, I think that Virginia probably could go red if they really wanted to. I just think that they're fucking lazy. I think most Americans are pretty lazy about voting for their rights. We see this on the left and the right, except for when the right's lazy and doesn't go out to vote. We just don't do anything. When the left's lazy and doesn't go out to vote, it's not really because it's because they want to go burn shit down. Like, that's far more fun than voting.
Virginia had, when it was Clinton v. Trump, they had a 5-point advantage towards Hillary. I think that they don't dislike Biden any more than they disliked Hillary. What do you think? I think that they are both not popular. It's still a vote whether or not you like Trump.
I think it's just a matter of like whether or not you're going to come out to vote is the problem.
Right. And that's what causes
at the end of the day. I don't know. I think you get a lot of Virginians that just don't think that their vote matters or they don't feel like it. I think that's what's going on there. We'll see.
Do you think it would have changed from the last election to now? I don't think so.
It's hard to say. I think that they could have woken up from the. What might have happened though is they might have woken up during this gun debacle at the beginning of the year, and what could be is what is sort of the not just the secret Trump voter, but you also have the turncoat Democrat voter, where a lot of the polling models are based off of voter registrations, but it is theorized that there are a lot of turncoat Democrats this year who are registered Democrats, but they're going to vote for Trump. And that might be what's happening in VA, is that it could be that you got a lot of people, rural people, who are registered Democrat, but they're gonna go pull the lever for Trump. So Virginia might be an upset, but I just don't think so.
Yeah, I've been laughing at all those counting of mail-in votes, saying, "Oh, the Democrats have a lead or are really close in all these different races." Like, yeah, you just call them Democrats. I know a lot of people who are registered Democrats who voted for Trump this year. I'm sure most of you guys know some people like that as well. So just because they're registered to that party is not mean they're voting for Biden.
No, definitely.
Again, one reason why their polls are going to be so far off.
Yeah. So we just had some stuff roll in. We got Illinois just closed their polls. It is 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. Missouri just closed their polls, which actually, yeah, Missouri's going to go red. That's crazy. They think it's going to go red. Texas polls are closed with 16% reporting. Biden is up. It is soft blue, but Texas is another one. If Texas goes blue, the Democrats seem to think Texas is going to go blue. I don't believe it. If Texas goes blue, it is definitely all over. If Texas goes blue with 100% reporting, we will go to bed because it will.
Why were you surprised that Missouri went red though? I mean, they were like red by 20 points the last election.
I don't know. I just think about St. Louis and how liberal
oh,
they
wait.
are. Listen,
But yeah, there's no way Texas is going blue. If anything, they're more red now. They also their economy survives off of the sale of fossil fuels and gas specifically. So, a Biden presidency would destroy Texas.
yeah, and I think well, you know, it's hard because it doesn't really matter. I guess if Missouri is going to go red, then Missouri is going to go red. It doesn't really matter how red. I would like to win the popular vote, but I don't think that's going to happen. Well, I don't think that's going to happen based off the polling. I don't know. I want to temper my expectations. Let's see here. Florida is now in Trump's favor with 82% reporting. Trump is now up about 50,000 votes. That is great. Dyer has nothing of interest on his screen because he hates you guys. So, literally anything, Dyer. You put up your FA account.
How'd you know about that FA account? I mean, I don't have an FA account.
Everyone knows you do. The least well-kept secret.
There's no proof of this.
Yeah, I know. Except for all the proof.
I'm not a furry, buddy. Not a furry.
Sure.
I'm being super convincing right now about not being a furry.
One of the things I did want to do tonight was kind of recap, speaking of furries, recap on some of our previous stories that we followed. I'd like to recap, see what's going on with the furry army guy that blew away Garrett Foster. What Garrett Foster was where I'd like to check in with him. We'll do an update on Kyle here in a bit. I want to check in on the McClowskis. And anybody else that you guys can think of who was involved in something. I'll look into that Arizona guy that got just, you know, the cops just walked up and literally executed him at his front door. I'll check in on some of those cases. So if you guys have any cases that we had gone over throughout the years that you're like, oh, I wonder what's going on with that, because it was obviously it's like a big deal at the time, but then, you know, you get into the court case and it takes forever. So you know, anything could happen with that. If you guys have any cases that you want to know about, let us know. We'll pull them up, articles, and see what happens. See what they were doing.
Man.
I'm trying to add another monitor capture to the current scene. And my computer's like, I don't wanna. I definitely think a new computer will be on the. If Trump wins, a new computer will be on the market next year, because if Biden wins, I'm gonna have to, like, you know, dump every cent I have into ammo. But assuming that the golden age is not over, there is some very nice new video cards that came out from NVIDIA and AMD this past month, and NVIDIA's series that they came out with was like really off the charts, blew me away. It was like absolutely fantastic apex of technology. It was really, really crazy. And then AMD came out like a month later, and I was like, hold my beer. And like the AMD cards are like just like a little bit better. Like they're as good and a little bit better, though I think that they're a lot more expensive. So that's maybe not a point in their favor. But the NVIDIA cards were like actually really cheap. They had their RTX line, the ray tracing line that they had from the previous generation. The new ones are as good as the old RTX cards, but they're half the price. So that's you know, you can get like this like crazy off the wall graphics card for like $500 now, whereas like something that didn't even have that much quality was like $1,300 just 2 years ago. So could be worth an upgrade.
USA Today is reporting that Trump takes Kentucky. What? How's that possible?
I think we thought that he was going to take Kentucky. Why wouldn't he take?
No, not that he couldn't. Is it already done reporting?
62% reporting. If they went through some of the big cities, it's probably that's all that's left.
Gotcha. Yep. So that's an update for that. I'll go through the breaking news right now.
Alrighty.
What's your what site are you using for the current reports?
What do you mean?
Like for showing what vote totals come in. What website are you using?
I'm on Fox right now because CNN's is down. So I'm on foxnews.com. I put the link in the DLive chat.
Thank you.
The Infidel says we ran Biden's bus out of the state. That wasn't you, was it, Infidel?
I mean,
could Devin disavow also interview?
I would not recommend you do that because it is inherently dangerous. But I mean, yeah, they're literally funding terrorism in our country. So
yeah,
fuck.
It's like it's wrong, but like it's morally correct.
it's morally correct because they actually are funding way worse than that. Like this is what they're saying is okay. So because they say it's okay to do to them. Right? They set the standard. We're just playing by those rules.
We're just trying to survive their standard is the problem.
Exactly. Now, if you'd had a pacifist, guy who was advocating, nonviolence, and then you went and did the same thing to him, like, well, you're being a douchebag now because he's like completely against those tactics. But Biden and Kamala Harris support those tactics and a lot worse.
Well, and they funded them too. Like,
yes, directly support and fund. So yeah, keep at it. Good job.
let's see here. What you got going on Twitter?
I think they're just reporting the big cities in Texas first.
Probably. You got Dave Rubin on Twitter is like, can someone please explain this to me? And it's a picture of Fox News calling Virginia for Biden at 41% and Trump at 57%. Yeah, I could be. Virginia's a few votes there. If he gets Virginia, he doesn't need Wisconsin. So it's you can trade off a few there. It's just that when if it's coming towards us, that's indicative that other close states will also come towards us. But if you're trading away states, like if you're trading away Florida, you're trading away North Carolina, that's indicative that the population at large is not into it, and that we're probably likely to lose other states too. So,
yeah.
Now I will mention that I believe Ohio has gotten not just the state average being very not just the state average like matching who wins the presidency, but also their like state averages tend to be very close to the national averages, like much more so than other states. And that's usually been the case for the last several elections. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that is that's what's been happening if I remember correctly. So I guess keep an eye on Ohio to see how the rest of the nation goes.
So here is the current Senate race results so far.
You want to zoom in a little, buddy? You're already on a small screen, and you've got it zoomed out.
Fair enough.
Stream with an amateur, guys. All right, so what do we got going on Twitter here? Oh, Twitter. Oh, wait. Oh, no. There was a bunch of foxes and wolves on Twitter, and then they all disappeared. Now looking at Mitch McConnell. He's not a fox. Though he is winning his race, so that's good. The AP has called it. That's what I should look for, is the AP. AP, what do they got? Biden, Trump scores wins, but battlegrounds are too early to call. Yeah, thanks.
So, not a whole lot reported yet. We're currently sitting 44 to 34 seats with lots of seats available.
Yeah, but those are the locked-in ones. Those ones aren't up for grabs.
Yeah, those are good. So, but I mean, as far as how many left we have to count.
No. Like those ones aren't up for election.
I know. I'm not
Okay.
saying they are. I'm definitely not saying these are for grabs. I'm saying these ones.
Okay. It's like.
But as far as the total number being mattering for the majority.
Yeah. Let's see here. Florida remains red. Trump is pulling ahead. It looks like he's going to keep Florida. They got 86% reporting. He is about 180,000 up in Florida. That's good. Let's take a
She finally made me realize.
Yeah,
Are you watching some Crowder over there?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody watching. And that's a lot
we'll
of
listen
you.
to
We really
Crowder's open
appreciate
here.
you joining us tonight. Listen, I'll be streaming tonight. Code and hashtag is Crowder Election Stream. It's Crowder Election Stream. You get $30 off if you join Mug Club at louderwithcrowder.com/Mug Club. We
Or
launched
to
it 4
give
years
Dyer
ago on election
money on
night.
Streamlabs.
We had the Vox Ed, but before that time, keep in mind, we didn't have Change My Mind. We didn't have Crowder Confronts. We didn't have The Daily Show. We didn't have Good Morning Mug Club. We didn't have Audio Wade. We didn't have Quarter Black Garrett doing what he does. We didn't have Half Asian Bill doing what he does. We didn't have Tokenawan. We didn't. Gerald was still kind of around. And we didn't have any of you, and we wouldn't have survived the Vox apocalypse. So here's to another 4 years. You get $30 off.
Thank you,
We
Emil.
we know that you have many choices tonight to watch this election live stream. We appreciate you joining us, so please use the promo code Crowder Election Stream, and we will see you after this.
Crowder originals are always a hit.
Yeah.
I do hope to get to see some tears on mainstream media tonight.
Yes, I hope so too. It's on the bingo card.
Tim's video is good, but Crowder's are always good, and he puts them out much more regularly.
Yes.
We'll watch Crowder for the first few minutes here, but this is our stream, not Crowder's stream, so if you guys want to keep watching him, that is fine with us. We understand, but we'll watch for the first few minutes, see what he's got to say, and we'll probably switch over to Tucker. I thought Tucker was on, and then we'll go back to us.
It's election night, everybody.
This one's for all the
marbles, which Joe Biden lost. Let me make sure. For some reason, I'm hearing myself a little, but I think we're good. We have so many people in studio with us today. We have my half-Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond. How are you?
Yo.
How are you, Gerald A?
I'm mad I have to share a screen with him.
We're going to be shooting, actually, Gerald Morgan later on tonight in this broadcast because we have a new sponsor, Spartan Armor, to test the bulletproof vest.
Crowder is going to be
Gerald.
shooting
That's not a
people
joke.
with a real gun
Gerald
They work. They're good.
Spartan
in a
Armor
bulletproof vest.
I just want to make sure legally it's fine.
It's fine.
No, this is not.
It's absolutely
I
fine.
think
It
that they're
doesn't matter if he
bluffing,
was
but I don't
inebriated
know.
when he signed it. Quarter Black Garrett is here. How are
Hey,
you?
what's up? Good morning.
Audio
Good night.
Wade, I don't
Ready to
like
go.
it, but hopefully you'll take some of those votes from Wayne County.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Audio Wade is here. Tokenawan is here. Reg the Bandit is here, unmasked for the first time. I'm not a fan of it. How are you?
I'm sorry. I just too much dragon energy. You know, the mask would only hold me back.
I thought that was an energy drink that was being sold by half Asians, Bill's people.
Yeah,
Delicious.
it is. Good pitch.
It could be a good fit.
Boiled bats.
I used to buy Red Bull when it was the old Chinese. It was only came from China. It was like in the brown glass bottle.
Yeah, from Thailand.
Yeah, really? Exactly. And that was not the same as Red Bull.
Not quite the same.
No.
Let's
Totally
bring up
different.
really quickly CNN and make sure that it never leaves the screen. Quarter Black Garrett, I know I mentioned that earlier. Make sure it never leaves the screen. Oh, wait, right now we need to do my my streaming first. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to bring up CNN, NBC, everything tonight. We're going to be calling states. We have guests. Who do we have as guests? We have Jorge Masvidal. Boom. We have the Daily Wire,
Daily
including
Wire
Ben
guy.
Shapiro,
Whoa.
Anthony Cumia, Dave Lando. We have Al. We have the Hodge twins. We likely, we
night.
possibly have Donald Trump Jr., depending on the victory
some
party,
secrets
where
he
he is.
Yeah.
We'll be shooting someone in a bulletproof vest.
No.
Even Brendan will be attacked by an attack dog when Wisconsin gets called tonight.
I'm
We'll
okay
be
with that.
calling all of the states. We want to be watching this with you tonight. And of course, a giant bottle of domesticated fowl.
That
Because
works.
I was told that I can't actually name the sponsor.
Right.
So
You don't want to give it free.
before the non-sponsor. Before we move on, I want to get everyone's predictions, but let me tell you something here. First off, win, lose, or draw, okay? We need to be praying for this country, praying for the president, the former vice president, because, oh my God, if Joe Biden for some reason wins, you better pray that you've been praying for that guy. That guy needs it. Has anyone actually tried to watch a full Joe Biden rally?
It hurts.
It's difficult. to
It's not really even something that can be done. You can't watch it. It's not something you can do. You cannot.
It is
follow
impossible.
He was sitting there, and the Nortons were really good, and I like the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they signed a ball. You know, honk.
My jacket.
Most people don't watch Joe Biden rallies by himself.
No.
Again, the promo code is Crowder Election Stream. That's the hashtag.
There's also
and
a hashtag.
we will be likely first in calling a lot of states, certainly as fast as anywhere else, because we do the job that the news will not do. Before we move into everything else that we have tonight, I wanted to go through something here because a lot of people thought, oh, this is bad. Biden's going to win. I even got a message from a couple of friends yesterday, which, by the way, on Election Day, of course I have other things to do.
So many
I get
things
messages from
to
like,
do.
hey, I was thinking election's coming up and I thought of you. It's like, oh, thanks for texting me for the first time in 6 years. The busiest day of the year. I've got stuff to do. Before we do this, I did want to start
We were gonna
today
be on,
in
we were gonna be
tonight's
on
broadcast in the
Friday
Pledge of
night,
Allegiance. I
actually,
know it may not
but,
necessarily be cool.
we told them that we had to
Use that flag
decline,
behind Red
we'd love
Bandit
to
because
use
it's the
you
best
guys,
one.
so.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And
Our audience was
three,
frankly too
two.
important
People
to
looking at my junk. Okay, maybe we go to a long shot here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You know the thing? Okay.
The thing.
Under God is still in there. Who
Please
knew?
be with our country. Okay. I want to tell you why I think that Donald Trump can win tonight, and why I think that you can put the lighting back to normal there, Quarter Black Garrett. Don't want to.
I wanted to blind you. I was trying
Yeah,
to
let's stop
blind
that.
Go for that.
Dang it.
You guys, all of you have to bet. Do you think Donald Trump wins before we go into our maps?
Yes.
You do? Mm-hmm. Reg, the bandit?
Yes.
Sorry, what?
He's too deep.
He's monitoring all the results.
He's
Yeah.
monitoring
I do
the
think Donald
results.
Trump wins, but I'm not
Yeah,
like
yeah,
one of
yeah,
these
yeah.
one of these sort of right winger, just Trump cheerleaders. Let me explain to you my case here, okay? It is amazing to me, and we'll go to CNN in a second, how they are all ignoring early voting that we already have. They're going by polls, which it's tough to gauge the accuracy, right? Yeah. And based on, I told Audio Wade this, I told Reg the Bandit this, who couldn't be bothered to even listen to me right now.
He's not.
But
It's too deep.
I told
I'm
him this,
telling you.
and I told McBrody this, and everyone who thought that Biden was going to win after I made this case, they said, okay, I feel a little bit better about it.
Yeah. Okay, please. I haven't
Because
heard
I'm
it yet.
using
You
some
haven't told me.
actual data. Okay, so let's bring up my screen here for the first time. We usually don't use my screen. This is the map just from 270 to win. This is the way they said it. They finally gave Texas to Trump recently, but up until yesterday, this is the map that they actually have.
wow.
Okay, so let me tell you why I think Donald Trump can win. And one other important thing, people act as though Donald Trump
Stunning
needs to
and
run the
brave
whole board.
thing to say
They
that,
act as though
Trump's
Donald
gonna
Trump
get
needs to
Texas.
have this inside straight in the Midwest. I will tell you this, if Donald Trump just maintains in the states where he had strong leads last go around, none of the states in the Midwest, but states like Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, and Arizona, guess what? He only needs one from the Midwest. If that map happens, which is the most likely scenario, Joe Biden needs all of them, meaning Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. A lot of people do not know this. So let me show you why I'm pretty confident in these votes. So right off the bat, Texas, of course. People trying to say Texas is a swing state. How about you go fornicate yourself? All right. Now, I feel really confident in Florida and Ohio that these are not swing states at all. If you look at the polling, and of course, Florida, many places are basically already calling it for. This is before, just now.
Yeah,
but if
yeah.
you look at the numbers,
Right,
the numbers used on CNN, the name words used on CNN were ugly numbers from Miami-Dade.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Oh, it
in
hurts them?
Miami-Dade? Because that's kind of what you got in Florida, Biden. So Ohio and Florida, not really swing states. Now, let me explain to you a couple of reasons why here. This is important in looking at the early voting. This shows you from Vox, so I'm not using a conservative source. This isn't coming from Alex Jones, so he'll be on the show later. I appreciate his input, but he's not my source on the Electoral College.
Of course.
Of the early voting, at this point, Vox had 63 million. Sorry, you're correct. You are correct, sir. By the way, correction, I said Charlottesville, North Carolina in that last video, and I wanted to stab myself in the face. I know it's Virginia. There's Charlotte, North Carolina, and there's Asheville in Carolina, and I mixed it up. Apologies. There you go. You fact-checked me. I fact-checked myself. I swallowed some turpentine. Turns out you have to swallow a lot of, not turpentine, strychnine to end yourself.
Oh my gosh.
Turns out it takes more.
You just get the runs if you don't.
I just forgot who I was for a little bit, but I don't have any more. I don't have any more tapeworms. So
That's a positive.
this
Cleared
was
right out.
63 million, 35. We're mailing 35 million in person.
Yeah.
Okay, for the early voting. Now, let me ask you this before we move on. It has been widely sort of touted by every expert from the left and the right that we can expect a massive surge today for Trump voters.
Yeah.
Right, compared
Big
to
time.
early voting. Let me ask you this anecdotally. Anyone know any Republicans out there, conservatives, who mailed in their ballot, short of people who were actually traveling for business? I don't. I know plenty of liberals who are because of the COVID. I might, because if I don't, I might. Which, by the way, I'm actually sick today. I don't
Then
know if you
you're
can
done.
tell.
Oh, man.
I have my
You have the
sinus and
COVID?
my throat and maybe a sinus, but I don't actually have the COVID.
Oh, that's
You-
good.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was tested.
I was hoping for it so we can get it
Well, I was
over
hoping
with.
I would have COVID so I'd get over it faster.
Right.
Well, there you
That's
go.
all.
Turns out it's an actual flu.
Something actually dangerous, huh?
So we have this, okay, and we also have the numbers, the percentages of what are coming in from early voting. Okay, now why am I confident in Florida? Well, first off, it doesn't so much matter with Florida because we already pretty much know that Florida is going to Donald Trump. But let me show you some early voting numbers. This comes from Target Early, okay, and it's been pretty accurate because I've actually confirmed the swing states with any local publications that I could. Doesn't mean it's entirely granular, but I trust it. Okay, Florida, we're going to use the modeled party, right? You can go by state and modeled party. This should show you how votes have come in. So in 2016, Florida, look at, sorry.
Whoa.
Let me fix this a
zoomed.
little bit. All right, here we go. In Florida in 2016, right? Democrat 48% and Republicans, son of a bitch. Hold on a second, let me zoom in a little bit.
Dodgy.
Why is this happening? Oh, thanks, Steve Jobs.
There you go.
I blame Tim Cook. Anyway, okay, you see 48% registered Democrats,
Yeah.
43% registered Republicans, and you had 7.6% unaffiliated. In 2020, this is about 7.1% unaffiliated, relatively unchanged. But in early voting, going into Florida, Republicans had a 0.5% lead. That's within the margin of error. Now, what have we seen in Florida with the voting day of? 2.5 to 1 Republicans to Democrats.
Wow.
So that little lead that they had, we watched absolutely evaporate. And again, the words that I saw on CNN were, well, the words I saw from somewhere. noose. But I also saw people saying that it was going to be ugly. Really, you guys can wake up here. It's fun. It's going to be a
No, I thought it was funny.
Crying out loud. Bill's acting like you're Bill, if you act like you're at a deposition, I'm going to grab a screwdriver and pour this down your throat.
I'm
You
ready.
would love that.
I'm ready.
So
That's
right
what I
there
want.
with Florida, you can look at this and you can
That's
go,
huge.
okay. On average, Democrats were saying they needed anywhere from an 8 to 15 point lead in early voting to make sure that they make up for the actual. What is going on there, Quarter Black Garrett? Stop distracting
worry
me.
about it.
They keep. Do you see this going? You see what's going on?
I do.
Audio, Wade?
I do.
I'm trying
talking
to
to
give
him.
my case here as to why you don't need to swallow a knife. Doesn't mean that Donald Trump is going to win, but I am amazed that no one is talking about this. If you ask me, I think he's gonna fucking win. Let me tell you why. Florida, boom, confident. Let's fill that shit in. Okay, Florida, filled in. Ohio, I filled in. I feel really confident about Ohio, and I'll listen. If I go to early voting in Ohio, it's not even close. It's actually kind of surprising. It should be demoralizing. I don't even know why they consider it a swing state. You look at Ohio. 47% Democrat, 39% Republican in 2016. But Donald Trump won Ohio by what, 8 points in 2016? So that should also tell you that at least 10, 15, 20% of Democrats and unaffiliated went for Trump because Trump won Ohio with only 39 to 47% of Republican vote. In this go around, Republicans already had 6%. Do you think they're more likely to increase that gap in same-day voting or less likely? Again, these are statistics. I'm getting granular. Let's use the logic here. One party told everyone, oh my God, virus, you need to vote by mail.
Yeah.
And one party told everyone, hey, if you want your vote to count, vote in person. It's very clear that Republicans are going to be voting in person more, and we're seeing that across the country right now. No one denies it. So when you have a lead of 6 points, which really could be a lead of 15 points, again, because Donald Trump won Ohio when it was still a spread for Democrats. That's not even close. Now, let's go to Georgia. So I'm confident in this map right now, okay? Oh, and Iowa.
So are we seeing this is what you're seeing from the granular data? Is that stuff where we're having a silent, the silent or the shy Trump voter, as Trafalgar would put it, or are we seeing just a lot of folks who said on the polls, hey, or they're out there protesting and saying, I'm definitely going to make a change, I'm going to vote for Biden, and then they're just not showing up at the polls?
What I think is really peculiar? Oh, perfect example that you asked that. Here, Iowa, let's go to my map really quickly. Iowa, Go screw yourself. Of course Iowa's going Trump. Iowa's a perfect example. They had Biden ahead in Iowa, even by like 4, by 2, by 1. I think the most I ever saw was Trump plus 2. Des Moines Register is the gold standard of polls. Here's why. It's different from other state polls. They get it right because Des Moines Register is a paper, which, by the way, endorsed Biden. They also have a caucus in Iowa. They have a pretty solid ground game, political foundation in Iowa. They called it, I think, last year. Reg, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. I think they called it plus 7 for Trump or plus 8. He won it by 9 points. Iowa from Des Moines Register, the most recent, most accurate poll has Donald Trump plus 7. But they have it as a swing state and 270 to win.
Well, they have to keep
and
it like
something else. We've seen this. We saw it last go, and we see it this election. How do you have Biden 10, 12, 14 points ahead last week, and then going up to election day, statistical tie? Are we supposed to believe that in 1 week, 14% of Americans said, I was wrong about that demented old circus monkey who sniffs kids all this time.
I mean,
boy, would I have been red in the face.
You've got to look at the qualitative analysis, though. If you've ever been to Iowa, they are some of the nicest people. They tend to be the most generous and donate large amounts to mental health services. It's no surprise that they wouldn't support the lead brand for mental health services, that is Joe Biden. I mean, he is bringing
No, he's a commercial for more mental health services.
I know. It's really great. It's really great how his family, shoves their fist up his ass and makes.
Okay, all right.
Well, so I have to tell you, the reason I was distracted is because right as you were giving us this intro, Decision Desk HQ called Florida for Trump. And I was like, so I was thinking,
think about this for a second. That's called early. That means a dominating win. And I haven't even gotten to that part. I was going to say, if Florida and Ohio are dominating wins and you see Georgia, North Carolina go Trump, And any Midwestern state leading Trump, you can call it. So that is a very dominating. How much of the vote is it in Florida? 80%?
It's over 90, I think.
Over 90.
It's over 90.
And I also have to say, speaking of winning, we're over 300,000 viewers live.
Wow, that's pretty insane.
That is.
Don't you people
Hey,
have
that's
better
us.
things to do?
Yeah.
From
Says a lot about that.
Crowder election stream. Okay, let me give you more analysis here. So Iowa. Again, people say, are they using polls to try and manipulate
Trump's
public
up
opinion? They had
250,000
Iowa as a
in the
toss-up.
quarter
That should
right
tell you.
now.
How are they this
88%
wrong? By the way, if it's record vote turnout and Donald Trump wins, fire all pollsters tomorrow. Tomorrow, you need not return. We'll ship your items to you.
No, Stephen, they got better.
We will send them to you in a cardboard box, preferably under a bridge. Okay, let me finish. Let me finish this, and then I want everyone to come in. Okay, so now let's look at Georgia. Okay, do I think that Georgia's going to go Trump? This is the map, again, that I'm really pretty confident about. We're starting Donald Trump off with 260. Oh, again, this map, I should remind you guys, for some reason they fill in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania for Joe Biden.
wow.
So I'm just going to put these as toss-ups right now. So
I heard Minnesota might actually
let's
be
go
in
to
play. I think
Georgia.
it's
One that they've been
blue,
saying,
but
oh,
it might
Georgia's
be
a
in play.
toss-up. Okay, let's look at Georgia. All right. Georgia is one of those actually where if you look at 2016, there was a Republican
I'm saying
advantage
this
in
is
Georgia.
going
Donald Trump won Georgia by a significant margin, 52 to 42.
That'd be an
Not many
upset.
unaffiliated in Georgia. Still,
It'd be an upset,
early
but I think
voting,
it's gonna
we
happen.
expect early voting to favor Democrats anywhere from we're talking about points, but let's say 5%. Let's say 5% minimum is what you can expect to be chipped away on same-day election, and especially from what we're seeing in Florida. It's
Ohio's
still already
breaking
a
hard
7-point
for
lead
Trump
for
right
Republicans
now.
in early voting
Oh, wait, that's
in
Tennessee.
Georgia. Now, keep in mind, in Georgia, too, that is with 93% of the vote from 2016 already counted. So 93% of all votes in 2016. Now, that could end up being a total number of 112% of the votes from 2016.
Sure.
Right? Because there could be more people who vote. But the point is, Republicans have a significant lead, and they're ahead. So, Georgia, I'm sorry, I haven't seen in the recent polls, obviously have a closing. Okay. Georgia, pretty damn confident that goes to Trump. Again, I'm not entirely confident. Confident in Florida, which I said, that's already been called, and Ohio and Iowa. Those are the swing states that I said they're not swing states. Okay. Now let's go to North Carolina. Everyone's saying, oh, North Carolina's in play right now. I feel like I've heard that before, asshole. So, North Carolina. Let's go to North Carolina. What do we see in 2016? We actually saw 10% spread here, right? 10%. I don't know if everyone can see this. This is big enough?
Yeah,
for
we
everyone to
see it. Yeah.
52% Democrat in the model party to 42% Republican, but Donald Trump carried North Carolina. What do we have right now? A 1-point spread. So if you actually look at this number from 2016, that would mean that at least 10%, unless all unaffiliated, but there aren't a lot of unaffiliated voters, right, in Georgia. It still wouldn't be enough. You would have to estimate that in Georgia, anywhere from 10 to 20% of Democrats peeled off and voted Republican. Do we remember, did Donald Trump win North Carolina by 2%? Did he win it by 3%? He won it, but it wasn't like Michigan, 0.7%. But again, right now in early voting, just early voting, they're down 1 point. Feel pretty damn confident that North Carolina is going to be going to Donald Trump. So now we go, okay, North Carolina goes to Donald Trump. Let's just assume this. Arizona is one. That's very interesting because I will tell you this. I'm not a defeatist. We'll talk with Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire very soon.
What's the implication?
And I love Ben Shapiro, but Arizona had me scared.
Sure.
Because of all the como dice?
Como se
It
dice.
is on that.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It's como se dice.
Is it como se dice?
Como se dice.
Donde,
I pronounce it guacamole.
donde está out? So Arizona had me concerned until I realized, oh, wait a second, for the same reason Miami-Dade, Hispanics aren't all a bunch of illegal It's not an illegal monolith. There are a lot of Hispanics who like Donald Trump, including people who watch Telemundo, including Cubans.
I know a
including,
lot of Hispanics that are voting for
so,
Trump.
Arizona, if anything,
And there's
I
a
think
whole
might be
movement
more
behind
acceptable
that.
last go round. Here's what's interesting about Arizona. It's one of the few states where we have both registered voters, where they give you the party actual registration, as opposed to just a modeled number, which is a pretty good estimate. It's not just based on polls, but let me show you in Arizona, just so you have a good idea. Let's go.
You got
Was that Arkansas?
Yeah.
Sorry.
AZ, baby.
AZ. I apologize.
It's okay.
Baby?
It was right next to it.
Arkansas was just called for Trump.
Oh, Arkansas.
Oh,
Call
there
for
you go.
Donald Trump.
Did
There
you
we
think
go.
anything else? You should hit
There's some flipper
Go click on the
kids
other one.
drinking some Courvoisier.
And the New York Times has Georgia at 82% chance to go for Trump.
Wow.
And North Carolina, 69%.
Well, hold on a second,
chance.
because we have actually Donald Trump here to call these states, but let me get through this, and then we're going to have to go. All right, so this is registered voters in Arizona. 33% Democrat, 39% Republican, not modeled party, registered voters that we saw in 2016. Right now, 37-37, an even split. That's just early voting. None of this is counting today voting. This is target early, so none of this is counting today's voting. Again, keep in mind, Donald Trump won Arizona when there was a 5-point deficit to Democrats. And I show you this because this is registered voters, and I want to show you so you can see the modeled party. The numbers are overall higher, but the ratios remain the same. See, 42-48. Only here, we have a 1-point lead for Donald Trump in Arizona. So either way, you would somehow have to believe that in Arizona, outside of early voting, Democrats today are going to come out in a 2-to-1 ratio to beat Donald Trump, which we are not seeing. And again, with Arizona, that's 92% of the total vote coming in from 2016. So we give that to Trump. Okay, so all of these I'm pretty damn confident in. People say Donald Trump needs to win the whole Midwest. Are you out of your tree, sir? And probably smoking crack. Here's the deal. Pennsylvania rife with voter fraud, so it probably won't be called tonight. But, Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania. He wins. Let's take away Pennsylvania. Donald Trump wins Michigan. He wins.
That's what I was saying. Either Michigan or Pennsylvania.
If he doesn't win Michigan, then he can win a combination of Wisconsin, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Maine 2nd District, Wisconsin.
He's going to win
and
Michigan as
New Hampshire.
well.
Then it becomes a little bit more tough.
You
But
think?
this is why it's interesting. Let's look at
Yeah,
Michigan.
so it was a pretty tight. He won by 0.3%
Let's
last
look at
time.
Michigan, and then we're going to have to actually.
What
win
is he
Donald Trump
on?
here to call
What
Florida for this.
website are you on?
Michigan modeled party.
Oh, I'm just looking
There
at
was a
the
deficit of about 3 points.
New York
in
Times.
2016.
I'll link it to you.
Democrats. Donald Trump won it by 0.3.
If anybody knows
Right
what
now,
site
early
Crowder's
voting
using,
only,
let us know.
there's a deficit of only 4% in Michigan. Again, we expect that to close. So what does that mean? A deficit? I will not.
I got
be
a couple
surprised
stories
if
that we
Donald
can talk
Trump
about
wins
after,
Michigan. I won't be
Crowder.
surprised if Donald Trump wins
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
as soon as he
I won't be
gets
surprised
through
if
the
Donald Trump wins
segment,
Wisconsin.
we'll
I would be
switch off.
surprised
I
if
just wanna see what
Minnesota,
his take
Pennsylvania,
was.
the AG in Pennsylvania said
Take a
in no
take.
circumstances will he allow Donald Trump to win. So that is, yeah, he said that. It's almost as though that almost sounds treasonous.
Yeah.
Is that in his job description?
I appreciate the honesty.
His
Guys, they
lies.
lay behind the log. At least you got a criminal. He stabs you in the front.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Before I fill this out, really quickly, we actually have now live, Hunter Biden is having his very own viewing party, and we have exclusive access. Let's go. Hunter Biden's live election party.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Oh my God.
I hope you found what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Also, I hope you find that non-fade there, Quarterback Garrett.
Looking for
There's a
love.
lot of gymnastics. I'm doing it. I got-
So
I know.
can I say?
But one thing, let me finish this one thing, and then we're going to call this
Shut up, Bill.
Florida. One thing here, because now we're done. And by the way, that's with Michigan. Michigan is only, keep in mind, Michigan is only 58% of the vote. So it's a 4-point spread. Donald Trump lost it with a 4-point spread last time. And it has a significantly higher portion of the vote remaining than these other states that have been mentioned.
So it's pretty close.
Here's what bothers me most. Is they've been saying Donald Trump needs to run the table. You know what I mean? Kind of like an Inside Straight where someone, is that an Inside Straight? Is that a poker thing? Or a flush? What is it? Inside Straight?
Yeah.
Full House?
Drawing
I don't
to
know.
an Inside
I
Straight.
know that when I
That's
watch
the
it on
deal.
sitcoms, someone goes, Full House, and they go for the thing, the person goes, and then they throw down the cards, and then they do this.
Yeah.
That's what I know. I think Trump might do this. Go, So let's take this scenario. Donald Trump already has won Florida, Texas, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Iowa, which is not outside the realm of possibility.
No.
All right. They're saying Donald Trump needs to run the board. If he wins Michigan or Pennsylvania, he wins. Okay. How does it look for Biden? Let's give Biden Minnesota, which he's guaranteed to win. Well, he doesn't win enough with that. Let's give Biden Wisconsin. Well, that's not enough. Let's give Biden Michigan. That's not enough. Biden needs to win all of the blue wall. So what do you think is more likely, that Donald Trump wins either Michigan or Pennsylvania, or a combination of Wisconsin and another state, or that Biden wins Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania? He has to run the frickin' board, people. I don't know why everyone else is acting as though Donald Trump only has one path. Biden only has one path. And by the way, even if we were to take Arizona out of the equation, Biden still really only has one path. One other thing that we need to take note of tonight, if the Maine 2nd Congressional District does go to Donald Trump, it's unlikely that surprisingly has a huge effect on tonight because it reduces the likelihood of a tie. If we see that in Maine's 2nd congressional district is called for Donald Trump, that, even though it's one vote, drastically increases Donald Trump's chances because he doesn't need to win 2 states in a combination. He could win one of the Midwestern states. So this is me being nerdy. This is me giving you my analysis, but I'm just trying to tell you, I don't know why the media wasn't talking about this. I've been following early voting all along, and this is assuming that all of these are correct, that we're not seeing a significant amount of Democrats go Republican. When you look at the polls that we had, and they asked Democrats, how likely are you to support your candidate? It was in the 70-something% with Joe Biden. It was in the 80 to 90-something% with Donald Trump. So here's my question to you. With these, is it more likely that Trump wins either Michigan or Pennsylvania, or that Biden wins Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania? And then let me ask you, is it more likely that a Rust Belt Democrat, someone in any of the aforementioned states, votes for Trump, or is it more likely that a Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin Republican votes for Biden? That is the important question to ask yourself, especially when you look at states where they have seen direct fracking, obviously, is a big one. The automotive industry, taxes that have been lowered for middle class farmers who are happy because of trade deals. I think, based on all statistics that we have available to us, it is far more likely for Democrats, to become Trump voters, and we've seen this before, than any Republicans to become Biden voters. So they already did. I want to confirm they did call Florida. Now you can stop mirroring here my iPad, and we can bring back up CNN. They did call Florida.
Yeah, so Decision Desk HQ called Florida. AP hasn't called it yet, but it's New York Times has over 90% reporting and over 95% chance that
all right.
it's Trump.
So we actually can call Florida, and so this is time for you guys. We have President Trump here. Florida, thank you. We love you. Thank you for the electoral healing. It's Trump. It's Trump. It's Trump.
Alrighty. Well, that was a good analysis, good breakdown, good reason why it seems likely that Trump will win. I think we all feel it in our bones. It's just that there's not a lot of numbers that back that up, other than just that feeling. But that tends to be the state of affairs for almost all topics. Is that the right? The left has a lot of institutions that make up numbers that support their positions. The right doesn't have quite as many institutional numbers, though we do have numbers on certain things like crime statistics, police interaction statistics, demographics and crime and illegal immigration and all that kind of stuff. We do have those numbers. It's just they're not coming from the in COVID deaths, things like that. Those numbers just don't come from such astute institutions as the New York Times and the Harvard University graduates. They don't come from places like those. But we usually have a pretty good gut feel. Because we're actually out there in reality. The numbers that we do have, there's logic behind why those numbers exist. Whereas the left, again, they've got the institutions. So they've got these big institutions that have supposed credibility that they're putting out numbers with. But they don't have any logic or reason to them. They don't necessarily match with the reality that the rest of us see. And so, again, you can apply that to a lot of other topics besides the election, where the left has the numbers for global warming, but if the right has, NOAA's got a report that they fudged all of the temperature data between like 1970 and 1995. And half of their weather stations used to be in fields and are now in the middle of Walmart parking lots. We've got numbers like that. The left has numbers that green energy is cheaper than fossil fuels, but we have the numbers that green energy is subsidized like 100 times to 1 compared to fossil fuels, and it's just soaking up taxpayer dollars and giving it to companies like Solyndra. We got the numbers on police interactions. The left would there's actually been polls on this. The left has gotten over the summer people to believe that dozens, hundreds, maybe thousands of unarmed black men have been executed on the streets by police, when we know
it's zero. Maybe 9 were unarmed, but zero
nine unarmed, and we don't have a lot of good evidence of bad police shootings. Now there is evidence of police shootings, and we've gone over quite a few, and there's a a lot of
just
bad shootings for white people.
Them being people carrying knives going after police officers, or being a rapist who had the police called on him, or being the girlfriend of and also a drug dealer, girlfriend of a drug dealer and being a drug dealer, Breonna Taylor. We have evidence that the shootings were justified.
Yeah. So again, being on the right, you inherently are unable to rely on the quote unquote institutions, because the institutions are purposefully misrepresenting
lying.
Lying. And they're doing it to back up the other side. So for you to be correct on the right, and I do believe that we are, and if we're not, I guess we're all suffering from the same mass psychosis, a different one than you normally suffer from, Dyer. But it is again, my point being that there's many topics that having a gut feel and having your own take on the numbers on the right is the correct way of looking at reality, and it is accurate. And it's probably the same thing with the election. I don't have a lot of numbers that prove that I think Trump's going to win. I think Crowder just did the best job you could possibly do of wringing out the numbers that we do have. And then just based off a gut feel, I think we all have a gut feel that, Texas going blue is absurd. The idea that a bunch of Hispanic refugees in Florida are going to vote for Joe Biden, which Trump is up 3% right now. He's up by almost 300,000 votes. There's just about 10,000 shy of 300,000. That America really wants all these big cities that they're going to vote. These big cities that they're boarding up all of their businesses right now because of the 170 days of leftist violence and riots and destruction, that they're going to vote for, that these supposedly blue cities are going to vote for the people that they're terrified of. The gut feel just doesn't work. But beyond the gut feel and beyond creative analysis of the numbers, there is no institutions. There is no big, again, quote unquote, trusted institutions that are backing up what we say. And that's just it's the burden of being on the right. The left, one of the reasons why the left has all these institutions that tell them these things is because they don't think through stuff themselves, and they need to have those central points where the NPCs can go get their updates. They don't think through their thoughts. They don't think through their analysis. They just get the parroted talking points from the New York Times or the Harvard study or this EPA study, where the EPA study was written by a bunch of EPA shills that work at the EPA and get paid by the EPA. And if they wrote a report that said, hey, actually the environment's not doing that bad and maybe we don't need to do the EPA as much, they would lose their job. So it's a little suspect on their motives. But again, that's just that's the burden of being on the right. So I think that given what Crowder just went through, I think given that gut feel and all those other things, I think Trump's got the win tonight. But okay, so you never know.
We talked about Minnesota earlier, and you said it'd be a big upset. So Minnesota won by Hillary in 2016, 46.4% to Trump's 44.9%. Not a big difference, right? However, Trump targeted states like Minnesota when he did the trade deal with Canada and Mexico, right? So one of Minnesota's biggest industries is agriculture, but more specifically the dairy industry. And Canada, because of the trade deals we had before, they were undercutting our dairy industry by a lot. They were costing the farmers in Minnesota that actually does business with Canada a lot of money. It was forcing them out of the market. By doing that new trade deal, the farmers in Minnesota gained access to many millions more of the industry, right? Access economically. So Trump has done something that was specifically good for Minnesota, and Trump only barely lost Minnesota last time when they didn't know he was a unknown actor, right? And after all the last 4 years, he's done a lot of good. And despite what they say about him, he hasn't hurt Minnesota. I think he has a much better chance of making up that 1.5% difference in the vote.
Yeah, and some of the numbers Crowder is going through that bolster that confidence a bit is the spread of registered voters last time to registered voters this time. Whereas you can see, Trump did what he did in some of these states with, not as much of an advantage in registered voters, but he still won. And then now the registered voters are all tightened up. And I don't remember what he went through with Minnesota, but he looks like he was.
Oh, no, the same deal in Minnesota. They've had a surge in Republican registrations, as well as the early voting shows a big sway toward Republicans.
Yeah. So I guess we'll see. Minnesota polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern. It is 8:54 Eastern right now. So any moment we'll start getting results rolling in. Florida is Trump is gaining. He's pulling away like a freight train. He's got
like Melania's hand.
Yep. The Pope. He's got a 3% lead right now with let's see here, 90% reporting, which I think the remaining 90% would all have to go Biden basically to get that filled in. Yeah, you got Trump actually did a pretty good showing in Miami-Dade where he was supposed to lose that pretty handily, and he is losing, but he's not by a whole lot. Let's see here. Yeah, he's up pretty high in Palm Beach. I think some of these districts that he was supposed to Biden was really supposed to run away with, he just didn't. Let's see here. Texas has 55% reporting, and they're starting to tighten up a little bit. Biden's still in the lead, but that's probably for maybe early voting or just getting the big cities in there. Let's see here. They have Starr with 2 R's County. What the hell's Starr County? That one's got a lot for Biden in there. Let's see here.
So The Economist had Biden winning. Sorry, yeah, The Economist had Biden winning by Florida by 80% chance.
No,
they're predicting a popular vote of him getting 56% of the popular vote.
Let's see here. New York Times got. Let's see here. I believe they got Florida basically called for. Yeah, they've got Florida at 95% plus.
So what percentage is Trump right now?
What do you mean?
How many people have voted for Trump by percentage?
Out of the whole country or in Florida?
Oh, I meant for Florida, yeah.
Oh, for Florida, Trump is at 50.9% against Joe Biden, 48.2%.
The polls were a little off.
What's that? Oh, it just updated again. Trump's at 51.1, Joe Biden at 48. So Trump's pulling away there. We got North Carolina. We got the New York Times is saying it is leaning Trump. Trump is up 1.2 according to the New York Times. Fox is either a little behind or a little bit ahead because they've got Trump down by almost 5 points here. So I guess that's one of the things that we see in the modern age is that we'll have various outlets will have different counts. And that might even just be the precincts calling in different media agencies at different times too. So that we'll start to see that tighten up, though. New York Times calling it that seems to be probably pretty good, and they're not necessarily calling it yet, but they're saying leaning. So that could be good signs. We'll see if Fox updates theirs. North Carolina is one that I said he definitely needed. So. The way Crowder's map just was that he also needed North Carolina. So now if Crowder's map ends up running out pretty well, and Trump gets to sweep up the top the North Midwest, then you could have an electoral landslide where Trump's getting pretty handily, more than 100 differential between the electoral votes there. So that could be what we need to really throw it over the edge. There's always the possibility that Trump does kind of cinch the popular vote. Again, we'd all love to see that. It's just we don't want to get our hopes up too much there. I would need him to win. The game is win the Electoral College. The game is not win the popular vote. It's just nice to also win the popular vote. It's showmanship.
Yes. So a couple of stories. Just as on the topic of presidential elections, 2 presidential candidates were detained as they filed to run in Uganda. Thankfully, we live in a country where when you try to run for president, what?
Zoom in.
And enhance?
I know it's big on your screen. It's not big on our screen. There you go. You only have a little teeny tiny section of the screen there.
2 presidential candidates detained as they filed a run in Uganda. I'm glad we live in a country where just trying to run against the incumbent president doesn't get you arrested.
Do you mean Trump in 2016?
Oh shit!
Oh damn!
Oh damn! We're moving towards Uganda.
Oof!
Big oof. Big oof. All right. Also, I just want to remind you that CNN contributor Richard Spencer.
Mommy wants money.
Mommy wants money? Yeah, me too, kiddo.
And we all now know about Dia's relationship with his wife. It is painless.
I'll grab my wallet.
Alrighty, guys. It is 9 p.m. Eastern. That means the next round of polls will be closing. We should start seeing more results rolling in. Florida's got 90% reporting. They're continuing to have a Trump lead. Let's see. We got Georgia. Trump's leading. They got 33% reporting. South Carolina still ahead. North Carolina might be getting close here. We'll see here. Okay, a whole bunch of new stuff just loaded in. Okay, so we got Nebraska. Let's see here. Okay, new states loaded in, but they aren't actually reporting anything yet. Let's see here. North Dakota. All right, North Dakota is really irrelevant. You know, it's not even South Dakota. It's like Minnesota, but it's a Dakota.
It's gross.
They like purposely make those rhyme.
I don't know. So
what is a Minnesota?
CNN contributor Richard Spencer is voting Biden.
Ooh. That's exciting.
He says, "To hell with libertarian ideology. He's going to vote for the real racists." He's voting Biden and Kamala.
Let's see here.
They're already calling North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming?
Yep.
No.
Okay, so Infidel is asking about the giant meteor. So CNET says, it looks like that Election Day asteroid didn't smack us after all. Chances were slim that 2018 VP1 would turn into a shooting star. Let's see here. Oreo stashes cookies in an asteroid's doomsday vault for nothing. There's been much ado about the tiny asteroid 2018 VP1 and how its path was going to bring it super close to Earth on November 2nd, the day before the continuous U.S. election. Contentious. There we go. That timing earned it the not quite so accurate nickname Election Day Asteroid. It appears the asteroid didn't hang around long enough to leave a mark on the night sky. According to the current data and observations, it passed by and went on its merry way. Planetary astronomer Michael Bush dropped an update on Twitter Monday. Quote, there was apparently nothing on the infrasound and atmospheric flash monitors today. 2018 VP1 has expectedly flown past Earth. Motherfucker!
Damn it. I voted for the asteroid.
I did vote for the asteroid. I wrote the asteroid in.
Man, I mean...
Dire for dog catcher, asteroid for everything else.
I mean, it seemed like the only fitting end to 2020 would be for asteroid to hit and end all of humanity. But I guess next time. We'll try again next year.
Do it again. So, let's see here. So, apparently, Nabisco stashed Oreo cookies inside of a doomsday vault to try to preserve them for the civilization that would come after.
After Trump, or
yeah, after the asteroid. They put it in the fucking. I think this is the seed vault. It's like there's like an international seed
update.
vault. Huh?
We just got another 3 seats for the Republicans declared.
Yay! Well, are they declared or are they projected?
Let's go scroll down real quick.
Let's read these before we start calling them out, buddy.
Percent remaining.
Alrighty.
I think this is the projection. One's called. I'm sorry. But 3 more are projected.
Yeah, Real Clear Politics has Trump at a 50.5% chance of winning the presidency.
Ooh, above 50%.
Oh boy. Yeah, didn't you say it was below 50 earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so
yeah,
it's climbing.
It was at 49 point something last time.
Oh, it's updating. It's 50.5 now, which I think I said that before.
You just said that. Yep. We've gone up a percentage.
All right. North Carolina is a little close. We'll again, this is expected that it'll be blue and then it'll turn red, though I would like to see it a little redder with 77% reporting. We'll see. Let's see here. Looks like they got some pretty heavy blue districts reporting. Let's see here.
So you see this story about the polling places in Philadelphia having advertisements for the Democrats?
Yeah, I'll see if I can pull that up here because
I got it pulled up right here.
All right.
You want me to zoom in and enhance?
Yes, sir.
I don't know how I could do that with a Twitter.
Just right-click on the image and do Open Image in New Tab. And then go to the new tab. And now you can zoom in on it. You can use your scroll wheel, you know.
Could, but I don't wanna. So you can see they're clearly got a sign here at the polling station that says that they should vote Philly first, and then say Biden, Harris, Shapiro, Ahmed,
Ninja
Torsella.
Ahmed.
Yeah, what a name. And Boyle. Obviously, it's the Democrat ticket, except for one guy who might be Republican.
Yeah, and Josh Shapiro is the current Attorney General of Pennsylvania, and last night he said that there was no way that Trump would win Pennsylvania, and the Attorney General in Pennsylvania is responsible for election disputes. So you have the guy who is responsible for being as nonpartisan as possible, stating outright that he doesn't think that the opposite party is going to be winning in Pennsylvania. He's very confident. So, that's a little concerning. A lot of people, including me, think that he should recuse himself from all election decisions. But,
He also is the guy who has been responsible for letting writers go free from any kind of prosecution recently. So I think that people in Philadelphia should be really focusing on getting rid of him because he does not have the citizens of Philadelphia in mind.
Definitely not. No, yeah, Shadow Wolf, it is absolutely super illegal to do that. And Dyer is only showing you one of at least 10 different locations. There was somebody this morning who was driving all around. This is in the Philadelphia area. And basically all the polling locations had this sign up.
They said every station they went to had it. It was
which is that's really kind of scary because in theory the poll stations are supposed to be having representatives from both parties there. And so this is pretty obvious that all of the polling locations in Philly were staffed by people who were perfectly fine with doing something that's obviously illegal at the polling station and favors one party over the other. So,
and this is why being a poll watcher is important, because I imagine if there was a poll watcher for for a Republican Party or Trump there, they could just taken it down. It would be completely legal.
Yes.
Because you'd be stopping a crime from happening. So who else you got on your little screens over there? You got Cenk Uygur.
Yeah, we got
crying
Cenk
yet?
over there. He's still he's sweaty as fucking hell.
Kind of hard to tell between sweat and crying.
Yeah, let's see if he's got any stupid shit to say.
I mean, I'm not sure I disagree with that, especially with North Carolina
God,
coming
get a
in
towel,
as it has.
Christ.
That's starting to be a real
Just
number.
feel damp
so
just watching him.
don't brace for impact, but you do have to buckle up. Okay, now let's go to our guest. Joining us now is Julie Oliver. She is running in Texas, and not only as a Democrat, but as a progressive. And a very strong progressive.
So you're extra
Julie,
terrible.
how's the election going?
All right. Thank you, Cenk. Let's see what's get let's see what Fox got. I'm biased to Fox News.
In trouble, and we kind of knew that Colorado's trended blue for some time now. But listen to this number: in the state of Colorado, men versus women in the vote. Biden won the men vote 49-47, but listen to this number with women: 61-36. Biden over Trump. Now it's pretty hard for an incumbent Republican running with a guy at the top of the ticket who gets crushed that badly by the majority gender in our country to win re-election, and he didn't.
So who else has a question for Bill Hemmer at the board? It's Ask
My
Bill.
son Peter does, but he's not here.
Peter's not here.
Peter's not here.
He doesn't get to play.
Listen,
Juan, what about it?
Peter can text me too, by the way.
Okay, I'll do that.
I'll get you on the hotline. The thing is about the Cory Gardner too is that he was the most bipartisan member there. And as you look across these states, if a Republican is going to lose, and you're looking at, you think there's going to be wholesale change. I don't really think so. John Hickenlooper was a governor of Colorado, and I know Colorado is more of a reliably blue state now for Democrats, but it's still fairly moderate.
Go watch the stream so you can see all the other stuff that's on my
guess,
screen.
Bill, one of the things that I was wondering is, in Colorado, how much we're talking about the suburban vote a lot, and I don't know if we can see that.
Can't really see it just yet. It really hasn't filled in just yet there, Dan.
Well, that's a terrible question then.
That's okay.
I'll do better next time.
How about North Carolina, like Charlotte, Mecklenburg, all that
I
stuff?
think this is really interesting, guys. You have about 22% of the votes still to be tallied here. Joe Biden's sitting in a pretty good spot at the moment. You mentioned Mecklenburg. This is Charlotte right here on the map. He's got a 2-to-1 lead right now. Fast math tells me about 500,000, about 500,000 votes there. So that's about the mark where we were last time around 2016. Just hold on to these percentages and watch where we are now. So you're at 68.4%, a little better than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago. But in a race, in a state that was decided 4 years ago by, what was it, 3.5 points? Perhaps that makes a difference here in 2020. Just pop in here one more moment. This is Wake County, something to keep an eye on. Heavily Democratic. You get a lot of votes out there. Over here in Raleigh as well, you're going to get a lot of votes there. He's up at 80%, but still some votes outstanding, as we can see, from 2016. Well, Hillary Clinton met the number at 81,000 as well. You're about 200,000 in Raleigh total votes from 4 years ago. Still have about 35,000 votes outstanding in 2020. Joe Biden's right at the mark where she was 4 years ago. Pop down here. I mentioned this when we came on the air a couple hours ago. This is Robeson County, one of 6 counties that President Trump flipped from Barack Obama from 2016. So this county here is largely rural and it's white, and the president's got 58% of the vote. Pretty good number there in that county. From 2016, he was at 52.5. So what's going on out there? Is the rural vote starting to come in? Is it starting to materialize? Remember, we were told and we were warned to tell our viewers, and we'll remind them yet again, that early on in the night, the numbers were going to skew blue, and then the in-person votes would come in places like North Carolina, in places like Georgia and Florida. And that seems to be a bit of the pattern we're seeing right now. But at the moment, well, come back to 2020. This is too close to call. But
looks like Corbin is the only one who's up for re-election, and he's at 50%.
I'd love to bring in Carl Rove and get a look at Texas and the vote that is coming in there so far, Bill. about
Let's
50%
look at the House.
Joe Biden, 48%, 48.5% Donald Trump. It's close, but there's by my read, it's about 41% of the vote, and it could be a little bit higher than that. Let us know what you're seeing there, and let's see what Carl thinks.
Sure.
About that.
Rove's out of my league, by the way. Go ahead, Carl. There you go.
Carl,
Well,
what
I
do you
don't know
got?
what that means, but
We got 2 leaning right, 2 leaning left.
Numbers, I've been playing with them. Right now, this
It's
lead
a pretty
is
tight
statewide
races.
is relatively
Not
close, about
close to decided yet.
105,000 votes. And you're right, about 40-some odd percent of the vote is still out. Bexar County, San Antonio is 88% in. Dallas is 81% in. Harris County is 82% in. Travis County, my home county, is 90% in. All of those are strong for Joe Biden. Tarrant County is 90% in. That's Fort Worth. And Trump leads there by 1,000 votes. So if you're a Democrat and you got 40-some-odd% of the vote out, and the big cities are largely in, that 105 is going to disappear when Taylor County comes in, Abilene, when the East Texas, Piney Woods, Smith, Longview, others start coming in. If I'm looking at this,
It looks like
I'm
6
happy if I'm in the Trump headquarters.
different counties are
I'm
reporting
saying once again,
already.
it hasn't happened if I'm sitting in the Democratic.
Sealed
Carl, what do you think the
Republicans.
margin is in Texas right now as you look at that?
105,000.
Right, but percentage-wise, what would that compute to over time over the next few hours?
Oh, it's over the next couple hours. I
Yeah.
think it's going to end up being a 3%, maybe 4% win for Trump.
Do you believe that's tighter than you expected?
We actually
Well, no,
have
'cause we got a
gained
problem
more
in the
seats
suburbs.
that
And
were
the
available
problem that you're
on the
talking
right
about
so
in
far
Ohio and
than the
some
left
that
half.
We've seen in other states.
We're doing
in
really
North
well in the
Carolina,
House right now.
Virginia. It's President Texas. And look, one of the certainties of presidential politics is there are always
So we got
changes. There is no
53 executives
continual
winning
certainty.
and 87
West
leading.
Virginia is now reliably
leading
Republican.
right,
Used to be
and,
reliably Democrat.
comparison to 38
other states,
projected for
Kentucky
Democrats
and
and 70.
Arkansas, they used to be reliably Democrat. They're now reliably Republican. Things go both ways, and Texas has changed.
Do you think that calculation puts John Cornyn in trouble?
No, not at all. Cornyn has been consistently running ahead of the president in Texas. In fact, tonight I bet the big story inside Texas will be that the Republicans will keep control of the state house, even after tens of millions of dollars have been pumped into the state. There's a guy I've never heard of in Silicon Valley who spent $11 million in state house races, which means if you got 25 races that everybody was sort of looking at, $500 to $1 million in each of those from either Bloomberg and Barack Obama and Eric Holder, who had an effort involved in this, or the Silicon Valley guy and a bunch of others, the money that they poured into an attempt to grab control of the Texas House so they could control redistricting for the U.S. House of Representatives that has to be done next year in our legislature is extraordinary. And you can understand why. I mean, we're a growing dynamic state that next year will gain 2 or 3 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. And so the Democrats went all out, and it looks like we're going to keep control of the
See,
House.
Brett, I told you know it, right?
All right.
Come on.
Well,
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
We'll see.
He's got his
North Carolina might be in play. Well, we'll see here. I don't think Texas is, but North Carolina might be. New York Times still says that Trump is probably going to win North Carolina, but we'll see. Right now we got Wisconsin and Michigan with not a whole lot reporting, but they're leaning Trump. I'm not sure. It's hard to know until they start getting past 50% where they're actually breaking for. So we'll see. North Carolina's got 80% in, 80% reporting, and they got Biden winning. So Trump might actually lose North Carolina. Like I said, you can. It's great when you can swap them our way. It's less great when you swap them towards Joe. But I think Crowder laid out a pretty solid case that Joe Biden's gonna have a hard time with the North Midwest there. So we'll see. I'll share this cool little picture of my setup I'm running tonight. It's an extra large setup tonight. We'll give you guys the rundown. There you go. That is what is running the stream tonight, folks.
I like the keyboard.
Yes, keyboard's nice. The other keyboard's nice. Dual laptops.
Stream Deck.
There's a few protection items as well. So
Yeah, in case something happens tonight.
In the off chance, you never know. Got to make sure. So yeah, it's a thing. You gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta be ready for anything, as you guys can see. So, hope you all enjoy this. All right, Dyer. What do you think? What are you thinking now? How you feeling?
I still don't think we're gonna take the House, but it is looking good so far. Got a slight lead in the House, but there's still a lot of seats that we have no polls in for yet, or no votes in for yet.
Lot of chill, no poll.
Yeah,
okay.
No chill.
Yeah.
But it's looking really good for Trump on the presidency. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's still looking good. As we were watching some other stations there, Real Clear Politics did.
Why would you do that?
Oh, Slowpoke gave us $2. He says, "Dyer, if old man sniffer Biden wins, you can cry on this little bottle."
I won't cry either way.
Dyer had his tear ducts surgically removed so that he couldn't cry. So
there was no benefit to having tear ducts, so we removed them.
Let's see here. So Real Clear Politics did have Trump up to 50. What is this? Go away. They did have Trump up to 50.6, but now he's down to 50.4% chance to win. So fucking ad blockers.
I got no ads but armor for ballistic armor for the last 2 weeks.
Google screwed them up. They used to have this ad blocker that would accept the ads, but it would just hide them. And I don't care if it accepts the ads and hides them. I just don't want to fucking see them. And not seeing them, but also not being able to see the content because the website blocks me from accessing it if I have an ad blocker on. That's less good. I don't like it.
Right now, Trump has the plurality of the popular vote.
Ooh.
So of the votes that are counted so far, that is. He has 50.1%, whereas Biden has 48.55.
Nice.
I really don't want to have the head sniffer in chief as president.
Yeah, that'd be great.
As the father of now 3 kids, 2 daughters, I would really prefer that not to be the person representing our country. I mean, maybe it'd be more appropriate for him to be representing, I don't know, a predominantly Muslim nation where it's okay to fuck kids, but not here, not in our country, not our president, not our president's son.
Direwolf is against. Disavow.
Yes.
Disavow.
I do disavow. I mean, come on. You saw the stuff from the computers. What his son's been into.
Oh my god, it's so awful.
Particularly multiple underage girls, and Biden knew about it. That could be our president. Not okay with that.
Yeah. And now I hear what the left is saying. Well, Trump didn't do anything that anyone proved. There was a lot of allegations. There was very little in the way of any evidence.
Oh, yeah. He's been accused of a lot of things. And also, they couldn't prove any of it after very detailed, expensive investigations. Right? And all they could find was some people who worked on his campaign, they were able to make evidence. They lied to create evidence against them, and all that they could come up with was them lying under oath, not them actually committing a crime that they were lying about. They didn't actually do any underlying crime, just that they misspoke about something and they called it lying, and that was some of the people that they actually charged with crimes. We got something from Trump saying, breaking, China has been called for Biden.
Well, thank you very much for the update, Triumvirate. Much appreciated.
Good to know. Good to know.
Informed like that.
I'm not surprised. The new president of China.
Completely unsurprised.
But the crazy thing is that we could have him elected as our president, and then is he going to get immediately impeached afterwards? For like,
well, it depends on who wins the House. I sincerely doubt that he's going to get impeached right away.
I mean, if they were willing to impeach Trump over a phone call for what we now found out that Biden was actually doing, like inquiring about the crime that he was committing, if that's what gets you impeached, because they set that standard for Trump, which I mean didn't really impeach him, they tried to impeach him, then at least Biden has reached that threshold, right? At a minimum, he's reached that threshold. I guess you can impeach anyone for anything now, like without any evidence. That's the new standard we've set.
Well, yeah, that's obviously, yes.
I mean, they want to, charge Kavanaugh for crimes for which they have no evidence to as well.
Wild. No, I can't have one either.
Let's see what Joe Rogan's got going on here. He was supposed to have Alex Jones on there. We'll see.
Said he spits fire. He gets crazy. Right. Yeah. He gets crazy. He says some wild shit.
Well,
and
we'll keep him on in the background, see if anything pops up with that.
I like having a president who is confident to say the truth aggressively. I don't want to hear the polished and pristine political answer every time.
Well, that's
sometimes
why I really hate when people are like, oh, like, the way Trump speaks, and it's like, well, like, would you rather have like the smooth talking lies that we've had every other president? Like,
absolutely not. I just want him to be a little more direct.
Why would you do that? Who gave us money? Slowpoke gave us money. Thank you very much, Slowpoke.
Thank you, Slowpoke.
Slowpoke gave us $2. He says, calling it right now, giant meteor wins it all in an upsetting landslide. Dark Horse victory.
We've already discussed it.
The meteor already went past us. It
the
has to be
asteroid.
Another meteor.
Has Trump has beat the asteroid.
We're not that lucky.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you on the feels there, Slowpoke. I also was really hoping the asteroid was going to end it all, end 2020 with a bang. But I guess we're going to have to wait till one more year.
At least. Let's see here. New York Times is either on crack or they know something we don't. The odds of Trump winning North Carolina keep going up and up and up. Let's see here.
North Carolina. I mean,
it is. It's slightly tightening. It is a little bit. Let's see. Trump's only down 90,000 votes, and they got 20% left to report. So it could be Trump's. Let's see here.
He won it last time. I don't see why he wouldn't win this time.
How much did he win it by last time? Do you keep up on one of your other windows there or back tab with the 2016 numbers?
So on last time he won 49.8 to 46.2. So they did the big city centers in North Carolina first. That's why Biden was ahead.
Yeah, and again, all the states, like we said before, over and over again, is they are going to start blue and they will slowly shift red. So like Ohio was pretty blue, and now all of a sudden red's catching up, and that's because of the early voting. The early voting was very heavily Democrat. There is some estimates that as many as 2 to 1 or more voters on election day are going to be Republicans because the Democrats already voted. So like 2 to 1 votes that are coming in today are going to be for Trump as compared to Biden, because all the votes for Biden already came in through early voting, either early voting or mail-in ballots or whatever. So it can only get redder, which is why it's very interesting that the Democrats seem to think that the more votes that they count after the election, the bluer it'll get. But it would seem to everyone else who has a functioning prefrontal cortex that if the Democrats already voted, then any votes after the Democrats already voted would probably be more likely to be Republican.
What I find funny is they're currently reporting in New York that 75.7% are going for Joe Biden, but the map says 0% reporting.
That's funny. Maine might actually. I don't know anything about Maine. What is Maine? It's like Minnesota, but in a different part. Like Canada, like we really should do something about Canada. They infect the states that are next to them.
I think they're like, I don't like how they're always hovering above us. We should definitely strike first.
But let's see here. So you've got the New Hampshire. So New Hampshire and Maine, they have these like extra like zones for their electoral college where it's not winner take all state. And so some of those other districts tend to break Republican as compared to the rest of the state. So
and overall, this whole state is actually pretty evenly split. Last time it was only 47.8 to 44.9 with Hillary winning. So only about a 3% difference. And this time, it's looking like Trump might actually get made, which would be crazy.
Yeah, let's see. Slowpoke says fixing the Canada problem. You know, a lot of people have talked about temporary fixes to the Canada problem.
I think we need a more permanent solution.
Yeah, a solution finale, some might call it.
Yeah,
there was a better word for it. I don't know, but it's.
I know, but it's a serious question for how we should deal with Canada.
And then we could just finally have rid ourselves of the problem. It'd be like a solution, but a one that was final. Canada.
Like a final solution to our Canada question, right?
We must have pre-existing train tracks laid up there, right?
At least.
Can I look at Virginia? Let's see here. Virginia. So one of the problems with this Fox map is that when you click on a state and you zoom into it, you lose the resolution of the state at large. So I have to go back out. Oh crap! I hit the back button instead of the other button. Motherfucker. All right. Let's see here. So Virginia right now is, let's see here. We got 43% reporting, 57% for Trump, and Biden is slated to win at 41%. So I don't know about that. It must be something with the cities. Let's see here. Clicking on it, we see that Burmy.
How is Donald Trump up, but they're saying it's claimed for Biden? It doesn't make any sense.
It must be the polling. I don't know. Let me look up.
He's up by a lot.
I'm not familiar with like the city layout in Virginia, so I don't know. Oh, oops. I don't want my TV.
You know, Trump did win Virginia last time. If he wins it this time, it'd be a pretty big upset.
Where is Richmond? Yeah, let's. I'm gonna pull up like a regular map of Virginia and try and get a layout of the cities because I don't actually know that by heart. Surprisingly, you now know I'm not from Virginia. Okay,
yes.
So, Richmond City County. How does Richmond City only have like 12,000 votes and 98% reporting? Doesn't make any sense. They must have had a lot of early votes. No.
It's okay. So it's 88.39% reporting, right? And with Trump having 57.8, it would take a miracle for Biden to make up that difference.
It looks like all like the spots where there's like blue cities. It's kind of hard to overlay it without like the cities on here. Maybe I'll try and see if a different outlet has a better zoom in map in a second here. But it looks like all of the blue areas like have already reported their blueness.
Yeah.
But like the red areas still have like votes coming in. But like all the ones that are dark blue are all 100% reporting. And then the red areas are not 100% reporting yet. So it can only get redder. I don't.
Well, it just had an update and it got a slight tick towards Biden. But I don't think there's enough room in the remaining votes because like he's got a 16% advantage, right?
Yeah.
And there's only 11% left.
Let's see here.
So if there's only 11% left, can he make that 16% back? I highly doubt it. It'd have to be all Biden.
Well, this is what we were talking about a little bit ago, right? Is that why would Virginia vote? Virginia, who just had this like crazy gun rights conundrum at the beginning of the year, why
And that was
would
the
they
abortion
vote?
problem too, right?
Yeah, why
Killing
would they vote
babies.
for Joe? Well, it seemed that like the gun rights thing was much more motivating, just because
They're
you
both
had-
motivations.
Well,
though,
they are
same.
very motivating, but I'm talking about like the gun rights. You had 93 county sheriffs say we will not comply. These counties
Yep.
are now autonomous from the
Open
state.
revolution
Yeah,
against the
we are
government.
autonomous from the state. Go fuck yourself. 93 out of like 110 counties, sheriffs said go fuck yourself to the state legislature. Like that's a pretty big deal. Like the last time something like that happened, there wasn't a West Virginia. It was all just regular Virginia. Like the last time that happened, they made West Virginia. So, I would imagine that the gun rights and Joe Biden's very, very clear. If you are not clear on what Joe Biden's stance on gun rights are, you are not mentally capable of holding a firearm, even if it's unloaded.
Yeah.
Because you might swallow a part or something.
I just want to remind you the political climate of which they went into for Virginia. Virginia's Democrat governor, Ralph Northam, who also did blackface, and the Democrat Party is totally okay with it. He defended post-birth abortion after, taking the time to talk it over with the doctors and the parents, determine whether or not they're going to, murk that baby.
I forgot about that.
Take out back and cap in the head.
We'll have a
like
conversation.
Cujo. Like let's just off this baby real quick, and no big deal, right? Let's call it an abortion. It's just a couple of cells with legs and eyes and a mouth, and it's crying currently on the bed over there. He's totally down with infanticide. He's hip to the infanticide, that Governor Ralph Northam, and he tried to disarm his entire populace, to which most of the states said, "Fuck you! We're going to be an open revolt against your edicts. You cannot disarm our people." But the populace saw that he tried, and then they also locked their state down. And one of the more strict lockdowns, also Virginia. So he just finished destroying a bunch of businesses. He just murdered a bunch of private businesses, just like he murders babies on a regular basis. This guy, he can't be very popular by this point. In the last year, he's had a rough year. He's done a lot to attack the people of Virginia. I'm pretty sure he's going to lose.
All right.
He kills-
So, Real Clear Politics has Trump back up to 50.1% chance to win with the new updates. Let's see here. I don't think that any of the new updates change anything on either of our maps, really.
So Shadow Wolf, New Mexico doesn't actually need to count your votes to tell you who's going to win. They just pick who wins. I'm kidding.
Let's see here. We got on my map. We do have a slight change on the. What is that? New England. What is New Hampshire. There we go. What the fuck's a Hampshire? Stupid English bullshit. They have. Yeah, they're like special districts are breaking for Trump, which that's what Crowder said he thought would happen. I put them as Biden just to be sure on my map, but I'll go ahead and flick those over now, which only helps Trump. I still have on my map that Trump loses Minnesota and Wisconsin, but he keeps Michigan, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. North Carolina might need to go back to a toss-up, though. Let's see.
Fox called Virginia too early.
What do you mean? Oh, are they reversing
They
it?
called it for Biden.
Who did?
Fox called Virginia for Biden.
Fox News?
And now it's... Yes.
Okay.
I meant Fox News. I'm sorry, not you.
Well, that's what I was saying. I thought you were calling me the third person to the crowd.
Why would I do that?
I don't know. Say Fox News. You'll be specific. Well, I mean, if Virginia's a toss-up, that'd be fun. Because that would make up for North Carolina.
It's going Republican.
What's that?
It's going Republican.
You think?
I can feel it.
You
Look at the numbers, man. It's not a high likelihood.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, we're up to 70 House seats now for the Republicans, with 88 leaning.
Well, that's good. So let's see here. If Biden gets North Carolina, but actually, yeah, Biden can have North Carolina, and he can have Virginia, and he can have Wisconsin and Minnesota, and if Trump just gets Michigan and Pennsylvania or Michigan and Wisconsin, it looks like he's good to go. Which is it's a pretty good deal there. Which I guess again that's what Crowder was talking about before, is that the firewall of the Midwest, which I guess would be Wisconsin, Michigan, maybe Minnesota, and Pennsylvania, it is Trump's game to win there. He doesn't need to defend all of them. He just needs like 2 of them. But Biden actually needs all of them. And even if Trump loses North Carolina, it doesn't really matter.
Trump still lead the popular vote. Surprised by that.
Yeah. Let's see here. There's the popular vote right now, Trump's got 29,139,000 and Joe Biden's got 28,200,000.
So this is supposed to be a year with historic actual total votes, right?
Yeah, so there has been this long-standing myth about when the Democrats like to say this, Bernie liked to say this, a lot of the Democrats would say this, is people don't say this, Democrats say this.
I don't say it. Nobody will say it.
Yeah, not other people, just Democrats, so not people. That when people turn out to vote, Democrats win. And actually, Snopes, is that Snopes or Politico? They did a pretty thorough fact check on it. I remember this from last election. I don't have it pulled up right now because it was a long time ago. But I remember the last election they did a fact check on it, and it was there is zero correlation. There's no correlation at all. And even if they had found correlation, that obviously does not imply causation. But there was no correlation between voter turnout as a percentage of the population and which party won. More people voting does not have any indication on which party wins. Now, it does indicate some enthusiasm, and that's not to say that you can't take some inferences from that. And I think that obviously we know that Trump enthusiasm is pretty high, and so higher voter turnout does imply higher enthusiasm. And, let's be honest, I don't think that Biden is the one driving that enthusiasm.
Not one bit.
But Biden could he could mobilize chewing out of depression, but he can't mobilize enthusiasm.
Who's been practicing that word?
I just heard Tim Pool say it like 1,000 times. So Tim Pool, do you have that clip? See if you can find out while I'm talking about this. So we did this on the show on Saturday. If you guys watched, which of course you did.
What, the Tim Pool one or the Biden one?
The Biden one. We'll leave Tim Pool off. But so Biden had a speech. He said that we are going to mobilize true and none of the pressure. Which, what does that mean? Nobody knows what that means. But a lot of us were trying to, for funsies, pronounce it correctly. And it's a really hard word to say because it's not a word. And it doesn't roll off the tongue like Covfefe did. And so Tim Pool, after struggling with it for the first day after it happened, he must have sat in the mirror for like 18 hours and just said it over and over again because he got really good at saying it. And kudos to him for being able to say it really quickly because now he just uses it in casual conversation. It's pretty funny. Also with Batakath care. So Joe Biden. Yeah, so that one's a lot easier. That one actually rolls off the tongue. So Biden also wanted he thought that it was a human right that everyone had universal Batakath care. What is Batakath care? I don't know, but you're gonna fucking get it
it's a human right.
Under a Joe Biden presidency. You are gonna get fucking Batakath care whether you want it or not. You're gonna have to pay for Batakath care for illegal immigrants.
Batakath care.
No, we know from looking at communist countries all over the world that they have very low standards of Batakath care, and that the free market Badacath care is far superior, even if it is limited. We can either have good Badacath care or no Badacath care, but there is no universal Badacath care. Because to get Badacath care, well, to get Badacath care,
when you get everyone gets given a bat lift.
No, it's when you mobilize True and under pressure. It's
of course, I got the clip.
It's, yeah, you want to send that to me? We'll.
Yes, I will. The clip is on its way.
Zidarov.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Yeah, true international pressure. Let's see if we can perfect
I'll
this.
lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
True international pressure. True international pressure. Let's see here.
True international effort to pressure. True international effort to pressure. To mobilize true international effort to pressure. To mobilize true international effort to pressure.
True international pressure. Nah, I can't do it. I do my best, guys. This is the quality content you guys tuned in for. Alrighty, let's see here. So, oh, are you back? Hello?
I'm back.
No. I feel like this is your internet that's losing out, because I have a lot of internet and you don't.
Yeah, you're also using a lot of that internet.
Not as much as I have, though. I have a lot of internet.
I'm innocent. You can't blame me.
Oh, North Carolina is tightening up. Oh boy. Okay, so all right. Let's see. If if Trump were to get North Carolina and Virginia, if Virginia were to be recalled for Trump, which we'll see. They're only half in. They only got 48% in, so it could go either way.
Just a tip, right?
Yeah, well, that's what we had just talked about. So Virginia's already halfway in, which, as we all know, is that's at least the tip. But all of the blue areas are already 100% reporting, and all of the red areas are not. So I don't know. It seems to me that they would swing more red, but I don't know. I'm not in the mainstream media. So North Carolina is tightening up, though, so looks like it'll be close. But right now, Trump is down by 23,000 votes, which is not a lot, guys.
He could easily make that back.
Yeah, so we will see. Virginia remains at 54.8% Trump, with 48% reporting. See if Real Clear Politics, what's their updates? They are keeping Trump presidency at a 50.1% chance. And let's see here. Okay, so one of the reasons why these three states keep showing up on New York Times is that if, quote, if Joe Biden wins one of these three states, he is likely to win the presidency. If Trump wins all three, it could be days or more before a winner is declared. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on a second.
Shenanigans.
Wait a minute. I'm glad I read that, because wait a second. So right now they've got Trump at very likely to win Florida, between leaning and likely to win Georgia, which I think that's probably very likely. And they've got Trump at very likely to win North Carolina, which, again, they must have a few updates that we don't have, though the polls are tightening quite a bit. So if Joe Biden wins literally any state, he wins. If Trump wins all the states, we'll have to reconsider. We'll have to consider about stuff and things, because it's we gotta make sure every vote counts. You gotta count them until
They've made it very clear that they can't possibly, project Trump as winning because he can't win. They got to count every vote, even votes that weren't cast need to be counted before the election's over. If Trump looks like he's going to win,
absolutely.
They're going to have to make more ballots, print new ballots if he looks like he's going to win. Just can't let that happen.
Every vote counts, Dyer.
Hey, Pelosi, every vote counts, even ones that haven't been cast yet. Pelosi was pretty clear about it, that Trump's leaving office, whether he knows it or not, in January. So they don't sound like they actually want to honor the results of any kind of election. They just want him out. I mean, they spent the last 4 years trying to do a soft coup. Maybe they decided, let's do a hard one. The soft coup failed. We're just going to go and do it.
So great. Aww. There's cute wolves. So, just kind of like what I would be doing if I wasn't streaming with you guys, is I would literally be doing the exact same thing. I would have all of these same screens up. I just wouldn't be casting them out to you, and I'd also be looking at wolves and foxes on Twitter. So, I hope you guys are enjoying the full experience.
This is Fox's natural environment.
Yes. Alrighty, let's see what's Real Clear Politics say about Real Clear Politics says Virginia 51% for chance to go to Biden. What are you doing there, buddy?
Moving my chair.
It's
a loud chair.
Yeah, and you also knocked your microphone pretty hard. He lost you for a second. Let's see here, North Carolina. What do we got going on here? Anybody's ball game here. They must be pulling with the same database that Fox is, because they have the same numbers.
Yeah. So the Senate race is currently 41-38 totals.
Okay.
And let's see what the House race is at.
Alrighty, it is time for a Monster Energy. I'm going to get a bourbon barrel.
So the House race is currently 76 seats for the Republicans, 100 leaning, and 49 seats for the Dems, 83 leaning, with an advantage to the Republicans in the House. Wow, I wonder if AOC is not up for a re-election, is she?
No, she's got another 4 years.
Yeah, but Pelosi's up in California. She's not on the board yet, though. If I want to find Pelosi, I probably should look at the Senate.
Yeah, I think she's gonna win. I mean, she's no glass of water with a D on her, but I think she'll still win.
Yeah.
Like, Pelosi doesn't hold a candle to a glass of water with a D on it, but
I would definitely vote with a glass of water with a D on it.
I would, if I lived there, I would fucking write in a glass, like literally a glass of water with a D on it. I would write that in.
Hands down, would do the same.
In fact, if I was in that district, I would have done the application or whatever, get on the ballot, and like run as quote a glass of water with a D on it.
That is genius.
Unfortunately, America does not have this system in every state, but in England they have. I think it's for the I think it's for the PMs. They have to. It doesn't matter how many people support you. If you are running, you get to stand on stage for some of the events. And so there is this guy who I believe is the Buckethead Party. And he dresses up with a bucket on his head, and he every election he goes and stands on stage because they have to let him. And he's got like it's a boot or something. I think it's a boot on his head. If somebody knows what the hell I'm talking about, please send that to me in chat.
Vermin Supreme.
Yes, that's who it is. Vermin Supreme. Is it a boot?
Yeah.
Is it a boot? Vermin Supreme.
Oh, I didn't hear her. Does she need my attention?
Yes.
Thank you for the card back. I'll be right back.
Dyer has duties he probably has to perform. It'll be like 2 minutes max. Okay, Wikipedia. Vermin Supreme, American performance artist, activist who runs as a candidate in various local, state, national elections. Oh, maybe it is in America. Maybe the bucket guy is from England, and maybe the boot guy, Vermin Supreme, is
Vermin Supreme is in Vermont.
Okay. Then there also is a bucket guy in England. Then I just didn't realize there was another one.
So Vermin Supreme promised it was either a pony last year or a unicorn this year. He promised everyone their own.
It's a free pony. So I got it here on Wikipedia. So let's see. Supreme is known for wearing a boot as a hat and carrying a large toothbrush, and has said that if elected president of the United States, he will pass a law requiring people to brush their teeth. He has campaigned on a platform of zombie apocalypse awarenesses and time travel research, and promised a free pony for every American. Now, the term zombie apocalypse, time travel, and pony are available links. Which one do we want to click on?
Hey, so I have to
vote.
Chat. I have to go when the guy with the pizza arrives, pay him. And my wife just gave me a deal breaker proposition. She says, I have to answer the door with pants on. I refuse. This guy knew what he was getting into when he took the order.
Whereas Dyer is not afraid to answer the door to a pizza guy with no pants on.
Nope, it's my house.
Yes. All right. Well, is this going to be like a 2-minute thing, or should I expect you back in an hour?
No. He's going to arrive sometime soon, and I'll just disappear for a second once I go pay him. It'll be quick.
Okay. All right. Okay, Lord Buckethead. Thank you, Triumvirate. I knew there was a fucking bucket guy in England. Okay, so Lord Buckethead, and we're going to click on time travel.
I support time travel.
All right, Lord Buckethead is a satirical political candidate who stood in 4 British general elections and has been portrayed by several individuals. Oh, it's like a hand-me-down character. That's fun. The character, an intergalactic villain similar to the Star Wars character Darth Vader, was created by American filmmaker Todd Durham for his 1984 science fiction film Hyperspace. British video. Let's see here. All right. After the 2017 election, Durham asserted his ownership of the character and displaced Harvey. Ooh, there was that's like background politics there. Man, it's rough. Okay, so Vermin Supreme supports time travel research. We're going to click on time travel research. Time travel is the concept of movement between certain points in time. Okay, it's just general time travel. Okay. I thought it was
I thought it would be like his policies.
Yeah, I was hoping it'd be like a different, not just the generalized time travel. The pony was also just general ponies. Not that I don't want to watch general ponies or read about them on Wikipedia. I'm just this isn't college. I'm not high on Adderall.
Hey, so just probably unrelated, maybe related news. Today, the Chinese currency is tanking.
Well, is it devaluing or is it tanking? It's just devaluing.
Probably that.
Well, did the that's no. So you have to look at it compared to the euro as well, and then look at the US dollar compared to the euro. You can't that's just the dollar. That's just the dollar versus.
I'm making a joke about Biden, them having their money in for Biden. Okay, jeez.
It doesn't work when China just manipulates their currency. It doesn't matter. Like it's irrelevant. You have to look at it compared to the other currencies.
Nope, it's definitely that. Whoa.
Can you get Biden's big stupid fucking head off your screen? Every time I look at it, you got a stupid head on there.
There we go. There's a non-stupid head.
There you go.
Texas is turning blue? No.
Texas is reddening. It is reddening. They got 67% in, and Trump is 50.4 to Biden's 48.3. That's fun. Getting closer. This wolf is adorable.
Accurate.
This one. Dope. You should I don't know, you should put like, I don't know, make like red and blue like treats or something like that, and like see which ones your dogs eat more of, and like see if they pick.
They actually eat all their treats. I'm out of treats. Don't tell them that though, because.
Are you out of pets?
Well, they already pet. Actually, oh my god, I didn't pet them yet today.
You guys don't know this, but Dyer doesn't pet his dogs.
That's not true. I pet them every day. Today I went straight to my computer to do the stream.
He doesn't. Every time I am on the phone with him, aw, look at him. He's on his back.
You watched me pet them yesterday.
He's on his back. Do you see? Are you watching the stream?
Yes, I am.
Oh, do you see the cute wolf with his belly in the air? He's adorable.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Tramverse got a video of Lord Buckethead. We'll
watch it.
British
I like this meme.
has a proud tradition of having all candidates standing together on the stage when the result.
I'm sorry, what?
I like this meme. It shows Trump with a champagne bottle. It says Trump jobs and Biden mobs the Antifa Molotov.
That's fun. Well, we'll watch the Buckethead clip when Dyer goes and gets pizza. How about that?
Yes.
Also good with pizza.
Should be arriving soon. Boy, will he be shocked.
I had be like, did that have sausage with it?
Usually this narrative goes the other direction in porns.
What kinds I watch. Pennsylvania is swinging for Trump. Oh boy, 25% reporting, and Trump is up by like is it about 11,000.
I thought he was going to make it anyways. I'm not surprised.
Trump was 35% reporting. Trump is up by about 43,000 in Wisconsin. He is up by 208,000 in Michigan. He is up 130,000 in Ohio. North Carolina is super tight. Biden is only up by 11,000 in North Carolina now. Trump maintains his 53.1% in Virginia, which I believe is really close to what it was last time. Trump is up by 100, 200, almost 200,000 in Virginia, but Virginia is still called for Biden. I don't know. I don't know how stuff works.
Yeah. I'm not sure what their logic on this is.
Yeah, I don't either. All 2,000 people in Wyoming have voted. So that's 2,000 people have voted, but this only says 1% reporting, which I don't know if I believe that. So I do believe that there's only 200,000 people in Wyoming, though. So did you hear of all the states that deployed National Guard? Wyoming was one of the states that deployed National Guard in anticipation of civil unrest. Wyoming deployed one National Guard, not one National Guard unit, one National Guard soldier, a single individual man has been deployed to defend the entire state of Wyoming against civil unrest.
So like 2,000 people.
He is not expected to be outmanned.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Holy fuck! Oh wait,
an update, wasn't there?
Oh jeez, the Fox thing is not the map's not really good at sticking to where the mouse position is. I was hovering over Illinois and it was showing me the Indiana, and so I'm hovering over Illinois. It's like Trump wins Illinois 60%. I was like, wait a second, that's Indiana.
Why is
North Carolina, 87% reporting. It is 49.4 to 49.4. Biden is up by only 3,000 votes. This is what we thought, that it was going to start closing up quick. So we got blue counties, dark blue. We got 100% reporting, 100% reporting, 100% reporting, 100% reporting, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100. Okay, so all the dark blue areas are 100% reporting. There are no more blue votes coming out of those areas. A lot of dark red areas too, but you got a pretty dark red area still has 30% more to come in, and there's more than 3,000 votes in there to come in to make up that difference. This one, you got more than 3,000 votes. They're red. They're not in yet though.
Nothing's getting bluer.
Ooh, this one. Okay, so Trump is already up. He's got 24,000 to Biden's 8,000, and only 50% of this county is reporting. There's more than 3,000 Trump votes in that county. As that reporting increases, Trump's going to win that. Let's see here. With 0% reporting, Trump's up in that one. Well, that's too early to tell. Okay, so this one, 72% reporting. Trump is up 12,400 to Biden's 8,200. So there's 28% more to come in. That's 3,000 Trump votes right there. Let's see here. You got, let's see here, with 82% reporting, Sampson County, you got 16,500 to Biden's 10,250. That, you know, you fill in that other 18% reporting, that's going to be 3,000 Trump votes. There is Trump votes all over the fucking place in North Carolina. I will say Trump is going to get North Carolina for sure.
I already called it. I agree.
We will.
Which, by the way, he made it last election as well.
Yeah. And unsurprisingly, as more of Texas reported, it is not blue. Oh god, it's so crazy. Who knew?
Weird. Who could have seen this coming?
No one could have possibly seen this coming. What? No way.
No way.
Oh goodness. Okay, I don't understand how the border counties that are being like overrun. I don't understand why they vote blue. It doesn't make sense.
I don't think blue.
Can we just? Do you think Texas would be willing to like just sacrifice the bottom half and just give it to Californians and just like deport Californians to that, and then Californians can be the buffer state between Mexico?
Can't we just strap them to all the munitions that are being produced in Texas and have them fired off into the many wars we're involved in?
Well, we're in a lot less wars because of Trump, so, you know.
Yeah, so we might not be able to expend all of the Californians, but we're going to have to get rid of some of them by using them as ballistics.
Oh, okay, so Fox has North Carolina is flipping red. It is now Trump up 3,000. It is Biden 2,510,000 to Trump 2,513,000. Oh boy, here we go. It's a horse race. Let's see here. Trump is increasing his lead in Virginia as more votes come in, but because it was at 53.1 before, now it's at 53.3. Biden's still slated to win at 1,136,000 versus Trump's 1,342,000. So Trump is up, not a whole lot there. It's that 6,000 that Trump is up. That's not a lot of votes there. But we'll do the same thing we did in North Carolina, where let's see here, hard blue, 100% reporting. Hard blue, 100% reporting. 100%. 100%. 100%. Nope, that one's got. Yep, that one's 100%. 100%. 100%. 100. Okay, so all the blue areas already 100%. You've got, let's see here. You got this county where Trump is got 3,700 votes to Biden's 2,800 votes, and they got 9% left to report. So there's another few thousand in there. This one, you got 83% reporting, and Trump is up by, he's got 3,300 votes to Biden's 466. So there's maybe another 500 or so votes in there. Let's see here. Any more with some meat on them? Okay, so this one you got Trump has 8,964 votes to Biden's 4,664 votes, and only 67% reporting. As that gets up through the next 33% reporting, there's going to be another 3,000 or 4,000 Trump votes in there. Let's see here. Ooh, this is a good one. Okay, so Virginia Beach City, 32% reporting. Trump's got 48,300 votes. Biden's got 29,500 votes. 32% reporting might be a little early to tell the direction of that, but if the trend holds, maybe that one brings in a few more votes there. But what the point being here is that Virginia currently has Trump up by 200,000 votes. And all of the places that Biden could get more votes are already done counting.
Yep.
The only places that are going to have more votes will be an even split leaning Trump. And an even split or leaning Trump does not make up Joe Biden 200,000 votes. So they can keep calling Virginia for Biden all night, but that's not going to... You can call it for all you want, but that's not going to change the count. We're looking at Pennsylvania is leaning Trump with only 27% reporting, probably a little early for that. Ohio, 78% reporting, and we have Trump at 51.6% and Biden at 47%. With Trump has 215,000-ish votes up on Joe in Ohio, which is good. Let's see here. That is Summit County. It's Akron area. It's got 100%. 100%.
So looking at Minnesota as well.
Yeah.
Minnesota is showing, we'll get back to the state totals, is showing with a 35% in, which is basically mostly just the big cities. 62% towards Biden, 35% for Trump. But most of the state hasn't reported yet, and the places that are outside the big cities, those counties, are reporting heavily for Trump.
Now, I've got it on good authority that, so you got Cincinnati area and southern Ohio here is really deep red right now with 100% reporting, which is madness. You've got Butler County, which is a very lefty area. That has 57% reporting, but Trump's up 60%. So Ohio, very firmly going to be Trump, but like by a lot. So right now we got a 5-point spread in Ohio with, there's another 20% reporting left to go. So that 5% might drift a little bit either way. Honestly, I think that 5% is going to drift up a little bit. I think Trump's going to walk away with 52 or more % of Ohio, which is...
Oh, he's definitely got Ohio. So same.
Well, no. Well, the reason why I'm bringing... Okay, and it's creeping up as more votes come in. But my point in bringing that up, though, is what I was saying earlier, is Ohio, for whatever reason, tends to... basically, every time whatever Ohio picks for their electoral votes wins the presidency, but also the statewide vote totals tend to match the popular vote. So we'll see if that lines up this time. It'll be close, but having Ohio be generally higher for Trump seems to be good. Now, this actually makes a lot of sense because Ohio has a lot of manufacturing. Northern Ohio, especially up through Michigan. The district that borders with Michigan, that includes Toledo, that district actually has the highest manufacturing GDP contribution. So for every congressional district, if you look at all the congressional districts in America and look at their contribution to the GDP, typically the one up near Toledo in Ohio will have the highest contribution out of the entire country, just because there's so much manufacturing in there. And that bleeds up through Michigan, and there's a ton of manufacturing down through Ohio, down through 75, from Toledo down through Cincinnati. Ohio has done very well under a Trump presidency. A lot of jobs came back to Ohio. And I would imagine the same thing similar for Pennsylvania and Michigan. So a lot of these areas that you would normally expect to be blue in Ohio, if you look at it on the county level, all of a sudden they're pretty dark red. And that I think that is probably going to be indicative of how the rest of the night goes. So Trump's defending North Carolina as we continue to talk here. Trump is now up by 0.6% in North Carolina. He is, and this is exactly what I was just saying a few minutes ago, the only votes left to count are either even split or they're leaning Trump. There is no more Biden-heavy areas left in North Carolina, and they're going to continue to tick up. Same thing in Ohio. I believe that there is no more heavy blue areas in Ohio for Joe Biden to pull from. There were some areas that I would expect to be blue, but they're already super dark red, and they are 100% reporting. So there's not a lot of areas left in Ohio to pull from. At this point, the Ohio and North Carolina are just putting icing on that cake to get Trump closer to winning the popular vote. Now, whether or not that's in reach is pretty debatable and probably a no, but maybe. It certainly doesn't hurt. It would be easier on the country if Trump won the popular vote. It would be easier if Trump only lost the popular vote by a few 100,000 or 1 million. It's a lot harder of a pill to swallow for the left when Trump loses the popular vote by like 4 million. That's a rough pill to swallow. And unfortunately, because of the education system and the propaganda on the left, they just can't get their minds around why that's okay and why that makes sense. They're very simple-minded. And, regardless of the efficacy of the electoral college system, it's just easier on the psyche of the nation if the electoral college matches the popular vote. So,
I agree. By the way, the pizza guy was a very elderly pizza gal.
Hot. Hey, that just, age just means she knows what she's doing, Dyer.
Experience, right?
Yeah. You're probably not the first sausage she's seen that night. You're more of a ham, aren't you?
I am a bit of a ham. Anyways, it seems like it's trending towards Trump might actually win both electoral and the popular, which would be awesome.
Let's see here. So, popular vote, we have Trump at 52% and Joe Biden at 48.3%. Joe Biden has 36,500,000 votes, and Trump has 77,900,000 votes. So, Trump is up about a little shy of 1.5 million.
But keep in mind, California has not reported yet.
Yeah, so you got 1.4 million that Trump is up, and that is with New York is not finished reporting either. New York is only at 32%. So there's probably another 3 or 4 million votes in New York for Trump here. Let's see. The polls just updated, so now we're at 36.7 million for Joe and 38.2 million for Trump. So that keeps them at about the same there. We'll see. Checking in on some of our other states that we were rather confident in. So Florida, Trump's running away with it. They're still only got 9% left. Now it was, I believe I saw something about Florida might stall out on its counting at some point, and I believe it was at 91% where you checked in a few minutes ago. So this might be the point in the night where Florida kind of stalls on counting and does not count anymore. But Trump's got a pretty handy lead there of what was that 400,000, almost 400,000 votes that he's winning by. So that's a rough one for Joe to make up with only 9% left to report. So I don't think that's going to happen. Georgia looking pretty handy for Trump there. That seems pretty obvious. South Carolina pretty obvious. Fox is calling South Carolina, so that's good. I think Trump's going to get North Carolina. We'll see about Virginia. Virginia keeps ticking up. So now we're at 33.2%, which I think was at 33.1 or less this last time. I can't remember. Let's see here. Well, yeah, I'm sorry about the. We're gonna do the video while Dyer is gone. We will do the video. How about now? Because I'm gonna go grab me a beer. Oh look, it's my co-host Direwolf. Direwolf, would you like a beer? Would you?
I'm gonna have myself a shot of alcohol, a beer. No, I'm gonna have Jim Beam Maple. I don't drink beer.
I don't think you have any idea what you're drinking because you just said like every single kind of alcohol there is.
I already had a
Dyer's drinking True Out of Depression.
No, I'm having Jim Beam Maple.
Ooh, that sounds good. All right, I'm gonna play the Lord Buckethead video. Then I'm gonna go grab. What was that? I'm gonna go grab some beers. Maybe I don't know if I'm hungry or not. I don't know if I should toss some pizza in the oven. I had pizza earlier tonight, but I had leftover, so I could have it. Because I know it's going to be a long night, so maybe I'll say that for a bit here. But I will play this video. I'll be right back.
British politics has a proud tradition of having all candidates standing together on the stage when the results are announced, even joke candidates, which means that on election night, as her party was dealt a massive blow, the Prime Minister here had to stand on stage alongside Elmo, who got 3 votes, as well as Howling Lord Hope of the Monster Raving Loony Party, who got 119 votes. And if you've noticed this guy, wait till you hear his name.
Lord Buckethead, 249.
Oh, you can roll your eyes all you like, Theresa. Your evening just found a way to get a lot worse. And for the record, Lord Buckethead is this guy, an intergalactic space lord who ran on a platform of, among other things, the abolition of the lords, brackets, except me, and stop selling arms to Saudi Arabia, start buying lasers from Lord Buckethead. And he did this all while looking like Darth Vader fucked an Amazon Echo. What I'm saying is, British politics, when done well, can be very fun. Not a great sign that the single most honest statement from any candidate in this election regarding the difficulty of the task ahead came from a man with a 2-foot bucket on his head.
Your Prime Minister, your MP, Theresa May, called this election about Brexit. Have we heard from her what she plans to do about Brexit? No. This is mad. On Thursday, you are going to be faced with Prime Minister May or Prime Minister Corbyn against 27 Prime Ministers from the European Union. It will be a shit show.
You know what? I never thought I'd say this, but that intergalactic space lord has a point. Look, in 8 days, the UK is set to walk into a negotiation with no real leverage, no significant political mandate, and no coherent plan. And I don't really have a solution to that. But I do have a proposal for Theresa May, because at this point, you have basically fucked everything
that's
up.
enough.
And your only real chance here is to utilize...
This guy here says that they had, after Brexit number 2, that they didn't have a clear political mandate. Fuck you. Yes, they did. They said in 2 separate votes and by changing over the power of what party was in power that they very clearly want you to get the F out. That was it. Get out.
Yes.
Get out of the European Union. They didn't want to be in it. What do you mean don't have a clear political mandate?
Tetris Freak gave us a lemon. Thank you very much, Tetris Freak. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much. But yes, that guy actually made a poignant comment as well, even though he had a bucket on his head. Most rational one on the stage. What's it say about British politics?
Well, we left British politics, Dyer.
For a good reason. And then we made our own nightmare by electing people like Nancy Pelosi and Biden. What have we learned? Nothing.
Well, we'd learned. I was talking to somebody on Twitter today, so they were talking about, how did they phrase it? We deserve the politicians that we elect, and I rephrased it as. So let's see if I bring this up here. I know I was talking about it earlier today. Let me pull it up so I can quote it correctly. I may continue talking while I search through the 8,000 wolf picks and fox picks
Okay, fair enough.
made through like the last day.
So, now remember, guys, it's not just. I think obviously you see it trending towards Trump is going to win tonight, but it's not about what the electoral map looks like. No matter how much it looks like Trump's won North Carolina, and they don't want to say it. They're going to say, "Oh, the election's not over. We got to count all these other unknown votes. We sent all these votes out to people who didn't want them. All these ballots out to people who didn't ask for them. Well, we got to wait for those to come in. You know? Oh, we found them in a back room somewhere. You know? So, whatever the conclusion is tonight, it's not gonna. They're not gonna just accept that. Yes. Unless, of course, it says Biden won, but we don't think it's gonna happen. They said it's the red mirage. It's just an illusion. We can't believe our lying eyes, right?
Definitely can't believe them.
94 miles of Trump supporters in cars lined up along the highway. We can't believe our eyes when we say that. We can't believe the 57,000 people going to a Trump rally after like a bunch of rallies, all with high numbers like that. We can't believe our lying eyes that he has national support, right? We can't believe our lying eyes when we see, groups of walkaways and, African Americans for Trumps and Latinos for Trumps and growing numbers of polls showing that they are voting for Trump in higher numbers. No, don't look behind the curtain.
Hold on a second. We might have some breaking news here. It appears that Crowder is about to shoot a gun at somebody or have somebody shoot a gun at him.
You saw that and you said
now the goal was that he was advertising for a bulletproof vest. So we'll see if we might watch Crowder die live here. So we're gonna take a break here and watch this for a second.
When she came to you,
it's probably a 7 or an 8.
Probably
sure,
7 or an 8.
A solid 7
Maybe.
or 8.
Maybe they're talking about his dog.
Yeah.
All right. We'll keep that up on the side there and somebody sees him shooting a gun at somebody, let us know. What were we talking
about? We were saying that they are going to tell us that anything that Trump looks like, if Trump looks like he's winning, it's got to be a red mirage, an illusion. That all the support for him, we shouldn't believe that.
Well, definitely not. So back to what you were talking about with Nancy. So somebody saw me on Twitter that said we get the politicians that we allow or deserve, and I said that we get the politicians that the ignorant masses force upon us, and I think that is one of the reasons why you see people like Nancy and Adam Schiff and Jerry Nadler getting elected. It is ignorance cultivated. Leftists have designed large cities to cultivate ignorance. The
universities create ignorance.
Yes, they're growing ignorant masses to keep them in office, and that is how they get elected. So, There's a little bit of a difference there. Yes, we do live in a democratically elected republic, but that is not a fail-safe against ignorant voters. And I actually, I was talking to you about this, Dyer. I'm thinking that this will never happen, but I'm thinking I kind of disagree with the idea of ever encouraging people to vote, or for that to be something that's done on like a national level. I think that if you aren't passionate enough about it, you don't know enough about it to vote on your own, then you should not be encouraged to otherwise vote. Certainly be told when to vote, but otherwise not encouraged.
Yeah, it's been suggested before, like they do in some countries where everyone is forced to vote. That's a terrible idea.
Yes.
That is a horrible idea.
I made a mistake where I bought beers, but I didn't bring a bottle opener. So I can either shoot it off, or I can take my leave for a second, go get a bottle opener.
So it would be funny to hear you shoot it off, and then eventually the sirens, and then you getting arrested. That would be hilarious, but probably bad for the stream overall.
I have my little 22 plinker. I bet you I could shoot that thing in an apartment and no one would hear it. It's pretty quiet.
I mean, I'm not encouraging you.
Alrighty.
But it would be hilarious.
I'll be right back.
Yes. Hey,
I'll be right back because I gotta go get some bullets.
Oh, good on you. It was nice knowing you. So the Senate race is currently 41-41 for the Senate, so equal split with another, what is that, 18 votes? No. 16 votes remaining. So 16 more seats to be picked. So we're even split there. For the House, we're sitting with the Republicans at 103 seats confirmed, 78 for the Democrats, 90 leaning GOP. We are actually very close to taking the Senate, the House. Very close.
Yeah, I'm making that your responsibility to focus on Congress. I'm focusing on the main one.
Already on it. I just talked about the Senate. Now we're talking about the House. We are split in the Senate, 41-41, and we had a nice lead.
Boy. Aw. There's a cute doggo on Crowder. Oh, look at it. It's so cute.
Looks like West Virginia has been declared.
Well, I shortened her name.
For who?
Yeah.
She was originally named ISIS.
Wow. And you know the code to the studio. Is it because she's brown and scary?
That may have played a factor. It had more to do with sticking with an Egyptian theme. She was named after a goddess.
Oh, that's that goddess that in Humanities 101 you go, Christianity isn't original because.
I bet if you guys harass Dyer in chat, he'll show you his dogs.
She goes up, and Betty just ignores it. And I will tell you, I've never seen anything like this.
Oh, he's spinning the chair.
He's been fine with most dogs, but he's not great with strange male dogs. Yeah. I walked in and Carolyn said, "Just drop the leash." And I said, "I don't want to." And she said, "These dogs are worth tens of thousands of dollars that I've trained. I'm not going to let anything happen to them." And she was like, "Ice, here, Duke." And they were just, it was like Willard with the rats. They just went wherever she told. Look at this. Look at this.
Aww.
That's incredible.
And Betty's just sitting there.
Yeah.
Oh, got her. I like it because it's two things I like: dogs and violence, but not violence against dogs.
Right, of course.
We're gonna ask you a little bit later on how you trained Ice before she attacks Brendan. But I'm hoping that they call Wisconsin early so we can watch him get hurt. How shocked do you think Brendan will be since he's never done this before?
I think he's definitely in for it. He looks a little scared when I've seen him around. And
yes.
Yeah, he definitely. Yeah, definitely seems to be sporting a pretty.
He lives alone. Seems accurate. He lives alone, and he's too scared to go to the bodega to get cereal.
I've been attacked or tackled by a military working dog before.
Really?
On his list of things to do today.
He won't
multiple
even go to
times.
his own bathroom at night.
At full sprint.
He's the best.
I remember when Crowder had he had the Hodge twins on one of the first times back when he had Hopper, and the Hodge twins they unironically don't like dogs. There's like a stereotype about black people and dogs, and Hopper is just giant fucking I don't remember what the hell kind of dog it is, and they're sitting in the chairs, and Crowder's got big old Hopper comes up next to him, and they're like freaked out, but all as they kind of get used to him, they're also they fell in love with him. It was really funny when they first saw him, how scared they were.
I had a black colleague who I didn't even know about the stereotype, and I wouldn't have thought about it. But we were out on a park on the base, and I was with my dogs who were off leash because they're pretty well trained, and they saw her and we're going to run up and say hi because she was walking across the field, and she saw them coming and just sprinted the other direction screaming. Which is pretty funny.
They're not coyotes. They're not going to steal her baby.
I called them. They came back to me. They thought it was okay to play. What's up, kiddo?
It's talking to you again.
Oh, well, I'll come over there in a second. Love you. Bye.
Dyer's wife just had pizza. Now she needs dessert.
Yeah, maybe not that.
So I just switched on my map. I just gave North Carolina back to Trump since that appears to be the way that it's flowing. Seems like I'm going to have to give him Virginia before the night's over. But that now lets me give up Pennsylvania, and Trump still wins.
We got to keep Pennsylvania.
Well, hold on. I'm just going through what he can still lose. So in the current map, so he can lose Pennsylvania and be fine. And the only one that he would get would be Michigan out of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan and Pennsylvania. If he only wins Michigan, now that he's got North Carolina, he can still win. If he loses Michigan but gains Pennsylvania, he still wins. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, he still wins. Now, if he loses Pennsylvania and Michigan but gets Wisconsin, he still wins, I think.
What's with the cross hatching on Nebraska?
I think that's because they have partial. I think that they don't have a winner take all. Maybe, I'm not sure.
No.
Okay, so if Trump wins Wisconsin but not Michigan or Pennsylvania, then it becomes like a tie, basically. There's some I'm not sure what's going on with this map here. Oh, it's the District of Columbia. That's what it is. Why does DC gets votes? It's fucking stupid.
Agreed.
That is what we need to fucking fix in the next 4 years is like the entirety of DC. DC needs to be decolonized. Get all the fucking residents out of DC. DC was not meant to be residents. They are not meant to have representation. It's specified in the Constitution. They shouldn't have electoral votes. They sure as shit should not have statehood or senators or congressmen. Like, no. They shouldn't even have mayors. There shouldn't be a town there. It should be administered. There should be like a cabinet position that is the mayor of DC. There should not be people living there. And the people that do live in DC, it is like 70% black, way below the poverty line. I don't know what in the fuck they thought they were doing in DC, but they've essentially like cultivated
Be
this
gone
like
from me, you soy boy beta
neo-slave
cup. The transaction
population
is complete.
I am gainfully employed. I got a pitcher of watermelon cucumber vodka, half the pizza full. The bladder, no idea where my slippers are. It's Tuesday and I am praying for a red wave.
Let's do
this.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yeah, I took off work tomorrow. Dyer took off work tomorrow. Though if Biden wins, we'll probably go to war by the end of the night. So Dyer will probably be back to work tomorrow. But yeah, I had some pizza and wings earlier. I had two Platinum Seltzers. I'm working my way through a Kentucky Bourbon Barrel, which I have not had in a while. And I forgot how delicious these were. And I'm also drinking a Monster. And I will probably have a full bladder very soon. But yeah, I think it's going good. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. If nothing else, this is a fun night to hang out, be together. Yeah, this is what Dyer and I are probably doing anyways. So so this is what I did last election. I just didn't have any you guys to do it with me. So just show off a little bit. CT's asking, Dyer, do you really have a wolf? How does it interact well with the kids? Well, it's a wolf. It's not a coyote. The coyote would just, it'd take them.
If it was a dingo or a coyote, just eat that baby right out.
Well, no, it would just drag it across the border to a cage. The coyotes drag kids off to cages, Dyer. That's how that works.
Right. So the wolf Willow, she does really well with the kids actually. So she had her puppies around the same time we had our kids, and she sees them as part of the pack. So they can crawl all over her, tug on her ears, put their hands in her mouth, and she just takes it. But then, like, someone who's not in the family comes like anywhere close to our house, and she's pretty vicious. So it's our responsibility to make sure she stays with inside the house or in the yard, or on a leash. So yeah, she's good with the kids. We don't leave her alone with the kids anyway, just because you shouldn't do that with a large breed dog and a small kid, though.
Let's see here. Utah is populating. They got 64% reporting. They just popped in. Trump's got up 16 points with 64% reporting. So that's pretty rough. That's a pretty rough lead for Biden.
What state?
Utah. All 6 votes of it. It is 10:40 p.m. Eastern Time, which means it is 9:40 Central Time, 8:40 Mountain Time, which would be Colorado, and it would be 7:40 in California. So California, Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, their polls should be closing up here in the next half hour. I don't know when exactly they're done. Let's see here. Oh wait, California. Oh wait, okay. So yeah, California closes at 9 p.m. or at 11 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, they will be closing here in 20 minutes. I believe the rest will as well. So we have approximately 20 minutes. The continental United States will be in. With only Alaska and Hawaii, which they are probably not going to swing this, and I think we already know which way they're going. It will then be, per 2016 and worse, it will be another 2 to 3 to 4 to 6 hours as more and more vote totals come in. Though I think that the key states are going to be Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and maybe Minnesota. But I think that those are going to be the key ones. They look like they're leaning red right now, and we should know those pretty early on in the rest of the night. And Arizona's maybe kind of a toss-up, but if he gets Wisconsin and Michigan, or Michigan and Pennsylvania, or Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, like any kind of combination of those, man, if he gets all 3, it does not matter what happens in the rest of the country. It will go for Trump. I think it is looking more and more and more like a Trump victory. I'm getting a little bit butterflies in my stomach. I don't think it's the Kentucky Bourbon Barrel, though it is possible. So we'll talk about the Red Mirage here in a second. Do you have anything to add, Dyer? Did you leave? Dyer left me. He muted his mic because he hates us. Okay, so the Red Mirage, CT. So the Red Mirage is a bunch of bullshit. So what the Democrats have been saying for the last 2 months here, they've been trying to prime us, and it's more of a conspiracy theory. So what they're saying is that on election day, Republicans will vote, and it'll go for Trump. So it'll look like Trump. That'll be the Red Mirage. And then as the next days go by, as the rest of the week ticks by up through Friday, they'll start counting the mail-in votes. And the mail-in votes will be apparently for all Biden. That's what they've been saying for a while now. Now, I'm going to explain why that doesn't make sense here in a second. But this is what they're explaining. So they're saying that while it looks like red on Election Day, as they count the mail-in votes, it'll certainly start shifting back blue because those will all be Biden votes. So the Red Mirage is that it looks like Trump won, but as you count more mail-in votes, all of a sudden, Biden wins. So why is that a bunch of bullshit? So that is a bunch of bullshit because the number of mail-in votes, so there's been a couple of different explanations of this. The explanation I'll give is kind of an amalgamation of all of them. The number of Biden votes that have come in so far, they've already been counted and they've already come in. So the idea that there's a whole bunch of extra Biden votes still on their way in to be counted for mail-in ballots. They're just not there. They've already come in. They've already been counted. Now, there's this idea that some states like Pennsylvania, they are not allowed to count their mail-in ballots until after Election Day. So Pennsylvania might have a red mirage at a state level, but other states, they are allowed to count their votes, their mail-in ballots before Election Day. So they've already got those pretty well locked in. There has been a lot of statistics that the voter turnout for Democrats early on wasn't quite as good of a showing as I thought it was going to be. The mail-in votes seemed to be more, not more so for Trump, but they weren't as heavily Democrat as anticipated. We've got a lot of statistics that show that on Election Day, a lot of you're going to have 2-to-1 Republican voters to Democrat voters. And that's just for registered. So on Election Day, because so many Democrats voted early, because the media scared them so badly about COVID and all that stuff, they didn't want to go out to vote in person. So they've been mailing in their votes. Whereas the Republicans were much more likely to go vote in person and not mail their votes in. So because of that, it's been estimated that on today, Election Day, 2-to-1 of the votes that were cast today are going to be for Trump. So that is overwhelming the early voting of the Democrats. They've already used that up. Now, this idea of the red mirage is that somehow the Democrats were going to be able to have all of the mail-in votes before Election Day, and then also all of the mail-in votes after Election Day. When that doesn't seem to make sense. It's you have at the same time that they're saying like, oh well, the states they're gonna look like they're red because they haven't counted the mail-in ballots yet. But as we were talking about earlier in the show, yesterday and this morning and late last week, they were talking about, well, a lot of these states are going to start looking blue early on because that's the mail-in votes. So they're coming in early. And as the night goes on, as they count the in-person votes, then it's going to start shifting red. It's going to be a blue mirage, basically. So it can't be both. It's got to be one or the other. And I think based off of what we've seen tonight, I think based off of what makes sense, is that it's really more of a blue mirage per state, and that all of the blue votes that came in, all the blue votes that are going to be cast, they've already come in. They've already been counted except for a few places like Pennsylvania. And the votes the day of, those are going to be red votes. And any votes coming in after that, any straggler mail-in ballots, I don't think that they're going to be in high enough numbers for Democrats to swing the state back. Again, the Democrats already spent their load on the early voting. They can't vote twice. Well, I know some of them want to vote twice. Some of them might vote twice.
Well, some of them are dead or voting.
In theory, they can't vote twice. So if they've already voted early on, that doesn't mean that there's going to be more Democrat voters. They've already used up those votes. Now, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who comes in and votes first. It's all the votes are just what the vote count is. But this idea that there is more blue votes out there to be had, it just doesn't hold water. There's nowhere to pull them from. They've already come in from mail-in votes. As we kind of went through these different states a little bit ago, all of the bluest counties are already done reporting, and the only counties that have more votes to be counted are split red or deep red. Like, there's only more votes coming in that are going to be red. This idea that for some reason all of the mail-in votes that come in after Election Day would somehow be blue, it just doesn't hold up. It doesn't make intuitive sense. Now, I understand that there's they want it to go like that, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to go like that. And if that explanation seems like I was wandering around a little bit, it was, because the theory of the red mirage is wandering around a lot. So to kind of counter it, you have to also wander around a lot. Basically, at the end of the day, the red mirage doesn't make a lot of sense. But what the theory is from the right, the kind of conspiracy theory, because as we know, all right-wing conspiracy theories are wrong, even though most of them are actually correct.
Is Trump actually going after pedophiles?
The number of far-right conspiracy theories that have been proven true the last 4 years is kind of staggering, but we'll leave that for another show. But the conspiracy theory is that, well, the left wanted to seed the idea. They wanted to launder the idea over the last 2 months, and they have, of this idea of the Red Mirage. And again, the Red Mirage being that it looks like Trump won, but as you count the mail-in votes, all of a sudden everything flips blue, and now it's a Biden presidency. So what that could be is getting everybody prepared for that idea, so that when it happens, it's like, well, we knew this was going to happen. Just look at this New York Times article from 2 months ago. This was a known thing, and the thought is that after Trump's wins, all of a sudden you'll start finding, and just appear out of nowhere, you'll find boxes and boxes and boxes of mail-in ballots that have certain problems. They're not correct, or there's something, but they are for Biden. And all of a sudden, you'll just find a couple thousand mail-in ballots for Biden here, a couple thousand there, because of they'll be able to kind of extend this over the course of a few days. They'll be able to look at the election map and say, okay, well, it's going to be really obvious if we have 40,000 mail-in ballots for Biden just show up in North Carolina. But they can say, okay, well, Michigan, they only lost. Trump only won Michigan by like a couple thousand votes. And if we just add in 10,000 votes here and like 300 votes in this county and like 500 votes in that county, like they can just like very, very slowly massage a few hundred votes in each county. And all of a sudden, Biden makes up the 10,000 vote deficit that he might have in Michigan, and all of a sudden Michigan flips blue, and he gets an extra 16 electoral votes, and it flips the electoral count by 32, because Trump would lose the 16 and Biden would gain the 16. All of a sudden, Biden's president. So the idea of the Red Mirage is kind of a cover-up for the theory that they would be putting in fraudulent ballots through the mail-in process, which I think is absolutely possible. I think that is highly likely. When the Democrats say by any means necessary, I believe them. And it's an easy thing. It doesn't require a lot of crazy tactics to do that, but you just have 100 votes show up here, 100 votes show up there, and then all of a sudden you just kind of spread that out across the whole state, and now Biden's president. So again, this idea of the Red Mirage is just to prepare you for the idea that a state that's deep red could suddenly flip blue. And when you say, wait a second, is that voter fraud? The media can say, no, there is no voter fraud. This is a known thing. This was something that we told you was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen a long time ago. It couldn't possibly be voter fraud. Voter fraud would be random. We knew this was going to happen because the media is in on it.
It's electile dysfunction. So the House...
They don't have pills for that.
I know. The House currently has 116 for the GOP with 82 leaning and 87 for the Dems, 64 leaning. And if you look at the little counter here, it's very close. But if you look at the, is it the New York Times? Sorry, Bloomberg. Bloomberg is saying that they have enough confirmed receipts that the Dems are going to keep the House. But this is what the actual data shows.
Are they going to thin out their margin, though?
Are they going to bring in more? Yeah, probably. So there was more seats on the GOP that were at risk than there were for the Dems. So, like, it's not going to be a surprise if it gets that right up to here. Like, it's gonna even out. But really, the fight's going to be over like only a couple seats to see who actually gets the majority.
Oh, man. So we also saw a quote-unquote Red Mirage in the midterms in 2018, and that was the Republican. A lot of people forget this, or we're quite paying attention because it was midterms. The Republicans won the House.
Yep.
Midterms.
And then there's a bunch of legal cases.
And then over the course of 4 weeks, very slowly and methodically, votes appeared.
Yeah.
A couple here, a couple there. And all of a sudden, one by one, the Republicans didn't win the House. And
some
Democrats
of the people who
the
had
House.
won had only won by like less than 1,000.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you got a bunch of Democrats all of a sudden they swing the majority in the House, and you got a bunch of Democrats that were elected with like razor thin, couple hundred vote margins.
Yeah,
very those couple hundred votes that came in 2 weeks after the main election, after nobody was paying attention to it. Very strange.
Yeah, like, it's kind of a trial run for what they could do on a grander scale. That we should be watching out for.
Minnesota don't look like it's going to go for Trump. Biden's got a pretty handy lead right now. He is up 250,000-ish with 47% reporting.
The Senate's still 41-41.
That's fine. Let's see here. Arizona is not looking super great. Looks like Trump might lose Arizona, which I adjusted on my map. That does not lose Trump that doesn't lose him the Electoral College. So,
Trump has made progress on Minnesota from where he was before.
Okay, so let's do the county analysis on Arizona. So Arizona, you got Santa Cruz County with 100% reporting. They're deep blue. Let's see. You got some blue areas that are no reporting. 70% reporting. Okay, they don't have enough. They have a bunch of counties with 0% reporting, so Arizona could actually still go either way, to be honest. They only have... Yeah, they got 73% reporting, but that's the biggest areas. Let's see here. They have... Biden is up by about 210,000 votes, so... I don't think Trump's going to get Arizona, but it could be close. I think that similar to the other states, I think that the bluer areas have been counting first, but Arizona's got there's too many counties that don't have anybody yet, that have nothing reporting, so it's hard to say. We'll come back to that one. We are coming up on, it is 10:55. We are coming up very soon on getting the West Coast here to be closed and start reporting. Very close. Very close. How's your pizza, Dyer?
It was good. I still don't think Minnesota's out of the race, man. It's 47 reporting. And they start the gap was greater, and it's getting closer.
So what's the big? I don't know what the breakdown of Minnesota is. Obviously, Minneapolis. I was flying across the country one time, and I had a layover, and it was a long enough flight, and the layover was quick enough. I didn't really think about. I knew the layover was in Minneapolis, but it just wasn't important to me where Minneapolis was. I probably in the back of my head knew where it was, but I didn't register what state it was right away, just because it didn't matter. I was just going to be at the terminal for 2 hours and then fly off. And I get off the plane when I land in Minneapolis International, and as soon as I get out of the little terminal tunnel, there's the giantest fucking moose, a chainsaw wooden moose. I swear to God, 2 stories tall. It was huge, chainsaw fucking moose, and I was like, I'm in Minnesota.
Okay, so see this county right here?
Okay, so you guys are looking at Dyer's screen on the bottom left there. Okay, I'm looking at it. What's up?
That's Minneapolis.
Okay, let's see here. Where are we at? Is that Hepton? Hennepin? Hennepin sounds familiar.
So, the reason why I started off so blue is where the major cities are in this area here and here. They came in with reporting first. The rest of the place is very red. A little blue up here.
Find out. All right.
Yes, we will.
I'll be right back in a minute or two.
Alrighty then. I still think that Arizona has a good chance as well. To go back to where we're at with that. Arizona at 73% with only a gap of 8.7%. I mean, you could easily that 8.7%, which is probably going to be again going from most of the rural areas, though they have less population there. They still have a remaining 27% of the population to count, and they're in more conservative areas. You could very easily make up that 8.7% difference. And if I go back to what Trump had last time against Hillary, in Arizona, he won by just 4%. You had a 48.1 to Hillary's 44.6. There is a difference, though, in that Gary Johnson was running last time, and I don't think I saw him on this time. Gary Johnson isn't listed on at least this poll, but Gary Johnson got 4% last time, which I would think that the people who would vote for Gary Johnson probably would be more likely to vote for Trump or over Biden. I'm not sure, though. Overall, though, I think Trump has a fairly good chance of winning this. What's that? Got a lemon from the infidel. Thank you very much. So Thundra, Erica, who said, I had voted early, and my state is a red state, apparently. What state is your state? I don't wear lip gloss. You mean you will mesmerize them and you won't learn anything. Oh, it looks like we got Crater in the background still. I wonder how the mainstream media is dealing with this. They're probably going to say, oh, I mean, it looks bad, but don't worry. They're going to turn blue. Got an ice cream from Timberwolf. Thank you very much. 2 ice creams. Much appreciated, Timberwolf. I can't imagine why, after 150 days of constant rioting, with the Biden supporters going out and destroying businesses and attacking people, just people driving, just driving down the road, pulling out their cars, beating them up. How anyone in this country would want to vote for that? Like, it's a vote for tyranny. It's a vote for them literally funding and helping to organize terrorism against our country and against her people. So we have votes coming in for the the West Coast right now. We got California, Oregon, and Washington. They're going to be heavily blue.
Are you suggesting that the American people don't want terrorism?
Oh, well, some of them do, apparently.
Is that Islamophobic to not want terrorism?
Oh, are Islamic? I mean, they're pretty, white nationalist.
I just think of Islam every time I think of terror. To be honest.
I mean, so do I, but they're not the only flavor of terrorism in the world. there's a there's a spectrum of flavors. So looks like Montana is slightly for Trump, with only 30% reporting. So California, Oregon, and Washington all turned blue with like 0% reporting, but like we know they're going to go for Biden. This is not a question. They have no free will. Looks like the Senate got one more seat, so it's 41-42 now. That's good. It's really important that they maintain their majority there, even with a slight majority. The Republicans have gained more seats in the House as well. They're at 124 with 77 leaning versus the Dems 94 with 56.
Fantastic.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to keep the House. It'd be nice, though. It'd be a nice dream.
Well, Well, I mean, we know we don't have the House. I mean, it's just whether or not we can, if we can bring back some, if we can bring back a few seats though, and like close up that gap, that'd be good. But I mean, you know, we don't have it currently, so it's not like a loss. It's just, it's ours to gain. The Senate is the real problem, though. We can't lose the Senate.
Yeah. Do you think it's a likelihood, though?
To lose the Senate?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have not been paying attention. I know that there was some concern about certain Senate seats, and we'd talked about that in the show a few times, is, you know, to the extent that there was problems with some of the incumbent Republicans, we talked about, you know, does Lindsey Graham, does he deserve to be a Republican senator? I think no, but would I rather have a Republican senator? Yes. You know, does Mitch McConnell deserve to keep his seat as a senator? Debatable. Would I rather have a Republican? Yes. You know, again, so it's I'll take what I can get, but as for being overly sad about them struggling in their election, like on a personal level, like fuck them as individuals. On like a party level, like well, I don't live in those states, like I can't really do anything about it, but like fuck, like they need to do everything they can to keep those positions. But I can tell you what, if they weren't such squishes, it'd be a lot easier for them to keep their spot.
Okay, so the battle for deciding who should be running for the GOP ticket is determined at the primaries. Right now, you've already fucked up and kept those people in as the candidate. So now you have to choose between a turd or something far, far worse, right? Giving up, you know, Trump's ability to do anything, you know, to basically turning him into a lame duck president if you don't put whatever GOP guy is running, even though he might be bad, he's still not as bad as the Democrat, right? Now, that's a hard pill to swallow. I don't like voting him for him, but if you wanted to have someone good to vote for, you best have done it during the primaries. You already effed up. Yeah. You don't fix that problem by voting for the Democrat or not voting at all.
Yeah. You know, and that's something that I think I think that's something that we can work on over the next 4 years with a Trump presidency, as Trump needs to, as I said, he needs to primary the fuck out of these squishy Republicans. And, like, start that day one is you go out and by January of 2022, so not next January 2022, Trump needs to have a slate all across the country of primary, preferably like 10 to 20 primary candidates for Republican spots, both in Dem districts and in squishy Republican districts, for both the House and the Senate. And let's get some fucking Trumpocrats into Congress. I think that Trump can find and cultivate some people. I really like, you know, you got what's Kasich in Baltimore. You got a few other you know, kind of firebrands that needs to get rejuvenated, revigorated, kind of a Tea Party 2.0. Again, it's kind of the discussion that Trump's going to talk about being the Lion Party, or people around Trump are calling it that. I don't mind seeing a Tea Party 2.0. I think Tea Party 1.0 was pretty successful, but for the media just doing its best to execute it in the crib. In the modern era, you know, the modern era being 10 years since the Tea Party was tried, we don't care about the media anymore. The media can't touch us anymore. They can sit there and call us, you know, racist, homophobes, bigots, whatever, Nazis. But they'll call us that anyways. They've taken away the opportunity cost of actually doing something and being involved, because they'll call you that either way. So now it doesn't matter what you do. The opportunity cost for being politically involved is zero, because they're going to call you a Nazi either way. So I think that a Tea Party 2.0, a Lion Party 1.0, Trump getting a few senators, a few handpicked Lion Party senators to go primary some Republicans and some Democrats, some Lion Party congressmen for the House. that would be something that would be a goal. He needs to have a slate of them for 2022. He needs to push the fuck out of them for that whole year, and then when we hit the midterms, is we get the fucking Lion Party again. Let's get some of these people out of there. Again, we talk about Lindsey Graham. When Lindsey Graham is good, he's great. He's the best when he's good. But when he's not that, he's the worst. He might as well not even be in Congress. He's awful. He's as bad as any of the Democrats are. And he flip-flops in between it. And he's kind of populist in the way that Trump is, but he's not always in the spotlight. And when you don't have the spotlight on him, he goes and does Democrat-like things, and I don't like it. I don't think that Lindsey Graham deserves to be in the House or in the. Is he a senator? Yeah, a senator. Senate as a Republican, but who else are we going to have in that?
He's
spot?
the majority. Sorry, you're right. Hey, by the way, Mitch McConnell, the majority lead, he won his run.
Yeah,
his race.
Babylon B had a picture of him celebrating. Let me see if I
was it the Master Disguise picture.
I don't know. It was just him like looking as bemused as anything.
Well, here's a picture of Mitch McConnell.
I hope you guys all enjoyed me just spelling Babylon B as completely wrong as possible. Yes, Mitch McConnell celebrates victory. Oh my god, I can't tell which one is Mitch McConnell or which one is the picture you have up.
The one I have up is definitely Mitch McConnell.
Oh.
So, congratulations, Mitch.
Next time Young Turks goes live, I want to hear what they're saying. Cause I bet you they're a little upset.
Think so?
I would hope so. All right, so Wisconsin's got 59% reporting, and Trump is up by 75,000. Michigan is got 43% reporting, and Trump is up by 258,000. I hope you all appreciate this mental math in my head. Ohio has 92% reporting, and Trump is up by 420,000. And Pennsylvania, oof, 46% reporting, so could still go either way. We'll do a county analysis here in a minute on Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania has 46% reporting, and Trump is up 55% to 42%, and Trump is up by 390,000 votes. Hell yeah. Let's see here. Trevor says, the turtle hath triumphed. Yes. Mitch McConnell is definitely a turtle. I remember, who was the funny one who used to do the Daily Show? John Oliver. No, not John Oliver. Not Stephen Colbert. The funny one. Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart.
He was the one that was actually funny. No, I remember it was actually funny. He did like analysis like right before he left. It was like, he was trying to like make it like it was like an anti-Republican segment, but like, you know, I'm not a psychopath, so I still think funny things are funny. And I didn't even necessarily disagree with him, but he was talking about how like Mitch McConnell did absolutely nothing for 8 years, and Obama did all these things for 8 years. And he showed the difference between Obama going into office and Obama leaving office. And like Obama like turned into the Crypt Keeper. Like Obama was like, what was he, like late 40s when he went in? And he comes out looking like he's older than Biden. I mean, Obama aged really horribly. Like the presidency ages you, except for Trump apparently. But Obama really aged hard during the presidency. And then, Jon Stewart put up Obama before and after, and then he put up Mitch McConnell before and after, and he's like, oh, look, like absolute indifference to the suffering of the American people and the world. It ages you nothing at all. And like Mitch McConnell looked precisely the same as he did 8 years. Like the two pictures are exactly the same. It was so funny because it wasn't not true, and it was also funny. And I really miss the Jon Stewart days of like actually like enlightened comedy. Like, yeah, there were some precepts there that was wrong, but like in general, like you're not gonna catch me defending Mitch McConnell, and I thought it was funny, and it was funny, and now it's just like, well, yeah, but like Trump's Hitler, so like isn't that funny? Like I know we said Trump was Hitler like 1,000 times before, but like isn't that funny? Come on, guys, like Trump's Hitler, like he's literally Hitler. It's so funny, isn't it? And like Jon Stewart actually like worked hard on his comedy, and he was funny.
Yep. Oh man. So we got.
Oh my God. Okay, so look at the Young Turks right now. They're interviewing somebody over Skype, and she
With a
is
mask
wearing a mask.
I wonder if you catch coronavirus through your computer.
I would fucking catch like coronavirus from Chen because he's so fucking sweaty and disgusting. Like, put some fucking powder on, Christ.
I have no idea if they were great, if they were bad. I have no idea, right?
That's all we needed to hear from Jake Uger is I have no idea.
We already knew that though.
That was the perfect segment to cut in. This is live. I literally did not plan that. This is live. There's no way for me to know. And I just, as soon as I pop in, you pick any random moment of the Young Turks broadcast, and it's just Jake Uger. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. And it's true. He doesn't know.
I believe.
I agree with you.
He seems very genuine in
He
his.
seemed pretty fervent and is like, I don't know.
You guys don't understand. I'm an idiot. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, so Florida man has voted for Trump. It is confirmed. It is 98% in. And let's see. So 98% reporting, and Trump is up 51.3% to Biden 47.8%, which leaves Trump at 280,000 votes more than Biden has, and there just is not 280,000 more votes to be had in Florida. So that's Trump. So we talked about it earlier on. If Trump loses Florida, which we didn't think he would, but if Trump lost Florida, that'd be the end of the night. So it is not the end of the night.
Continue.
The night
continues.
Let's see here. For North Carolina, we have still a tight race, but 94% reporting. Trump is at 50.1%, and he is about 50,
94%
70.
reporting.
He's about 75,000 votes up.
It'd be hard to cheat that much.
Don't underestimate the Democrats.
Hey, there's a bunch of videos of the now it's rioting. There's just black bloc assaulting people in Washington D.C. right now.
Well, I'm watching the stream that has the live stream of the riots, except for they're looking at maps because we literally could do that on any other channel.
We have multiple videos of people who are trying to take video.
Now they're back. Now they're back to live DC here. Let's put the audio on here. We'll leave that one up for a while.
So we're up to 99 seats for the House for the Dems, 131 for the Republicans. Still about 71 leading Republicans and 70 leading Dems. So it's closing up. And then for the Senate, we got 42 Dems, 43 Republicans. The Trump still has a popular vote with California now reporting. It is now getting a little closer, though. 46.9 million for Biden, and 48.8 million for Trump.
Fortunately, on the squishy Republican front, I know not everyone is as blessed to be in a district with a well, even with a Republican, but a not squishy one to boot. Fortunately, I am in one of the districts that has a good Republican congressman, so you know, I guess that's a benefit. I actually vote, and I don't have to hold my nose for it. But that kind of comes down to where you live, right? So. It's funny because you have the Democrats like exodusing from their areas that are supposedly their strongholds that they've crafted all the policies around. They're exodusing, but you know I think it might be beneficial for the Republicans in these areas to exodus as well. Your vote carries little meaning in deep blue areas, and you know, as with the current shift in the way. What is that?
Sorry, it's a article showing that AOC was running and she won her seat.
Really? How is that? I thought she was in there for 6 years. Or Congress terms? No, Congress terms aren't for 2 years.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez elected to New York House seat, November 3rd, 2020.
Was she elected in? I can't remember. Anyways, no, I think Republicans should also be moving out of the blue areas too, and just to offset the blue floods into the red areas that are weakening the votes in places like Texas. I think red people need to be leaving the blue areas as well, and just let them become hollowed out husks. Move to a more solid red area. Help keep currently red areas red by moving there. If you're in one of these cities, you need to get out now. It's not going to get any better in the next 4 years. And the country could really use your votes in maintaining the currently red areas.
If the Republicans leave places like New York and California, then there'll be no one paying the taxes. So they wouldn't be able to pay for their welfare states. Their economy would collapse.
They already can't. That's why they're asking for federal bailouts.
Good point. Good point. And I mean, California's already running the biggest deficit, and actually the biggest proportion of the deficit for the entire country. Yet we still let them do that. It's kind of weird how the country can operate at a loss. No person, is allowed to really do that without taking on risk. No citizen can, but the state can do that, and they don't take on any risk. Because if they can't pay back the debt, it's going to inflate the money, print more money.
Well, remember that story we covered last summer about California was trying to make their own central bank so that they could make their own loans to themselves and create their own money.
Yeah.
And then it would be backed by the Federal Reserve and it would be backed by the Treasury, so that when they borrowed from their bank that they managed themselves and then they couldn't pay back their bank that they managed themselves, then the federal government would have to bail it out.
So CT asks, how does it help to change California be more reasonable if all the reasonable people leave California?
We just need more foxes in California. No.
I don't know. I mean, there'll be a bunch of more animals in California that can't be pet.
Well, and they're also like burning down. This is like the result of like California. It's not. Oh, the doggy voted. That's not legal. He thinks he's people. I think the far bigger problem with the California wildfires is the fucking just devastation to like the animal population. There's a lot of foresty creatures that are endangered in the
used to be.
Yeah, that used to be in the California forest, and now they're all fucking burned out. I mean, like, you used to have coyotes that could like make a living foraging in the forest, and like now the only way they can make a living is by dragging Mexican babies over the border and selling them to cages. Like,
At the direct orders of Trump.
Yeah, like if the coyote economy in the forest wasn't so horrific, they wouldn't have to resort to that. But like, it really is bad. Like I was reading some of the wildlife that I follow, and like they're saying like there is like a big problem. Like there's some like the California forests, because they are so heavily regulated, are great reserves for endangered species, but they can't reserve a whole lot when the whole fucking thing's on fire.
Yeah.
And that's horrific. I remember I had a conversation with your wife about the Amazon fires, and she's like, "Huh? What?"
I said, "You talked to my wife? What?
You were there. Remember we talked about this?
I wasn't there. What are you talking about?"
Yeah, we did. We talked about the Arizona Amazon. Huh?
I'm fucking with you. Go on.
I'm trying to explain something. You're just wasting time. I didn't even say anything.
Trust me, we have hours.
You made like an awful. It wasn't even a joke. You just interrupted me. At least make it funny.
I'll work on it. Go continue with your story.
My God. I was talking to your wife about it, and she's like, "Oh, like it's so sad that the Amazon's on fire. Like it's the lungs of the world." And we were like looking through the data of like the previous years and how like the wildfires like were any worse than they were for like the last 40 years. They were like this exact same size every single year of the last 40 years. It's just the media made a big deal about it. And you look at that with California, who doesn't do controlled burns, whereas the Amazon does, and it solves some of the problems. Also, the Amazon's a lot wetter, so you don't need to burn it quite as much as you do with California and the forests that are more northernly in the tropics. One of the stories and research I saw on the California forests is that they have a certain amount of hectaacres they need to be burning per year to do good forest maintenance. Because, again, you put out the fires in a modern society, but you want to do controlled burns that are somewhat equivalent to what a uncontrolled burn would be in a natural forest without humans. Because the forest naturally goes through processes of burning and regrowth. And there's even a lot of species of tree that are dependent on the burn cycle. There's seeds that only sprout in ash. They only sprout in high temperatures with ash. And so if you don't have these periods, you don't get these trees to regrow. They can't regrow in regular soil. They have to grow in ash because that's part of the life cycle of the forest. What California has done is they have designated forest fires, man-made like controlled burns. They've designated those under their emission standards. And so to do a controlled burn, you have to do an environmental impact study on the amount of carbon you're estimating to release. And a controlled burn is going to release a lot of fucking carbon. It's going to be like dirty carbon too. And they never are able to get those, get approval for those applications to do controlled burns. And so you have California, I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was something like 1 million hectaacres that needed to be burned per year to like maintain like equilibrium in the forest. And for like the last 30 years, like they've only been burning like 10,000 hectaacres, which is like a lot less than 1 million, which is why you have like 30 to 40 million hectaacres on fire right now, is because it could have been slowly burned over the last 40 years, but instead it's all burning at once and it's burning down everything. So that's their fucking problem. And I really think that should be a I really hate the idea of the federal government owning and managing land, but if California can't fucking do it, I think the federal government should come in and take it over. If you are so mismanaging the nation's resources, I think the federal government should come in for the as a representative of the rest of the country and say, okay, California does not get to manage these forests anymore. The federal government is going to do it for them, and we are going to institute a controlled burn program.
Hey, check this out. This is Starr County in Texas, right?
Yes.
Starr County.
Why does it have 2 R's?
Because it could just be the word star. Anyways,
you have to pronounce it Star.
Yes, make sure you pronounce it.
It's a pirate star. It's Star.
So Starr County is 96% Latino. It is the most Latino county in all of the country, right? And Clinton won it with plus 60, that county. And it's been, because Latinos tend to vote more Democrat, it's been a Democrat county for a very long time. Now, Trump's not winning this county. It's 98% supporter, right?
Sorry. Elijah Schaefer, a lone Trump supporter in Washington, D.C. waves his flag. Aw. That's the bottom right.
So as far as Starr County, in 4 years, the demographics have gone from a plus 60 for the Democrats to a plus 5. So there is a huge change in demographics for Latinos voting for Trump.
That's a lot of what Crowder was going over earlier, is that the trajectory of the voter demographic is so far in our favor that it seems unlikely that it wouldn't be better, but you just never know.
Yeah. So this would be a dark blue Democrat county before, but now it's just slightly blue.
Let's see here.
Just saying fuck Trump and Biden.
Yeah. So DC, fuck Trump, fuck Biden, no more presidents. About 150 Black Bloc Antifa began marching through the streets, led by the Umbrella Squad. They have gas masks, weapons, and some have shields. So, as funny as it is, and it is morally correct, even if it's factually false. Tucker Carlson likes to call the people burning down America over the summer Biden voters, which is funny. And again, it's morally correct. It's factually false. A lot of these people, and I've gotten this obviously from this video. We can see that. But this is not me just saying this because I watched a 9-second video live with you guys on Twitter. I regularly will watch the live streams of the riots that have been going on all summer. I've seen some of the other rhetoric and more of the raw feed of stuff. And in the raw feeds, you see conversations happening, and I mean the crazy stuff that happens. That only happens, it's like, only 7% of the time. The other 90% of the time is just talking revolutionary shop. None of these Antifa people, none of the BLM people, they do not like Biden. They do not like Kamala. They are not going to show up to vote for them. Now, this is a two-sided sword. So the people that are causing the most problems, causing the biggest ruckus in America right now, they're not going to go vote for Biden. They're not going to vote for Trump, but they're not going to go vote for Biden. But they're also a very small minority. As bad as everything is in America with all the riots and stuff this summer, you're talking about a group of like 10 to maybe 30, 40,000 people. I really don't even think it's that big of people that would actually be a threat. So you have this demographic that will not vote for Biden, that Biden's entire campaign is designed around these 30 to 40,000 people. These 30 to 40,000 people are not going to vote for him by any means, and that's no world are they going to vote for him. But it's also only 30 or 40,000 people. Like them not voting for Biden that's not going to make Biden lose if he is going to lose or if he's going to win. So it's kind of just this weird situation where you have this teeny tiny group of people who are electorally irrelevant, yet one of the major parties has designed their entire platform around it. It's very confusing, and I don't know what it means, but it is interesting. I think it is important in the future context. One of the things that's the problem with living in the now, you're in the future. The history of the future is where you live now. Someday, depending on who wins, there will be a cogent analysis of this period in time. And I think that if there's a cogent analysis of it, like a reasonable, rational analysis of this period in history, there will be much confusion amongst historians as to why one of the major parties designed the entire party platform around a very microscopic movement of extremely violent people. And that's what we're seeing, because again, this microscopic movement of violent people is not going to be voting for Biden, so I don't know why Biden's designing his entire party around it. And it's very confusing why the rest of the party supporters that are not that violent minority would support the violent minority. That's also confusing. It's very confusing. I don't know what it necessarily means. I guess what I'm getting at. And don't you guys love turning into our streams? It's just like me explaining to you how I don't fucking know anything. I'm just a big.
That sounds kind of like someone else we were talking about.
I know, right? Hey, I'm a big dummy. I wouldn't call myself a big dummy, but people say that. Dyer says that.
Check out the demographics I got on the screen right now. This is a support for Trump by race and gender Edison exit poll between 2016 and 2020 for what's reported so far. Trump has lost some support from white men, but he gained in white women, black men by a lot, black women, Latino men, Latino women, and people who are in the other category. They're all voting for Trump in a higher degree than he did last election. And they already voted for him at a higher degree than historically Republicans were voted for. So they say that Trump's this great divider in chief, that he is, racist and dividing up the country and spreading racism. Yet he's getting support from more support from racial minorities and from women than the GOP is used to. So what does that say?
I think it says that the sentiment among the media is wishful thinking and not accurate.
I think they're trying to feed us a false worldview, trying to build a universe of lies they want us to live in. And the facts just don't fit what they're saying. Yeah. Like the polls have obviously been very, very wrong.
All right, so I'm gonna put the riot footage over here and running back through the states. So we got some more. It's been about a half hour since the last set of polls closed. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so more data's come in. I do not think that Trump's going to win Arizona. Fox is calling it for Biden, Arizona. Trump is down quite a bit. He's down by 200,000 votes. 73% reporting. I don't think he's going to win Arizona. One of my friends I'm chatting with, he suggested that perhaps Arizona is upset with Trump after his relationship debacle with McCain, which I know that's kind of distant past for a lot of us, but
you mean the traitor?
I don't disagree with you, but Arizona elected him a lot of times in a row. They may be more connected to him than we are. So that could explain a little bit of that. I don't know. I don't necessarily know about that. I think that possibly a demographic shift could explain that. We'll see. I certainly think it's possible that I don't know. It seems like that's going for Biden though. So let me update my model. I already had Arizona going for Biden, so it doesn't really matter. Trump still has a lot of paths there. So let's see here. Florida is done counting, it looks like. North Carolina is 94% reporting, which I think is about the highest that we've seen it at. And Trump has a lead of 75,000? About. Okay, so yeah, I guess 6% more in North Carolina, and I don't think that 75,000 of that is going to be Joe Biden voters. We'll see.
Minnesota.
What's that?
Take a look at Minnesota.
Minnesota's got... Huh?
Trump's made a lot of gains there. He's on his way up.
What are you looking at? I'm looking at 42% to 55%.
You remember what it was before?
No.
39 for
okay.
Trump.
Well, they're only 63% reporting, so that is the one to watch. If I had to guess, the next half hour we'll have a lot of Minnesota come back in. Let's see, what time is it there? They do you know if they're Central or Mountain Time? They're probably Central Time.
I think Central.
So they are probably at 10:37 p.m. there. It is 11:37 Eastern. Depending where you're at. Well, it's 11:30 Eastern no matter where you are. Let's see here. So Wisconsin is breaking hard for Trump. Trump is up by 106,000 votes with 67% reporting. I've lost Dire Wolf, apparently. Let's see here. Dire, are you back? Dire, are you back? Are you back, Dire? Dire? Dire might be back now. Okay. Are you back there?
Yep.
Okay. I lost you. I blame you. Okay. So, Wisconsin, with 67% reporting, they have 2.1 million votes cast. So they got 33% of 2.1 million votes left to, I guess, go through on average. Maybe not quite. But Trump is up by a bit there. He's 51.7 to 46.8. And he is up by 105,000 votes right now. That's a pretty big lead in Wisconsin. So Wisconsin is definitely a good feather to have. It's not make or break, but it is a good one to have. Let's see here. Michigan is 49% reporting, and Trump is up substantially. A 9-point spread there. Trump, ooh, it's even expanding out a little bit. 9-point spread in Michigan. Trump is up by 290,000. Let's see here. Ohio. Trump is going to walk away with Ohio. Ohio's got 94% reporting. Trump is up by 450,000 votes in Ohio. And taking a look at Ohio. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, so... wow. Okay, this is really. I'm like beside myself a second here. This is really fucking red Ohio. This is really crazy. Okay, so Jesus fucking Christ. Wow. Okay. If you guys aren't familiar with the layout of Ohio, the northern western corner of Ohio is Toledo. Like, the whole fucking thing is Toledo. Toledo, you might imagine, is a blue city. And it is. And it is deep dark red. It is dark red. Jesus Christ. That's really red. You got in the little indent in Ohio, that's where Cleveland is at. Cleveland, man, you got Cleveland, the county that Cleveland's in, you got that running a more than 10-point spread in favor of Trump. Jesus. Man, Ohio, even the Columbus area. The Columbus area is not nearly as blue as you might think it would be. Cincinnati area. Jesus.
Hey, looking at the Senate and House right now, the House is 140 for the Republicans with 76, which brings them right up to the midway line, leading GOP, and the Dems are at 112.
How is the Senate?
It's I'll show you. The Senate is 42-45 with 11 still to be determined.
Judging by how sweaty I'm just like looking over my edge here. I'm looking over the side of my screen here. Looking at how sweaty Cenk is, I think that we're going to sweep all three branches.
I think you need to apply the sweatometer to him.
Yes. Okay, so... Whew, okay, so we wanted to look at... Arizona's gone. Biden's got Arizona. Forget Arizona. It's gone. North Carolina appears to be staying with Trump. Virginia looks like it's swinging hard Biden. We tried to do an analysis on that. Maybe I was wrong on that. Looks like it is swinging towards Biden, though. Virginia's got pretty handy spread. Virginia is not going to be breaking for Trump, which we didn't think it was at the very beginning. It looked plausible as the votes were coming in. There's still, it's only 76% reporting, so there's still 24% more to come in. I do not think that that's going to break for.
It would have been a nice surprise.
It would have been beautiful. It would have been. I wouldn't have called it beautiful, but some people might have called it beautiful. But I don't think that Virginia is going to do that. Looking at Virginia, you can see the breakdown in the counties that you see in your 90-ish counties that had seceded from the state earlier in the year, saying hell no, we are not enforcing those gun laws that they came out to vote. It's just not enough of them, and that is the problem with city centers. If there is a flaw in the Electoral College, I think that it is too dependent on population density. I don't think that the founders ever imagined cities with the type of density that we have. Even your densest cities in the 1700s could not possibly have managed to sustain the density that we have now. And the only reason that density is possible is because of technology. If the Founding Fathers had been able to imagine cities with densities at 10 to 100 times what they were in their era, they might have designed the Electoral College specifically around land area. That's a little extreme, and maybe the only reason I would like that is for partisan reasons, but it doesn't necessarily. There is enough efficacy there to have a discussion about it. But I think that a better version of the Electoral College would be to have it be purely based off of land area and have no relationship to population. If something arbitrary like 1,000 square miles, you want to have 20 million people live in 100 square miles, and then Wisconsin only has 500 people living in 100 square mile or 1,000 square miles. That is fucking New York's problem. That is LA's problem. I think that the American Electoral College should have been designed to more better. I'm using great words tonight. to more better not incentivize high density cities. The Founding Fathers very appropriately identified cities as like dens of iniquity and sin. Oh hey, look, it's Kyle's. It's Kyle's place.
Very red.
And not just because of Kyle. The Founding Fathers properly identified cities as bad places that just encouraged not good morality, and they were not wrong in that. And it's only gotten more and more true as time has gone on, and as technology has increased, it's allowed the density of cities to increase as well. And I think that I just was the host. Thank you, Dar. I think that maybe a more forward-thinking Electoral College would have been designed around that idea of let's not encourage high-density cities. Let's encourage as diffuse a population as is possible. I think the higher the population diffusion, the better. The only thing the cities generate right now, and this might have been, well, not might have been. It was different in the past, but again, the past did not see the high density of the cities that we have now. At current, the only things that cities produce, I think I can say this pretty absolute. The only things that cities produce are A, entertainment, and B, financial transactions. So that's the financial transactions being the money movers. No, I'm not talking about the Jews. Calm down. But the money changers who are doing the high finance, they're moving the CDOs, the collateralized debt obligations around, and they're creating these like booms and busts that we have every 20 years now, and they're playing with the Federal Reserve interest rate, and they're the Federal Reserve's helping them out and bailing out their giant hedge funds, and the Treasury Department has their whole policy of the Treasury Department is to keep those financial games going as much as possible. And at the same time, those financiers are giving you credit cards with a 30% interest rate and student loans at 10%. And it's absolutely outrageous. And then the entertainment, we see the on the financial side, the financial system that we have currently, and again, this is late stage central banking, not late stage capitalism, late stage central banking. That is having a massive degradation to the rest of the country's financial situation. No longer having any ability to save makes it so that you no longer have any ability to pass wealth on to the next generation. Not really great for rest of America that doesn't live in cities and isn't already an elite. And then on the entertainment side, well, the entertainment that we currently have clearly has a massive degradation effect on the culture at large. I don't think that certainly does not warrant an explanation tonight, but I think it's just rather self-evident. And so of the two things that cities create in the modern era is financial degradation for the rest of America and cultural degradation for the rest of America.
They also create suffering, and there's a sweet spot. You can make a pretty good argument that there is a certain size cities that provide a better standard of living than extremely, disparate populations, right?
I think that's something like a city.
There's also an argument for the reverse, where there's a certain size population city is being a small population provides a better quality of life for the average person than a super high density city. So there's downsides or there's negatives to having a very dense populace or a very disparate populace. So you're right. If we were to have a way to make it so that we have our cities be within that sweet spot zone where we're not creating suffering because of lack of available resources to like emergency services. We're also not creating it so there's properties are super expensive and small and people are living in poverty with lower quality homes because of because of the competition for land, right? Or just the pollution and the conflict that comes with being in a very large city.
Yeah, I would think that sweet spot would be an electoral college system that encourages no higher density than let's call it 50,000 per 100 square miles.
When you have
I live in a city of about 20,000. It's a different city than what I grew up in, but I grew up in a city of about 20,000. The city I live in now is almost a carbon copy of the city I grew up in, but it was 20-ish thousand people, not super high density, had a downtown area, had a, kind of different little district areas, not super high density, had some high density neighborhoods and then some more rural areas, and not quite suburbs, but the analogy of a suburb for a small town, and a lot of manufacturing and a lot of farming, and then just that farming and manufacturing just kind of bleeds into the next town, and then the next town kind of gets concentrated in the middle, and it just moves on. And it's a good size of town. It's a good balance. People aren't going like absolutely insane. There's green space. There's forests to hike in. There's bike trails. There's stuff to do. You go to towns that are way smaller than that, and it's like, they don't got a Walmart and stuff like that. And, it's just not the modern amenities. You get a town bigger than that, and all of a sudden you've got these high rises, and it's full of crime, and it's just all concrete everywhere, and it smells like shit, and it's just cars.
And the reason why they have to have Walmarts there is because there's so many people there, they have a requirement for a lot of food and resources to be provided to sustain them. A small mom and pop store wouldn't be able to pay the high property cost because of the competition for the available land. But a Walmart could, and could also provide the amount of resources needed where a mom and pop store couldn't. They're just not competitive in a very high density population area. So it's not that we need to get rid of urban areas altogether. It's that there is how dense the populace is. Like I said, there's a sweet spot. If it's too dense, it becomes negative in many different ways.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Electoral College as it stands does encourage not quite high density areas. It's just the trade-off between what the elites perceive as a benefit to, well, it's more than a perceived benefit to themselves. It is a high benefit to themselves. It's a no benefit to the rest of the country for them to live in these high concentrated areas. But their trade-off for representation within the Electoral College, it's not severe enough to discourage them living in those high-density areas. If under my system, where you had an Electoral College that was purely based off of land area, it didn't matter how high-density it was, you would probably still see high-density cities, but they wouldn't quite get as large as they were, and it would be understood, okay, well, we're going to have this high-density city, and it is worth it to me to have whatever benefits I may gain from a high-density city at the expense of representation in the Electoral College, because there's a clear, defined relationship. Whereas right now, the relationship between the Electoral College and the high-density is more of a fuzzy one, because it's somewhat related to land area, somewhat more heavily related to density, because you have, Fox just called Texas. So surprised, guy. Oh, man, so surprised. But no, you would have right now the Electoral College. It does facilitate high density areas because the Electoral College is dependent on the 2 senators that every state has, and then the apportioned representatives. So the apportioned representatives will very quickly outweigh the 2 senators, and so I think that again. You're never going to get this in America. I'm just speculating purely by what if we knew then what we knew now, and we've talked about this with the Supreme Court. How the Supreme Court was the not a very well designed branch for a lot of reasons.
It's left up for the later generations to take care of.
Yeah, like, we didn't do a very good job. Yeah, although lawyers somehow didn't figure out the legal system sucked. I think that there might have been a conflict of interest there where they're like, no, this is great for us. We made a lot of money. No, the Electoral College, I would have to reinvent it. I think that it should discourage high density as much as possible, and the maximal way of discouraging high density is to have the Electoral College be based off of nothing to do with the population density and have it be based off exclusively of square mileage. The Electoral College should be based off exclusively square mileage, nothing to do with high density.
So
in my opinion,
not to drive the point too far, because I know we have an undefined amount of time for this show, so we can belabor the point as much as possible. But another one of the things is, as a population gets too dense, it doesn't scale up where there's enough jobs provided for the growing population per amount of space. So you end up, when you have 2A people and in a single area, it's really hard for there to be enough businesses to provide them jobs, particularly because we can make those businesses efficient enough to not need that many workers to provide the resources for that area, right? So when you have a medium density versus a high density, there's going to be more jobs, lower property cost, better property values, and more access to resources. And it is also a cleaner place because, like, for instance, if you have the area, the waste management system that for a part of the town, if it breaks, it only affects a small number of people in that one area, and they have the option to go somewhere else while it's being and not suffer. But some people in a high density area, they are stuck in those areas, and the waste system breaking, the sewage system breaking, is going to affect a lot more people who, because of the poverty in those areas, are not going to have the option to leave.
Yeah,
they just have to suffer.
CT in chat's asking, do you guys really think the U.S. should have no urban cities at all? Then, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the difference between an urban city, which I would consider my town to have an urban centralized area, and I certainly think that's appropriate and fine. We got some, we got a couple square blocks of a couple blocks, not square blocks. Of course, they're square. A couple blocks of fancy restaurants, some like 3 or 4 story buildings with office space in them, banks, stuff like that. And, it's a couple blocks, but it's only a city of like 25,000, and we got a couple areas that are a little further in a different part of town where there's more of an industrial park, and there's a spot with the shopping areas with like the Walmart and Menards and Lowe's and stuff like that. I think that I would consider that to be an urban district. Now, what I'm talking about is like fucking New York, where you have a high rise that's 50 stories high and has 3,000-4,000 people in one block of it, and they're all living on concrete, and there is no green to be seen. You got to drive 50 minutes to go find some green space. That's what I'm talking about. I think I would consider what I'm in to be an urban space. I don't know what the fuck I would consider to be like a New York space, right? Like a San Francisco space. Like I don't know.
Overpopulated.
Yeah, overpopulated for sure. It's fucking disgusting. It's unnecessary, especially advent of internet technology. And again, a lot of the point of these cities was pre-internet financial transactions, which again, those have a degradation effect on the society. Also, entertainment transactions, entertainment production, post-internet. Which again, internet was kind of widely available but unused in the mid 90s. I would say I will just mark the 2000 as like the definitive start point of the internet. Post 2000, you don't really need to be in a city center to do financial transactions. You don't need to be there to do entertainment stuff, production, and things like that. You got Georgia right now. Georgia is one of the there's some high density areas there, but Georgia is one of the most popular places to shoot movies and stuff like that, just because they have a popular tax base there. But a lot of your quote unquote actors and movie producers and directors, they come from the big cities, and then they go to rural areas to do their entertainment production. They don't need to live in the big cities. They just want to. Your financial transactions, the entire Dow Jones, the New York Stock Exchange, is run on servers that are in New Jersey. They aren't in New York anymore. They're all running servers in New Jersey, like 100 miles away. It's not necessary to be in the cities anymore. The only reason to be in the cities now is purely a status symbol, and somehow I think we're starting to see the collapse of this. The quote unquote stock value, the social status value of living in a big city has become self-perpetuating, where it's worth a lot to me to live in a big city just because other people think it's worth a lot to live in a big city. There is no reason other than status. And status, don't get me wrong, in finance, status can keep a stock afloat for a little while. Just a stock people being interested in a stock, other people look at that and be like, well, I don't know why other people are interested in that, but I'm also interested in that just because they are. And that will cause the value to go up. But eventually, a lot of people will start realizing, oh, there's actually nothing behind this stock other than just people are interested in it. I'm going to get out of it before everyone realizes that there is no true value behind that. And you get out of it before it collapses, and it will inevitably collapse. What we're seeing in the cities, certainly COVID shook this tree pretty hard, but I think what you're going to start to see over the next decade, similar to what we saw with the manufacturing hubs like Detroit the previous century, you're going to start seeing that with the financial hubs like New York. We're already starting to see that, where everyone at the same time is going to realize, oh, fuck, there is no actual value to living in New York or San Francisco other than other people who live in New York and San Francisco just think I'm cool, and I think that they're cool. But other than us mutually thinking that each other is cool, there is nothing of value to living in these places. And all of a sudden, these cities are going to just collapse. Detroit, all of a sudden, just collapsed very, very quickly. And that was pre-information age that Detroit collapsed when the auto industry pulled out. That was really, really quick. Think about New York being entirely based on the information age. There is no physical infrastructure there to rely on that can fail. That the collapse of New York could happen overnight, and the shakeup of COVID certainly is speeding that along. And we're starting to see that already with the major budget deficits that they're having. Now, it is a different era as compared to when Detroit collapsed because of, you guessed it, centralized banking. Not that we didn't have centralized banking back then, but the ability to print, or the willingness to print, that there is now, and the printing and diverting the printed cash into quote unquote desirable or crony pockets is unmatched at any point in history. So you might have a failing New York, but if you have the Federal Reserve saying like, you know what, we're just gonna print an extra 30 trillion this year, and that's the rural saver in rural Pennsylvania be damned. Yeah, sorry, you only get a 0.0001% return rate on your savings account. We're just gonna, and now milk suddenly costs $3. Sorry about that. But we're gonna print up $30 trillion, and it's just gonna happen. It's an accident, guys. It's totally an accident. It's just gonna happen to end up in the hedge funds of people who live in New York, and then all of a sudden they'll have money to spend, and then New York gets artificially maintained, and no one's the wiser. All you know is that milk's more expensive, you're not making anything back on your savings account, and you're not really sure how the financial markets work, which is most Americans. But somehow New York is able to perpetuate itself, and that is because of central banking. Without central banking, there is no mechanism for perpetuating these things. With central banking, there's really an endless supply of fiat money. Like the whole point of fiat money is that there is no end to it. You can keep pumping that through places like New York City, LA, San Francisco, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And there is no reason for it to stop until there is a broad collapse of the financial system.
There's high density cities also are traps for the poor and suffering people. So the property values or cost goes up when you have lots of competition. So you have people who, if they become poor, they can't afford the high cost of living there. So they make like affordable housing, which is housing provided to you by the city, right, or the government, and they can't escape. They can't go somewhere else in the city or state because everything's more expensive than the artificially cheap or free housing they're given. And there's not enough jobs to support them. So people are stuck in poverty in those cities. And even when the city collapses because of mismanagement, and a lot of people are brought, actually travel to those cities because of the social welfare programs that are provided there. Probably well-intended initially, but it encourages more homeless to fill in and increase the density in that city because people go there in hopes of free resources. They end up being stuck in there like a prison, trapped in the cities. And then when the city collapses, all the wealthy people leave. Now these people are stuck in with nothing in these failed cities.
Yeah. And the way the central banking works, it requires a pseudo serf class, but the magic of it is that the serf class doesn't realize it's a serf class. They think that they're living under capitalism, but they're really not. Which is one of the reasons why you see such an opining for socialism, is that you have a lot of people who think that capitalism minus the quote unquote intellectual college educated retards. Minus them, you have a lot of working people who are like, hey man, you know what? Capitalism is just not working for me, and they're looking at all these
it requires me to work.
well, there's that. Well, no. There's a lot of people that are just on a treadmill. So you got part of central banking is debt. So you got a lot of people that are on debt treadmills. I'm on one of those. I was fortunate enough to actually. Well, it wasn't fortunate. It was through actual effort and application of myself, which I think a lot of college graduates don't understand. I had very high college debt, but I also got myself a good degree, and I leveraged that degree into a proper job where I actually like create and do stuff that makes things, which again, a lot of college graduates don't do stuff that actually provides for the economy. Like I actually like my job entails helping assist in the production of physical goods and services, which a lot of college grads are going into things that are just purely esoteric, like gender studies type things, or they're going to go into like high finance, which is, you know, great for them making money. It doesn't provide anything. It doesn't generate durable goods and services to the rest of the country. So I've been able to like go through all that stuff, but even with me, it's still a debt treadmill, and it's kind of ridiculous too that I gotta pay 10% interest rates to the federal government to manage my student loans. I'll pay it. I'm gonna bitch about it. I'm not voting for Biden to come or Warren to come remove my debts, but it's a little absurd the way that works. It's actually funny. The funny story, the Democrats. I think it was 3 years ago. No, it was the year before Trump got elected. Yeah, it was the year before Trump got elected. The Democrats put forward a bill to, quote unquote, fix the student loan problem with the federal government managing student loans. And what the bill did, it was put forward by Democrats, championed by Democrats, and the Democrats said it was going to help students out. I didn't really believe them, but what the bill did was the bill did absolutely nothing for students holding federal student debt. All it did was the bill, and it was a rather short bill, which is strange for Congress. It changed, I think it was a 2015 or 2014 bill. It changed the formula by which the government calculates the profit margin it makes on student loans. It did not change, and so the new formula made it look like the federal government was not profiting off of student loans. It did not change the interest rate. It didn't change how they got dispersed. It didn't change how they got collected. It didn't change anything about it. It just changed the formula of how it looks like the government is making money off of tricking kids into buying student debt. It did. That's all it did. All it did was change the formula. And so the Democrats came back and be like, look at what we did for you guys. Aren't you guys so happy the government's not making money off of your student loans anymore? Aren't you happy?
It still was.
Except for they still were. It just looked like it wasn't. So that's what the Democrats have done for us. So I think that there is room for a reform where it's kind of crazy that my car loan is at 4%. I could get a mortgage right now for 2.5%, but somehow my student debt that is held by the federal government is 10%. It's kind of wild. So there's room for that. But I was able to, again, through effort, a little bit of fortune, through effort, I went into a degree that was worthwhile. After I got that degree, I went into a field where I am helping a company make actual goods, like real objects for people to eat. I'm not just moving money around. I'm not teaching them to hate their skin color. I'm not just making I'm doing stupid shit on the internet that you guys love. Obviously, I don't make a lot of money off of that. But I'm not just like purely entertainment or something that's like doesn't have any intrinsic value other than just like, fun. I'm actually producing real things for the economy, contributing to the GDP, and I get paid for doing these actual, real, tangible things. And I fortunately get paid enough to run through all that student debt, and that's not a problem. I'll bitch about, I think it's a little unfair that the government's just making money hand over fist off of me for, when I maybe didn't realize what I was getting myself into when I signed up for that loan. That's a little ridiculous. There could be some reform around that. I'm not asking for it to be forgiven outright. That's for damn sure. But you got a lot of kids out there who they didn't realize what they were getting themselves into. They went into something stupid because the government didn't encourage. The government actually encourages you. It facilitates you going into stupid things that don't make you money, that don't make you enough money to pay for that loan. But they still want you to pay. They still want you to pay back that loan. And the Democrats come in and say, "Oh, well, vote for us, and we'll tell you that we'll do something about it." But they really don't. And a lot of these, the more useless your degree is, the more likely it will push you into living in a city. And the more likely that you live in a city, again, you're not doing so hot there. I don't know where I was going with all this. I think I got around about to all the places I was going to. Dyer.
It was a good ramble.
Okay.
Let's move on back to the actual story, though. So, look at Shank Yogurt here. Shank Yogurt. So his tweet earlier was, I've looked at the polls 1,000 different ways. That's your problem right there. And this election is beyond over. Before any votes were actually counted, Joe Biden has an easy pass to 335. But what
Is
a lot
he
of people are
fucking
considering
high?
is that the polls could be wrong in Biden's direction, in which case it becomes an epic humiliation for Donald Trump. Pull up the map now. Show him reality.
Yeah. Okay. So the map I have on. Okay. So for you guys. For me, it's on the left and right. So for you guys, it is the bottom right map is my personal map. The top right map is Fox News's map, which let me as adorable as the wolves are, I'll put them under for a second. All right, so if you look at the two maps between the Fox map and my map, the other Fox map, I have, so right now Fox News has Nevada as a toss-up because nothing's reporting yet. I gave that to Biden. They have Montana as going to leaning Trump. I've got that going for Trump. They have Minnesota as going for Biden. I have that for going for Biden. Iowa, Trump. So the big toss, so North Carolina, we'll say the toss-ups for a second. They got North Carolina going for Trump, which I think we've gone over that enough times. I've got that going for Trump now. I think Trump's got North Carolina. Georgia, definitely fucking Trump. Okay, so the only toss-ups that we got then are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. What do I got on my map over here? Well, I've got Wisconsin. Biden can just have Wisconsin, but it doesn't look like he's going to necessarily walk away with that because there's a lot reporting, and Trump's already pretty high up in that. Michigan, well, I think Trump's walking away with Michigan. I don't think that Biden's going to suddenly just win Michigan. We'll see. And then it's looking like Pennsylvania. Oh wow, we haven't looked at this in a while. So Pennsylvania is breaking fucking hard.
We had one change over. We got one got called. It was Iowa. It just got called.
Yeah, we knew about that one. Pennsylvania is breaking hard for Trump right now. So that is 325, 525, 425, 400, about 400,000. Trump is up by about 400,000 in Pennsylvania right now. He is 57.1 to Biden's 41.8. 59% reporting. The map I have on the bottom right here matches the projections for the map that Fox has. Unless somehow, let's give I'll give on the bottom map here. I'm going to give the Michigan to Biden, which actually that does flip Biden over. Okay, so all right, so if Trump can keep either Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Okay, so Trump only needs to keep 2 out of the 3 here. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. If he can keep 2 out of the 3 there, it's fucking his. I do not see, there is in no universe, is there a path to, what did Cenk say, 300? There is
335.
No path. I am going to switch this over to Crowder, though, because he's got Alex Jones on.
I just want to point out that if everything is leaning conservative right now, leading GOP, goes to Trump, you get up 290.
If he wins versus if the Democrats win, what's going to happen?
So if Donald Trump wins, we're going to see some civil unrest. Elijah Schaefer, I believe, is on the ground in D.C., who we'll be checking in with because he said that they already have.
If he
apparently,
lose,
pallets of bricks have been appearing like power-ups in Mario 3 out of nowhere. So I think if Donald Trump actually, if he wins, I think he actually needs to probably move pretty quickly in quelling any civil unrest. And I don't mean quelling any protests, that's fine, but civil unrest that could harm fellow Americans.
You mean quelling murder and burning and death?
Primarily, yes.
Nailed it.
Yes, exactly. I have no problem if someone wants to go out with their signs and, shout that someone's a racist or wave a shaman stick over some poppies. That doesn't bother me one bit. But if they start burning down a Walgreens, I think Donald Trump's going to need to stop that pretty quickly. If Joe Biden wins, I think there's still going to be right. Here's the thing. In Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, right, they're boarding up their shops. And that's obviously not because of Trump supporters, right? What is so shocking to me, I shouldn't say shocking, but what is very difficult for me to comprehend is that these places, right, they oppose Donald Trump and they're boarding up their stores like Austin. When has anyone ever boarded up a store because they're afraid of, quote unquote, the Proud Boys? No, they know who's rioting and looting, and they know that if Donald Trump wins this in a fair election, that they can expect their own stuff to be burned down. Please kill me last. Well, okay. I guess you're last.
By the way, Steven Crowder, are you wearing a shoulder holster firearm right now?
I am wearing a shoulder holster right now. I'm wearing the same shoulder holster that I wore at Jared Foster's there in Austin. Yeah, it's an old .357 Magnum. That's a 7-shot or 8-shot actually. Just because I wanted to go classic. I wanted to go old Dirty Harry look. I know that you're probably carrying a firearm, but it's probably in the waistband. I said this earlier to Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire folks. The reason I wear it is my wife likes suspenders, but I'm not Larry King. And I came home one day in this, and she got very handsy. So now I wear it at every opportunity.
No, I agree. When I come home, I have machine gun belts and hand grenades. My wife gets so excited.
Yeah, well, just don't dirty talk and tell her to pull the pin.
What is that giant bottle of liquor you've got right there?
Well, because I would say it's Wild Fowl 102 because they're not a sponsor, but it's nice. I actually haven't had that much to drink tonight. I was planning on it when Donald Trump won, but I haven't been doing that. Seems to me like you guys might have been doing a little bit of drinking tonight.
I think I've had a couple drinks.
I've been drinking. I never know with you, Alex, because sometimes you're like, I'll talk with you. I'm like, yeah, maybe we can go grab it. You're like, no, I'm not drinking anymore. I stopped. My sleep is better. Then you're like, I'm drinking again. So I never know.
I go on and off of it. I did 4 last year. Don't drink. I lost 30 pounds, but. Let's get serious. Steven Crowder.
Okay, I was.
2020 election. How epic is this? And it's so nail-biting. Is Trump going to win? What are the latest numbers? I want to hear it. I just want to be here with Steven Crowder. We've got Schroyer in the other studio. What's the latest number? What's happening right now?
Well, I don't know what's going on. Is there anything that's new that's developed there? Hold on. Reg the Bandit is here with me. I don't think that anything has been called right now in this period of time, but Reg the Bandit, is there something new that I should know about?
Okay.
The AP did call
They call it a nail-biter of an election. I have not been doubting at all that Trump's going to win.
Okay, so Minnesota's gone to Biden. That doesn't really necessarily
I'm biting my
surprise
nails
me.
over...
it really comes
down
to
Roger Stone on 20 minutes ago.
Over what? Fraud, yes. Over fraud, absolutely.
Arizona's preemptive. They came out and down Minnesota. Now Arizona's not sure, right?
Yeah. It's some places are saying that Arizona is preemptive, but it doesn't seem. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone is saying that it was called wrong. They were saying that it might have been called a little bit too soon. Listen, I don't know that that's necessarily foul play. I just think people are eager to try and call something first. So it really does come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And if Donald Trump wins 2 of those,
Direwolf. When is Direwolf Media going to call the election?
They haven't called Iowa as far as I know.
We already called it. We called it hours ago that I won the election.
All right, you guys hear it here first. Even YouTube algorithms, you guys are hearing it.
What happens if the left wins versus what happens if
Direwolf Media is calling the election? Direwolf wins.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Remember the song "The Mexican Hat Dance"? It's similar, only no.
I am now your 46th president.
They just dance on Mexicans.
My first edict is that all the Democrats
My point is they just stomp people. That's what they do. I don't think it really matters. I think maybe they might put Eddie Haskell and put on a nice face for a couple of days if Joe Biden wins.
After stream, remind me to tell you about my Empire of the Wolf.
When people are ready to burn stuff down right now, if Trump wins, I think there's still going to be some destruction. I come from Montreal, where listen, if the Montreal Canadiens won the Stanley Cup, our city rioted. If they lost, our city rioted.
So what happens though if Trump wins?
If Trump wins, I expect there to be some significant violence in the street.
And you're absolutely right, because they want power. They want political domination.
Right.
And so they want fascism, so they're going to do it. The only question is how bad is it going to be?
Yeah, I don't know how bad it's going to be, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if this if it dwarfed the kind of riots that we've seen over the year of 2020.
Where's your original map?
I guess I should say earlier in the year in 2020 over the course of the next couple of years.
Steven Crowder, I got to say it. I agree with you.
Yeah, I hate it. I don't want that to be the case.
My original map was wrong. But based off of what I'm looking at currently.
What'd you miss on?
I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm carrying, Alex. I'm not going to commit a crime. You should know.
I think my original one did too, but
that's all I got wrong with under Texas law. No, you're not driving a vehicle, though.
I'm not driving a vehicle, and technically I'm open carrying. So you know what? All right.
That's right.
5 ounces, I think?
5 ounces of Trump loose.
I'm not carrying. I just have them all around.
5 ounces because I have to finish a broadcast here, Alex.
You're going to do a great job. This is what I'm
Thank you for look. You know what I wish?
I wish sell 100 mugs. That's probably 5. It's 5 shots.
That's probably 5 shots. Yeah. I wish that we had those big ice cubes, so it doesn't dilute over the course of the show.
Big juicy ones, yeah.
Yeah, I thought we had some, but unfortunately my wife used them for some kind of a project.
Come on, Crowder knows better than that. You got the whiskey rocks.
Mercy.
You freeze the rock and you put the rock in. It doesn't melt. It's a fucking rock, so it doesn't water it down.
You can see there's a little bit in there. Now, keep in mind, Joe Rogan couldn't peer pressure me to drink Gentleman Jack the way you just did for 2 reasons. 1, Gentleman Jack sucks. 2, I understand that you have my best interest at heart. I feel like Joe Rogan just wanted to argue with me about pot.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
But I think that you just want me to have a good time. All right.
The truth is, Steven, we're going to get married.
Oh, hey, and by the way, Alex Jones, we do have to get going. Did you read that Bloomberg article, by the way, that came out?
No, which one?
Okay, because I was worried that you might read, because there was this Bloomberg article came out that was a hit piece where they asked me about you, and I said, I said I had him on. I said I disagree with Alex Jones on a whole lot, but obviously he's an interesting character, and I don't like the doggy pile, and so I feel compelled to have him on. And then in the article, it just said Steven Crowder said he was an interesting character. So if it comes down to it, I've got the full phone call recorded. I actually was quite nice.
Hey, I disagree with me a lot. I just watch you. Here's the thing. I watch you on my TV. I go to your channel and we watch it with the kids. So I watch you every day. So I'm like, I know you. So I don't care if you attack me. I deserve to be attacked.
No, but the point is, Alex, I didn't attack you. This whole piece was I was going, maybe Alex
they
needs to know.
They misrepresent everything. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Because you are an interesting character.
I don't read what they say and believe it. So
yeah, you are an interesting character. You know that. But that's not an insult. You are a character. And I don't mean you're playing a character. It's like you're a character. You're a guy. You're a character.
We're all characters. So gut level, is Trump going to be president tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Gut level, yes. What do you think?
I agree.
Okay, good. All right.
I mean, he better be. My God, if that walking corpse is the president and people buy into that,
I tell you what,
I don't know what to
have
say,
you actually tried to watch a full Biden rally? I don't mean 5 or 10 minutes. A full Biden rally? Have you tried?
No. I agree with you. Everybody's like, oh, it's out of context. I've sat there like 5 or 6 times and watched like an hour. It's worse than the clips. It's like, what the hell is this?
And I tell you what, I know that you've had a few, Alex, and you're still far more articulate than Joe Biden when he when he's on speed. By the way, right now they're saying on CNN that Joe Biden is to make a statement shortly.
Yep.
So I wonder what that's about. Please don't tell me he's saying I'm going to pull the switcheroo with Carmella. I get it's Kamala, but I wondered if you'd be racist.
Axios this morning. This morning in Axios, he said, I'm going to assert power and declare myself the winner, and the media is going to declare me the winner. So we're about to see history right now, Crowder.
Oh, my God.
Steven, I've had nothing to drink today, okay?
Okay, well, that's fair. So you haven't had any domesticated fowl 102?
And Joe Biden's not a Chi-Com agent. No. I've never had one drink of my life, and Joe Biden is not a traitor.
All right, Infowars.com. Alex, we do have to get going, but I appreciate you being on, brother, and maybe you're right. I do want to stay tuned here for this next statement. Yeah. I think he just hung up on us.
He did. Okay. And Iowa and Montana are going for Trump.
Surprise!
Montana's going for Trump. Really?
Iowa was supposed to be a swing state.
Where's he getting that at? I want to fucking see that.
He's outperforming 2016 in Wayne County. So he's outperforming in Grand Rapids.
Get with the current projections.
He just keeps getting bigger. 300,000 vote lead roughly in Michigan right now. 600,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania.
Is it just me or does Gerald sound a little low?
Trump's already won.
I don't know. I think you might need to turn it.
All right, so the popular vote is slipping. But the Game's not the popular vote. We knew this. We wanted it, but we knew that he wasn't going to win the popular vote. Doesn't matter. We want it. The popular vote is slipping, but the...
Is it because of California?
Yeah. California's got 60% reporting. All right. Jesus Christ.
Dude, he's going to get Georgia. He's going to get North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Montana. That's going to bring him to 290.
Okay,
not counting.
So I want to run the numbers without Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is the easiest one to lose, because Pennsylvania.
Well, he's not going to lose it.
No. I meant steal. So Pennsylvania, because of the way the laws work, they are going to be able to count mail-in votes up to Friday. I think they might even have a few more days on that now after a different court case. So if he wins Pennsylvania, I would anticipate Pennsylvania being stolen. So for tonight, I want to run the calculations without Pennsylvania. So we're going to give Pennsylvania to Biden on my map.
You get to assume like 400,000 votes.
You know they're going to try it, Dyer. You know they're going to try it. So right now, Pennsylvania is at, God, so many. Jesus Christ.
Dude, he has
64%. Oh, my God. They're not going to be able to steal it. Jesus
I'm telling you, they can't steal this, man. And he also...
Holy fuck. No, let me read this out. Okay, so 64% reporting in Pennsylvania. Not all of it. A lot of it. Trump 57% to Joe Biden 41.8%. Joe Biden 1,834,000, and then Trump's I just updated again. Trump 2,503,000. That is a 760,000 vote lead that Trump has in Pennsylvania. You cannot, under even the most ridiculous conspiracy theories, you cannot steal a 760,000 vote lead. There is no way. There is no way to do that.
That state by like only 40,000 last time.
Let me run. How many votes are left? So
also Gary Johnson was running.
Yeah, the percent reporting isn't precisely reflective of the number of votes left to report, right?
It's precincts.
Okay, so I guess if you use that as a rough estimate of the number of votes, so you've got do you want to read that out to me so I can type it in my calculator? So you got 2.5 million. We'll go with, I'll just do like roughs.
What are you trying to? Oh, like the current numbers. Okay, so Biden has 1,841,000.
So 1.841 plus what's Trump got?
2,504.
All right. So and that is times 69%, 67%,
64.
Okay, so there should be about, give or take a bunch, about 2.45 million votes left in Pennsylvania. Trump is up by 750. So, let's see here. So, divide by... Jesus Christ. Not doing great at math tonight. Biden would need a lot of what is left. Shit. Hold on a second. Man. Actually, okay, I might have really fucked up this math. Trembrit, Shadow Wolf, y'all want to do the math for me? You go right, do that. Biden only needs 31% of the remaining if you are using the reporting percentage as an equivalent to the number of votes that are left or that have been reported versus the number of that are unreported. So 64% of precincts reporting in. If you assume that roughly estimates 64% of the total votes, that is the assumption. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's correct, but I don't know how else to adjust that. Then if 64% of precincts reporting is representative of the 64% of votes that have been cast, then Biden only needs 30% of the remaining votes to jump back over Trump. But actually, no, he doesn't. He needs double that. He needs 60%. I don't know. I'm out of math tonight. It's definitely after midnight. I've had a lot of alcohol. I'm going to stop talking right now.
All right. So, Fox, if he continues at the trend it's going, which is trending towards Trump right now. I know the last tick didn't trend towards him, but in general, the recent ticks have been trending toward Trump. He should still get a victory in Pennsylvania with enough votes to be outside of what you would normally consider easy to steal, right?
Yeah.
So if he doesn't make that, he still will have. No, if he loses 20, right now he's looking at 290. He wouldn't be able to make it. So he kind of needs Pennsylvania.
Wait,
unless he gets Minnesota, which they just called for a Biden.
He does not need Pennsylvania if he gets Michigan and Wisconsin. Wisconsin is at... Wisconsin's a lot. I should have wrote an Excel sheet before this. I could have done that today.
Wisconsin is 10. Michigan is 16.
Yeah.
So that's 26 plus...
PI is 20. PI is 20. He doesn't... So... As of right now, if of you guys are looking at the toss-ups here on the Fox poll, which let me adjust that back a little bit there for you. So Dyer and I were talking a few days ago about what is significantly different about us versus the Daily Wire or Crowder or Tim Pool, and we decided that. We obviously do a lot more research than Tim Pool does. But as for Crowder and the Daily Wire, the only difference between us is just literally Dyer and I have actual real day jobs that we commit a full 40 to 80 hour work week. I'll let you guys decide who does the 40 hours and who does the 80 hours. And we don't have a staff, and we don't do. No, Crowder doesn't either, though. Daily Wire does an absurd amount of ad rolls. It's ridiculous. It's nuts. You guys really, really... I fucking hate ad rolls. I hate them so much. You sit there and listen to the Daily Wire on YouTube. You got to listen to the fucking ads to even watch the video. Then you watch the video, and the first 5 minutes is fucking Ben Shapiro hawking gold, which is a little... little suspect. Well, as we're in the hats, I'll let it go. But yeah, Crowder does a really great job where he does not hawk ads very often. It's very, very, very few and far between. Certainly not every episode, and certainly not multiple times per episode. So we don't do that either. We don't hawk ads ever. We joke that we'd love if you guys would donate to us. Not a requirement. Dyer and I both have day jobs. But we were talking about, it's, I don't even remember where I was going with this. I just wanted to, highlight that we do nearly the same thing as what Louder with Crowder and the Daily Wire do. Just, it doesn't take a lot of resources. We just don't do it full time. If we did it full time, if we bombarded you with ad rolls and brought in more money, maybe we'd hire people and have like a more of a professional production quality. But you know,
they don't need to hear how great we are.
Exactly. I think what I was going for was that I had misaligned the Fox News projection map on the stream, and I think I was trying to justify that by saying, had we been Louder with Crowder or Daily Wire, but for literally everything else, the only thing that separates us is that somebody completely independent and focused on aligning that map, they would have aligned that map for us. But we have to do it also while we're also talking. So, you know, it's just a little bit extra effort, a little bit harder. But we appreciate you guys for watching us. We do. I think that we do a real good job, and I'm happy that you guys chose to be with us tonight.
Okay, fuck. So looking at the map you have now, right now Trump has 210, right? Now take that 210, add in the Georgia, which is 16, add in North Carolina, which is 15, add in, what is that? Minnesota? No.
MT or what?
Michigan.
MI.
That's 16.
I'm real excited right now.
Plus,
I'm feeling excited, and I think it's because I think we're gonna win.
Okay. Plus, Montana. That's 250, right?
Yeah.
Add in PA. And I missed one, didn't I?
What'd you have?
I don't think I put Wisconsin.
Are you doing something that you should be putting on the screen right now?
It is on the screen. It's on the calculator. See?
Okay. Oh, okay.
So I'm going off your map.
Blow it up. Make it big. You just hit the max of my button, bro.
Max button? Where's that at? Here?
Yeah, there you go. See? So big.
Gotcha. So. So we got the. Let's start over. Sorry. I don't know what buttons I clicked. So 210 plus the 16 for Georgia, plus the 15 for North Carolina, plus PA 20, plus MI 16, plus WI 10, plus MT 3. That's 290. If he gets all the ones that are leaning Trump, except.
And we awkwardly lost Direwolf while he was describing his math movements there. I'll do my best to fill in here. So, I think what Dire's describing is what is on my map over here on the bottom left. Hopefully you guys can see. I assume that this stream isn't like super awful, otherwise like no one would be watching. Like, at least like some people are watching. I see that you guys are watching, so it's not too terrible. No, I got it here on my map, which is basically what Dire's trying to calculate out over here, which my map on the bottom right here is what I've decided as the final map. The map above is the Fox projection map, and basically they match where, you know, on the swing states, Nevada, I gave that to Biden, though Fox is undecided right now, and it looks like Nevada's pushing towards Trump, but there's not a lot reporting yet. I gave. What's up? You back?
You back? Or am I back? I mean.
Well, I've always been here. You're the one who's indiscriminately not here. It's funny because I bet you if you were streaming, it would be uninterrupted stream as well, and I think it's literally just Skype. Like, my computer is running a lot of data in and out of it from like literally all over the whole world, and like just streams and like a lot of stuff, and I paid a lot of money for the internet to run this much video content into my computer and back out of it to you guys. And as you know, my processor is just slagging itself right now, and like for some reason Skype, and I don't blame Dire, I will jokingly blame Dire, but it is literally Skype's fault. Skype cannot keep up a simple phone call.
It's that bad.
It just like
so the point I was trying to make was if Trump wins, all the states are leaning his way, including PA, except for Nevada, because Nevada is going to go blue. It just started out. He will get 290. If he loses PA, he gets 270, which means he just barely wins.
Yeah, so the map that I've got on the right side of my screen, which is on the bottom portion of the stream right now, bottom right for you guys, which was just explaining while you were gone. I have Trump. Everything on the Fox map that is leaning in a direction, I gave it to that leaning in the direction, except for Nevada. Fox has Nevada only at 2% reporting. I gave Nevada to Biden. Other than that, everything else is the same except for Pennsylvania. So if Montana stays Trump, which I think we think it will, if I'm a lot of hiccups here. Georgia stays Trump, which I think we think it will. North Carolina stay Trump, think we think it will. Wisconsin, I think it's going to stay Trump. We're going to do a county investigation in Wisconsin here in a second. Michigan, Michigan, 10-point spread. Oof. That is a 4-3. That's a 315,000 lead that Trump has with 58% reporting. That's a good lead in Michigan. And then I gave on my map on the bottom right, I just gave Pennsylvania to Biden, which I do not think he's going to get. He's not going to get it, but we just gave it to him anyways. And as Dyer just said, Trump barely wins. If he doesn't win Pennsylvania, but he wins everything else that he's slated for except for Nevada, he gets 273. Fantastic. Let's see. Let me pull that one out of it. So Trump might win with 272. Oh, great. That's if he wins Michigan and Wisconsin and doesn't win Nevada. He can alternatively win either Wisconsin or Michigan and Pennsylvania. I really, really hate to say it, I think that they're still going to try to steal Pennsylvania. As we just talked about, I think Pennsylvania is too far gone. I don't think that they can even. I don't think that they can steal it. I think that you can make 10,000 votes appear. I think you can even make 50,000 votes appear. I think that you can properly spread 50,000 votes across the country, or across the state. Again, it's conspiracy theory territory. I think you can spread 50,000 votes across the state. It's going to look bad, but I think you can do it. I don't think that you can spread nearly 1 million votes across the state and have it look anything close to accurate. I do not think you can do that. So
it would look real.
Yeah, it would be too suspect to get. 50,000, you might be able to do that. And I think, again, talking about the midterms, I think that I really do believe that the Republicans had the House stolen from them with fraudulent votes. I will say it definitively. In 2018 in the midterms, the House was stolen from the Republicans with fraudulent votes. I will say that definitively. I think that they want to do that this time, but I think that just and that in 2018 they only needed a couple thousand votes here and there. It did not mean fractions of a million. If Pennsylvania stays the way it is, where you are going to require significant fractions of 1 million votes, or even 1 million votes, you're not going to be able to steal Pennsylvania. There's no way.
I agree.
But, Wisconsin and Michigan, it's just not enough votes in to really say one way or the other. Now, Wisconsin's a lot closer, but it's with less votes. So that means that it doesn't require that many more votes for the remaining percent to swing it back to Biden. But it's possible. Michigan, I just again, gut feel, I don't see Wisconsin. I don't see Michigan. I don't see them flipping blue. It is partially because of the civil unrest, partially because of the manufacturing districts I know that are there. the good old rural areas there. Now, I said we were going to do a county analysis on Wisconsin, so we'll go ahead and do that. But I think that even without Pennsylvania, Trump has it. And I think that the only state that's up for grabs right now is Pennsylvania, and it doesn't matter. I think that Trump's already got it. So if the only state right now that's up for grabs is Pennsylvania, Trump still has it.
Okay. So, Fox, Ohio last election is very close to the same percentage for Trump versus Hillary as it was Trump versus Biden. A lot of the map is extremely similar to what it was last election. And that's why I think that these ones where Trump has a lead now, where it's trending towards him, it's probably going to end up very close to how it was during the last election map. And I think that means that he's going to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Montana, and Pennsylvania, as well as the other two. I think that's why I'm so confident he's going to win. Now, by how much votes? I don't know.
Yeah, this could still be a popular vote problem.
I think it's going to be, yeah.
Certainly. A lot of states are going to go to, court decisions. I think that some of these states, I don't know. I want to say Pennsylvania is where they're going to fight the hardest, and that's mostly because of Pennsylvania has passed and approved some very bad election security laws recently. They've either passed, they have laws in the books that are not good for election security, or there's been court decisions made that are not good for ballot security. Again, that's why we're focusing on Pennsylvania. I think that Pennsylvania is going to have too big of a deficit to steal, even if you use every advantage of those bad security measures. Wisconsin and Michigan are going to be a little bit closer. We'll still see. They look like they're far apart right now, but we'll see where they're at in an hour from now or a half hour from now. See if they get tightened up a little bit. Those would be easier states to steal if the vote totals are closer together. Certainly a lot easier to steal, but I don't think the laws are as open as they are in Pennsylvania. I mean, that's something we need to research into, but I know that previous to tonight, a lot of the focus was on Pennsylvania. They had a lot of open laws. I don't know. I know that Pennsylvania specifically, they've allowed their mail-in ballots to be counted until Friday. The postmark doesn't really matter. The signature doesn't really matter. If they're alive, it doesn't really matter. They've got a lot of crazy stuff that they've added onto it. I don't think the same is true for Wisconsin and Michigan. If it is, I could be wrong, but it's certainly not been focused on by anybody. So that might be like a sleeper problem, but we'll get to that when we get to that. I think whatever the totals are for Wisconsin and Michigan tonight, just on a gut feel, I think that they'll hold. Just because of the way that their laws have not been the focus. Now, Pennsylvania, he just needs to keep blowing it out. 64% reporting. Trump is up a lot. Trump is up 750,000. That's a lot of votes. If he can expand that lead out to 1 million by the time it gets to 100% reporting, PA's a lock. There is no. I think anything over 250,000 votes, I do not think you can steal that state. I don't think that you can fraudulently fabricate 250 million votes or 250,000 votes
without being caught.
Yeah. No, without it being really obvious. Now, attempts, yeah. And getting up a lot of votes, like that's not to say that like I don't think that there won't be a lot of fraudulent votes that show up. I think that there will be, but I don't think that you're going to be able to muster 1 million of them. That's way too fucking many. It's a lot. One of my worries with the way the mail-in voting scheme was going to work and counting votes well after the election day, was that on a normal election, if you want to steal the vote, if you want to make fraudulent ballots, you have to guess ahead of time where are those fraudulent ballots going to be needed at, because you only have 12 hours to get those votes to where they're needed at. So you need to have pre-decided where you're going to focus at. If the vote count is going to take 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you can evaluate and statistically decide where is your best target, where is the best area where, okay, well, if we were going to do it blind, well, I would need to add 10,000 votes to this district. But now that we know how many Trump votes there are, well, we'll only need 200 votes in this district. I'll swing a state. It lets you do, if you have a lot more time to decide and you have a lot more visibility into the current count, whereas again, in a traditional election, you can't anticipate the current count. You have to pre-decide that. In this election, because the current count is spread out or will potentially be spread out over the course of days and weeks, you can then anticipate what your particular needs are, and you can target a much smaller amount of fraudulent votes to specific areas, which makes it less easy to detect. Now, one of the things the Republicans could do, which I like to imagine they did, but I know in my heart they didn't do, is pre-calculate the statistical if you were trying to steal the vote, pre-calculate what are the statistical targets that would make sense, and then highly monitor those areas for a statistical aberration outside what you've already calculated. Triumvirate knows.
I don't think they do that.
Yeah, Triumvirate knows. Someone like me could probably figure that out. But I don't think they did that, and I think if they
don't even know what the internet is, why would they?
If they did do that, I don't know that you could explain that to a court of law or to people, but. That's what I would do if I wanted to defend the Trump.
The benefit is you'd be able to put somewhere there to find the actual evidence of crime, not that it itself that calculation would be evidence of a crime.
This election, if Trump wins with Wisconsin and Michigan, I think they'll hold and it'll be fine. I don't think it'll matter. Trump needs to win this by 2 swing states worth of electoral votes. So he needs to win it by at least 10, because that's Wisconsin. If he can win it by 2 states, again, they might be able to swing 1 state. I don't think they'll be able to swing 2 states. So he just needs to win it by at least 2 swing states worth of votes. So you're looking at he needs to win it by PA and Michigan, or Michigan and Wisconsin, or Wisconsin and PA. Those are still the 3 states to watch. That's what I said at the beginning of the night. It remains, those are the 3 states to watch. I've got on the bottom right side of the screen, I have it with him with Wisconsin and Michigan, no PA, because I think they will steal PA. But if they, I don't think that they'll be able to. I don't think that they'll be able to. So I think that we're just locked in with Trump's going to win a lot of fucking electoral college votes. If I give him Pennsylvania, Trump wins with 292. I think that he's going to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and those are the ones to watch. I want to. The reason why I'm even rambling about this is because I want to prepare for the fight of what is the worst case scenario. I want the best case scenario as much as anybody else does, and I really do. I really think that he's going to get Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, but I don't know. Dyer, I see you got the Senate race up there. Why don't you ramble about the Senate and the House races for a bit here? I'll take a break.
So the Senate race currently has Republicans at 45, Democrats at 45, and Republicans at 46. But the important is Democrats net +1 so far. So they have managed to unseat a Republican.
Boo.
Yes. Now, that doesn't mean that...
Again, Republicans shock. So...
remaining 9 seats, they could pick up another Republican off the Democrats, but that just means they're already got an uphill battle.
How locked in are these though? Are these projections or are these with confirms or called?
I believe these are with the called ones. Declared. These are declared winners.
Nice, Shadow Wolf. Good luck at school tomorrow. Sorry, buddy. Thanks for sticking with us. I hope you wake up to good news tomorrow. And see ya later, buddy.
And here's the House. Good night. Republicans are currently still in the lead there. But lots to go. Oh, we had Montana flip to Republican declared.
Okay, I had that as Republican, so that was hopefully expected. So yeah, we like I said way back, 5 hours ago is that you don't know what Florida's going to be, and yeah, you really don't. We needed Florida, got Florida. Just because you need it and you think you're going to get it, that doesn't mean it's not exciting when you do get it. You gotta confirm that. And Montana's 3 fucking stupid votes. It's barely worth anything. But
no one lives there.
It is Hannah does. It is good when you're matching up with what you need. Every electoral vote does count, and it's Montana. It is. I live in flyover country. Montana's flyover country. Just because my flyover country is worth a few more electoral votes than Montana is, that doesn't make Montana any less one of my compatriots of flyover country. So, we will. They are as relevant as any other state is, and it is. Again, the Trump getting the states that he's supposed to get, they are exciting in the sense that means that the base also believes in what Trump is doing. If for some reason there was base states that are flipping, that means that there's major problems in swing states. It is indicative of that, where it is indicative that the base in swing states is probably also not interested in Trump. But because the base states are staying Trump, and we're seeing now the swing states, their bases are staying Trump as well. I'm pretty excited. I'm very excited. I'm so excited. I'm going to minimize Crowder here, and we're going to watch how sweaty Cenk is while Dyer talks.
It looks like Montana voted for Trump 1% lower than it did last election.
But what's the total percents, though?
So last time it was 55.6 for Trump, and split between Gary Johnson and Hillary was the remainder of the percentage. She got 35, but 5.6 went to Gary Johnson. If you add it up together, it's a 1% split. Trump's 1% less this year. Right?
Yeah.
It's 45, yeah. So he's now.
All right, Cenk's doing a recap here. We're gonna watch it real quick.
2% lower, sorry.
Difficult for the American public to get any sort of truth.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
Boo. All right, go on. Oh my god, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
What?
This t-shirt design's awful. Gross.
What's a t-shirt?
Hello. I got an awesome option for you guys.
Is it a Band-Aid on a heart? That's supposed to be...
You plan not one.
It was Batacath Care for all. Dyer's Universal Batacath Care.
I mean, it's pretty important that we have Batacath Care. You know what I love to... Nikki Haley.
I hate Nikki Haley. Fuck Nikki Haley. What's up?
Why you hate Nikki Haley?
She's a flip-flop, and if you evaluate her on her decisions overall, she will flip-flop to any person that is above her, and whoever is in charge of her next ascension to power, she will cuck as hard as she can to them. She abandoned Trump when it was not convenient. She abandoned the
Give an example.
No, I don't. I know. I remember this from like previous times of like, sometimes you like kind of compress knowledge in your head where it's like, I don't like this person. You can't necessarily remember why, but you know that at one point in time you've decided, I looked at all the facts. I do not like this person. It is enough to remember that, and I will move on. I honestly cannot remember why, but I do know that I did not like her.
I bet you know why you don't like Biden.
Batacath. I don't want Batacath Care. I literally...
That's why you don't
anything
like
else. I want Goodcath Care. I do not want Batacath Care. Do you think, what if, like, Batacath Care... Is that like a... That's not like the self-lubricating pocket catheters that they have on Fox News. Is it like a not self-lubricating pocket catheter?
No, Batacath Care does kind of sound like a catheter. So
that sounds like I just like
that's something that Biden.
I clenched my legs
actually
together.
Be concerned about.
If you didn't clench your legs together when Dyer said catheter, you have a weird kink. All right, go ahead, Dyer.
I mean, that's something that men of Biden's age might have to worry about.
If Biden can go without a catheter, I would maybe actually vote for him. I don't believe that he can. I would be impressed.
I think he probably.
So what if Nevada goes? What if Nevada goes Trump? It doesn't swing a lot, but it is votes either way. But Nevada. If Nevada happens to swing Trump, which no. Okay, Nevada might. I don't know. We'll see. It's way too early to call. But if Nevada were to be a surprise, then all of a sudden Trump doesn't need Michigan and Pennsylvania. So it's a possibility.
It would be nice, but I think probably not likely.
The popular vote is close-ish. 49.8 Biden to 48.6 Trump, which is about a 1.5 million differential there. Not great, but better than what Hillary's at so far. Also, not all the votes are in, so it's probably gonna keep expanding. I only look at the popular vote right now in the hope, the completely irrational hope of a good popular vote value, but I don't think that we're gonna get it. So it is what it is. The Electoral College is the game.
Yeah, it is. It makes people more accepting of the Electoral College if they also have the popular vote.
The whole point of the Electoral College is to upset the popular vote, though.
I know. Makes a lot of people who don't understand Electoral College feel like the election is being stolen from them.
As somebody who deals in, I do a lot of algorithm design, and the typical class of algorithms that I design are optimization algorithms. And typically, I am trying to optimize competing parameters, things that if you over-optimize for parameter A, it would de-optimize parameter B to the point of unusability. And then if you over-optimize parameter B, it would under-optimize parameter A to the point of unusability. So you gotta optimize both parameters in a way that they work together to create the best possible version of both of them. So you gotta do competing variables. And the Electoral College, to me, is this like beautiful structure that makes sense. Certainly there's tweaks to it, but the principle of it, of balancing the competing variables of population density and land area of your state, of your geolocation, your physical resources, because I am of the opinion, I realize that people who live in a 5x9 box 300 feet in the air in a city that smells like sour milk in New York, they might not understand this, but it is my opinion that population density is of similar importance to the resources, the rich, beautiful resources that we have all across the country. And so the Electoral College, in my opinion and in my perspective, is this beautiful algorithm that tries to optimize the competing variables of population density and the usefulness of local resources. Whereas democracy, a direct democracy, would only optimize population density at the expense of resource allocation. And my particular imagining of the Electoral College that I described earlier, that was purely based off the land area, that would over optimize resource allocation as opposed to at the expense of population density, which I don't care about. So this Electoral College is just like just gorgeous algorithm to me, but for me to appreciate that, I have to have a lot of like background in like mathematical theory and programming and stuff and statistics and things, and like it's a lot of like stuff that colored, like a lot of like novel things that color my perception of the Electoral College as this beautiful algorithm. And to be rude and frank, most people lack that background to fully appreciate the Electoral College as a algorithm. And so they look at it and it just doesn't make sense to them. And they don't understand why these other why is it a good algorithm for optimizing these two competing variables when they don't even understand the need for one of the variables. Like most city folk do not understand the need for optimizing resource usage. They even to the extent that they see a value of optimizing resource usage, they see resource usage as a negative factor for like the environment and things like that. And they're like, well, of course people in the city should be deciding how to allocate resources. We're smarter than all of these dumb people who are burning coal and fossil fuels and all that stuff.
Those cities depend on the resources that are being produced and managed in those other states. And what they're trying to do, the policies they want to institute, would destroy those industries, which they also are dependent on. They just don't realize it.
Yeah, so that is the second factor of idiocy. So I think it is not a problem to not be able to see the Electoral College as a beautiful algorithm in the way that I see it. I don't think of you as a lesser person for not being able to do that. I do think of you as a lesser person to look at the resources of the country and say, well, me in the city, I know how to manage that better. But that's just like a hubris element to it. So people in the city suffer from the dual problem of lack of perspective and also hubris.
Looks like Kanye West is taking Iowa.
Yes! Birthday party.
All hail our president, Kanye West, who is still more coherent than Biden.
So I wrote in Dyer for dog catcher in my city, and he thought that was he's like, well, I wouldn't actually keep the dogs in, like, you know, like they're good boys. I'd like let them go. And I was like, that's why I voted for it. It's like a protest vote, like the way, you know, like Antifa elects these DAs, where the animals committing crimes, Antifa will elect DAs that will just let the animals free. That's why I elected Dyer dog catcher, because I think all doggies are good boys. And I wanted a dog catcher that would just let them all go.
So I guess I would become what I hated. I would be just like those DAs letting Antifa go. I'd be
except for the fact that the doggies are actually good boys, and the Antifa guys are not good boys.
They're bad boys. They're definitely not the good boys.
Direwolf for dog catcher, guys.
We're already calling that race.
You still have time. Dyer for dog catcher of America.
Yeah, we can announce the winner of that election right now.
Trump
on
is
YouTube.
Trump is already the coyote catcher.
He has an army of coyotes who steal children for him and take them across the border. You heard it in the debate. I mean, if we have a president who could do that,
should I bring up the our slide that we both loved of the coyotes?
Yes, absolutely. That was a great slide. All those
on the same
unidentified coyotes.
That was on the same deck as the Hirono bell curve too.
That was got a lot of mileage.
It was a good bell curve. Oh, the Hodge twins are on. I love the Hodge twins. We'll put them.
Let's listen to the Hodge twins.
Hold on a second. Nobody move. No, nobody move. Show Bill Richmond right now. Show Bill Richmond. This is so disrespectful to my program. Can you guys see Bill Richmond, or can they only see me?
No, they can only see Bill.
Good Lord.
Stop looking up election.
Why do you have your tie underneath your vest like Diddy Kong?
It doesn't go over the vest.
I want to see Richmond. Where is he? I can't see
Bill
him.
Richmond, here. Show him Bill
What's
Richmond.
Up? What am I, a fucking fool? Why would this go on the outside? This is what Stephen would like. He would like my tie to go on the outside of my vest while I look up election data for him, because Gerald here has no device with which to look up data.
Yeah, Gerald's lazy.
See?
I was told not to have a
no device with which to look up data.
Hodge twins, who do you think wins?
I think Trump wins.
How do you think he wins?
Georgia, takes Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Yeah,
I think he's already run. I think everybody's just fucking with us.
Yes.
When are you guys going to be back in Texas?
He's definitely trying to rake in the ad revenue. Yeah,
right.
They're trying to keep it close. I think it's already over. I think he's got all those states.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm glad. That actually
I think he's got Michigan, Wisconsin, he's got Georgia, he's got Pennsylvania. All the states where they're saying they only got 10% of the liberal counties, he already run that bitch. That's just some shit they came up with, talking point they came up with to make this shit look like it's close.
Well, let me ask you, what do you think happens if Trump wins? What do you think happens on the street?
Oh man, it's gonna be some rioting. It's gonna be white people get beat up again. Peaceful protest. You can see a lot of peaceful fires. A lot of peaceful black people attacking peaceful white people.
Hey, hold on a second. I don't know if that's, I can't sense if that's sarcasm, because you called both black and white people peaceful, and I know that you're racist. Let me ask you this. Did you guys, okay, you're both black, but you did serve in the armed services. You are business owners, you're family men, but undoubtedly you were in a neighborhood when riots were taking place, because, come on. And did you ever take advantage and slip in a little bit and maybe grab yourself a pair of Jimmy Choo's?
I hate to bust your bubble. We actually grew up around poor white people.
Oh, son of a bitch. There's nothing to steal, and they don't riot.
Poor black people. He said, let's get away from these crazy black people. Let's move with the poor, racist white people. I'm not kidding. We grew up around in a poor white neighborhood. Yeah.
Were they? Let me ask you, because we never talked about this. Were poor white people? Were most of them? Would you say most of them are racist, or were most of them just kind of in the same boat as you guys?
They always had these nigger jokes, man. They thought it was funny.
Yeah, but were they actually racist, or did they just tell funny N-word jokes?
I think they're pretty racist, Stephen.
Well, I didn't know you were so sensitive.
Did I ever tell you this story? How was we? We was about, I say we was probably about 9 or 10. We just moved into the poor white area. And we was playing with our new friend, Scott. He was a white guy.
Sounds like it.
His name wasn't Scott. No, it wasn't Scott. It was G.B. Hopkins. Yeah, his name was G.B. Hopkins.
Oh, that could go either way.
Right, but long story short, his daddy was calling him, right? GB, he went right up to his daddy. He came back. He said, I said, what did he want? He told me to stop playing with.
Wait, I didn't hear. He told you to stop playing with what?
Stop playing with niggers.
Whoa.
I gotta go.
But
home.
you were
Yeah,
not that I use that term, but you're amongst them.
Yeah, he said that. I just remember, and then it's out to y'all in school tomorrow. I gotta go home.
That sounds awful.
That
Brutal.
shit is not funny.
It is funny. It is funny, and I want to meet this person. And I'm going to have them in third chair.
Suicide. He had a horrible father.
Well, okay.
That guy was always trying to kill himself.
Well, listen, it sounds to me like you told a story that was funny, and then because I laughed and you're overly sensitive about it, despite those giant biceps, you decided to then tell me something.
I'm only 54% black.
Yeah. Much more than a quarter.
Get your facts right, buddy.
You know what? You've ruined this stream. You can't bench press your way out of this one.
Buddy.
No, listen, when are you guys going to be back in Texas? We love having you here. We need to assemble a coalition. You know, we had Brian Callen out here recently. We've had Dave Landau, Anthony Cumia. You know, you guys just need to put some work in. We have a full operational studio. You guys got to get the hell out of Nevada. You know what's going on in Nevada tonight.
I tried to come, but your dad said, no, we'll just do Skype for now.
Oh, well,
Maybe
yeah, because just for tonight. No, for tonight, because you guys are watching CNN. You don't even do your prep. Your prep is CNN. All you have to offer is Stelter's warm-ups.
I love Mr. King on CNN. This dude is professional.
Yeah.
He's got the hands down the whole night. He's pointing to the mouse. This guy is professional. I like him for some reason.
What the hell does this mean, these hands?
He's got the hands.
He's got the hands. What are you talking about?
All the TV shows, man. Everybody's doing the night coverage of the election. I just want to say, by far, I mean, Zeke, he came in a close second. But you guys are doing a good job over there with a lot of pride.
Well, thank you very much. And that's why we kept you. We kept you as a last guest because we wanted you guys on last. Also because we assumed, given your ethnic makeup, you'd be late.
Jesus Christ. I thought you was my friend.
I am your friend. You know what, though? Here's one thing, too. You know, there's this whole idea of being colorblind. Is there any, by the way, hold on a second. Is there any new update that I need to know, guys? No new update. It's going to be slowing down right now, so we can shoot the bull a little bit. Don't you miss that? Like, you talked about growing up around poor white people. Okay. And some of them told N-word jokes, obviously, and that's something that they shouldn't be doing. But don't you find it far more endearing? You guys, let's be honest, you guys make white people jokes all the time when you're here. Don't you feel more comfortable? I know I feel more comfortable around black people who make jokes about white people. And I would imagine that black people feel more comfortable around people who are fine joking around about racial differences rather than either acting like they don't exist or asking what kind of an unaired grievance you have. We used to be at that point in the country where we could bust balls. Because you know what? You know how I know someone is not my friend, especially working in the circles that I run with as a comedian? If someone is not breaking balls, I know we're not buddies because I don't feel comfortable enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like people that are overly sensitive, man, they're liberal.
Well,
I mean, we should be able to all joke and laugh and poke at our differences and shouldn't get offended. Yeah. Only people that really getting offended is because they have some issues they have to deal with personally or some insecurities. But yeah, I do agree with you. I mean, regardless of race, we should be able to joke and have fun and not overly get bitter about certain things. And that was nice.
Yeah, that was nice. That was pretty nice. Beautiful. Which, you know, I didn't expect from someone. Usually, you're angry and aggressive. Not you. I mean, your people in general.
You fucking asshole.
Yep, see? He just took that nice moment and ruined it.
No, but I mean, listen, my grandfather was possibly one of the most racist people on the planet if you were to just go by his jokes. But you know what? If he didn't joke about you, he didn't want you in his house. That's what it was. My grandfather, he might have been, but he was in the military with black people. And oh my God, if you were to pick someone who was more racist against any individual group of people, it was Italians. My grandfather on my dad's side, every single racist comment was about Italians, about eating too much, about never winning a war, all this stuff. And his best friend was an Italian. So I just say,
I get it. He's a racist, but he's only one to be cool with you if he can make fun of you.
Well, yeah. In other words, if you were to show up as a black man and you were like, oh, listen, I really appreciate what you've done for your culture as an ambassador, you're like, oh, that's a racist because when I leave, he's calling me a coon. You know what I'm talking about? Whereas you guys, when I was there, you said, yeah, you got that big, powerful white ass. It was gay, but I appreciated the candor. And by the way, a lot of people have been watching our jiu-jitsu video too, so that's been going pretty well. I know that I owe you a gym visit where I'm going to go into your, obviously into your waters, and you guys will embarrass me there. But hey, listen, we got to get going. I really do love you guys. I love it when you come out to Dallas, really. For people who don't know, the Hodge twins, they're rough around the edges on air, but they are good family guys, and I don't think we ever have more fun than when the Hodge twins are here.
Oh, yeah.
Right. What you see is what you get. They're like cartoon. They go to the bathroom together.
That's true.
No, we don't do that anymore.
Yeah. Oh, really? You changed since a whopping 2 months ago?
Yeah, that just happened.
They went to the
bathroom. Did that since I was 6.
Thank you for the lemon.
Yeah. Bill, let me know if there's any new any new updates. But because this was a racist prank, the Hodge twins were out in their car in front of the studio, and they were there for like an hour, right?
It was a while.
It was a while. It was a suspicious while. For example, if a cop were to just, knock on there, it wouldn't be ill-timed.
Sure.
Right. Regardless of race, but specifically taking into account race.
But I mean, you can't.
And so we said we're going to do a prank where we're going to send Tokunawan out there. We dressed him as a cop to go out there and knock on the door because they had been there for 45 minutes.
Right.
Well, Tokunawan goes out and he knocks on the door. One of you is out there pissing in a cup when you were 40 feet from the studio, and there are 2 bathrooms right in here, and they're gender neutral. Why were you peeing in a cup in the car?
I didn't feel like getting out of the car. The cup was right there. I said, Kevin, look the other way. I'm going to the bathroom. Hey, Stephen, it's a black thing.
It is not. It is not. I've lived with black families. Never once have I encountered this. It's a you thing.
The truth is, shut up. I can't make it to the bathroom and piss on myself. Give me that cup. I looked up with some guy dressed up like a cop. I'm like, what are you doing here?
All right, listen, we're going to have to get going soon. But you tell me, what do you want to leave our audience with tonight? Because it seems like they might not call the election here tonight, but what are your final words, and where is the best place for
Direwolf Media is calling the election.
The best place to find us is Instagram, because Facebook is going to get deleted any day now.
Facebook.
Yeah, you can find us on YouTube at Conservative Twins, Hodge Twins. Instagram is Hodge Twins, and Twitter's Hodge Twins. And if you want to just, for shits and giggles, you can still go to Facebook, but I can't promise you we're going to be there. That's Hodge Twins. It's the Hodge Twins.
This isn't being broadcast on Facebook right now anyway. So, all right, Keith, Kevin, hey, thank you guys. And you know what? I joke around, but I really do appreciate when you guys come out here, and it's always fun. And I'm really glad to have you guys on our side. For people who don't know, I followed them. I watched them. So did Reg the Bandit. Hey, well, we can talk about this now. Can you guys see? Can you show Reg the Bandit? Can you show him to the Hodge twins? Will they be able to see him?
No, we're just sending them your camera.
Oh, they're sending my camera. Reg, come in here. Walk over here. So remember how I told you, because it's fine now, right? Your identity is no longer a secret? You don't want to wear the bandit mask, you prick!
Yeah.
So this guy used to be a professor of research. What's your squat?
My best squat was a little over 635.
635.
615 deadlift.
635, 615 deadlift, and he's 170?
Yeah, I'm
170 pounds. I'll send you the video. This guy is an absolute monster, and he was a big fan of yours. When I started talking about, I'm like, hey, we're going to the Hodge twins on as a guest. He started working as a researcher for me. He said, the Hodge twins said all kinds of guests. Yeah. And right away, so this guy's he blows us all out of the water as far. It's okay. You can go back to your thing.
He looks like that one actor. What's his name?
Tom Hardy.
Yeah, Tom Hardy.
Yeah, he gets that. He gets that all the time. Only he would ragdoll Tom Hardy. But I just say this because, listen, I say this because people who are watching right now, and I know it's going to be fewer and fewer as we go later into the night and Facebook bans us. Listen, let me be careful. There are grifters in this movement, okay? Everyone out there, and you know this. You know how you know that I believe what I say I believe? go back to 2006. Go back to 2008. Go back to 2009. I was on YouTube doing this, and I had made myself onto the I put myself on the ISIS kill list when there was no reason to. You know that I'm saying what I believe. There are a lot of people who've come up through the ranks now where they've realized that there's a market share. Now, you guys, I followed you. Reg followed you. I know a lot of people here followed you just from your fitness channels and from some of the funny stuff you did and your comedy. And then you risked something coming out being conservative. You didn't come up as the black conservative voice. And so I want people to recognize that difference. You guys have a lot more to say than just, I'm black and I like Trump. You had a lot more to risk, and that's something that I really do not only respect, I admire, but I really hope that it pays dividends for you guys, and I want to see you guys around for a long time. So I'd like it if you were in my vicinity more often, but I know you guys like being in the hellhole that is Nevada.
Hey, let's set it up, man.
And I mean it, guys. You guys, everyone here, you guys know, right? They stepped out on a limb.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They stepped out on a limb. And I felt a little bit bad because I kind of forced them to.
That was a good thing. That was a good thing you did that for us. Man, it made me grow some balls.
What's up? That's what I'm talking about. Hey, so there's a tweet from Trump that's been completely removed by Twitter. It's there on my screen.
Some or all the content shared in this tweet is distributed and might be misleading or an election or other. Yeah.
And Twitter made a.
Did you happen to send that to me on Skype?
I
Send it to me on Skype, and I'll bring it up here.
Okay, I will have to scroll back to it since I moved beyond that.
Hype.
Yeah, Twitter responded saying that there was they in accordance with their policies, they had removed a tweet from Trump. Confirmed by Twitter.
What was the tweet?
Don't know. Been removed.
What the heck?
I agree.
Was you can't click on the responses either. I see it's grayed out.
Completely gone. Only evidence of it is a picture.
Oh, what is Nebraska doing here? Nebraska is gone redder with blue stripes as opposed to blue with white stripes.
Because the split
has
electors
thus resolved itself.
Yes. So someone is saying that Arizona is very much still in play. Fox has announced it.
I have Nebraska going for Trump, but it's only 2 votes. So how do they only have 2 votes?
Not sure.
I thought the minimum you could have was 3.
It is. Should be 3.
Is it because of the they got a split electoral vote?
Maybe.
Yeah, they've got a split electoral vote. Okay. Is Nebraska? Oh. I kept thinking. That's embarrassing. I kept thinking NE was New England, which in my mind meant New Hampshire, but NE means Nebraska. Okay, so Nebraska. Okay, so Nebraska has the split votes, not New Hampshire does. Okay, so it's Maine has split votes, and Nebraska has split votes. Okay, so I gotcha. I'm on board. It's nearly irrelevant, but still important. How's I know it's just for funsies. Do you know what the California vote was in 2016?
Yeah.
What the percentages of there?
Yes, it was 61.5% for Hillary, 31.5% for Trump, and 3.4% for Gary Johnson.
Okay, so Trump's underperforming right now, and then in California. Do you know how many raw votes there was?
Yes, but I'll have to give it to you by person. It was 8.753 for Hillary, 4.483 for Trump, and 487 for Gary Johnson.
All right, so Trump is about 1 million under his California 2016 total right now, but he's only got 64% reporting. So
which means he's probably have a lot more.
Yeah, there's maybe another 1 million votes in there. Certainly at least 1 million more for Biden. I don't think there's any question Biden's going to win California, but I wonder. I've been focused on the 538 map, but just for me, I wonder what the 538 totals are here. Let's see if they've changed theirs. 538. So they've not updated theirs. So 538 still has Florida heavy for Trump. What is it North Carolina? North Carolina, not New Carolina. North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
New Carolina, 64% for Biden. Not going to happen.
Just call it. Why they haven't called for Trump yet?
Because
only
Silver,
94% of are reporting.
Well, no, Nick Silver went on a run. He's playing fucking FIFA right now. That's why.
Like they could be calling Georgia too.
I'm super excited. I'm really excited, guys. I'm super excited. I feel good. I feel like this is gonna happen. Looks like we've officially lost Minnesota. Minnesota has gone with 90% reporting. Minnesota has gone 53.3% Joe, 44.7% Trump. Is in my opinion gone. That has gone to Biden, though I've anticipated that. Gave Minnesota to Biden. That's fine. That's fine.
I refuse to give up.
That's fair.
We'll fight to the bitter end.
I believe Nevada's gone. I believe Nevada's gone as well. I don't know about Darwin Media, but Fox is calling it for Trump here. I think Trump's got Wisconsin. I think all states as called are as called. I think so. As the states are uncalled, I think that Nevada is going to go Biden.
Yeah, clearly.
I think that Nebraska, now that I know that NE is an abbreviation for Nebraska, Nebraska is going to go split. It's largely irrelevant. It's just like onesie, twosies, here's and theirs. Wisconsin's going to go Trump. They got 86% reporting. Trump is up 108,000 votes right now with 87% reporting. Yep, still, yeah, so they just updated while I was saying that. Still up 108,000, 87% reporting. Michigan is 64% reporting. Let's do a look here. I don't know, man. I'm just going to go on gut feels right now. He's going to get Wisconsin, going to get Michigan. They're going to try and steal Pennsylvania. He's going to get Pennsylvania, though. It's just too much to steal. He's got it. We are going to have... Y'all can clip this. We are going to have 4 more years of the Orange Man, and I am super happy about it.
Maybe Orange Man is, in fact, not as bad as they say.
Oh, no. He's as bad as the people who think he's bad. He's certainly bad for them. So here's the fun part: is the people who say Orange Man bad, they're not wrong. They're just missing the context of that Orange Man bad is bad for them, and them are bad for you. So Orange Man bad for them is good for you because he bad for them and they bad for you. So the bad for them that's bad for you is good for you. It gets less bad to you. So, yeah, the people who hate you, Orange Man bad people. Let's just pull out all the stops right now. So, the people who think that Orange Man is bad, they think that Trump's not wrong. Trump said that they don't dislike him. He's just in the way. They don't hate him. They hate you. That was the most of all the 4 years. That is the most true thing that Trump has said. Maybe Dyer could pull up the exact quote here. But Trump said, they don't hate him. He's just in the way. They hate you. So when they say Orange Man bad, they really mean you bad. And so anything that they say Orange Man bad about is that they don't like things that you want. Anything that Orange Man bad does is that they don't like things that are good for you. They hate you. And it is not Orange Man bad. It is hate you bad. You are bad. You are the thing that is bad. Orange Man is just in the way. Anytime you hear Orange Man bad or, quote unquote Orange Man bad, things that imply Orange Man bad, they're really talking about you. Again, Trump said this a long time ago. I'm not breaking novel ground here, but just to remind you, anything that is bad for them, anything that is, oh my God, Orange Man is so bad. I'm so angry and upset at the things that Orange Man is doing. I think it's awful for them. Great for you. It is, it's called heuristics. So there's this concept called heuristics where, you could evaluate things that are good or bad for you, like on an individual case-by-case basis, or you can evaluate your life by heuristics. Heuristics are things that kind of try to aggregate a lot of different things together to create a good or bad score for it. You find this a lot in information sciences and stuff like that. But they find that a lot of people vote in elections via heuristics. And that is just, you are trying to look at this cloud of good and bad things. Every individual person is affected in different ways by different policies. But you look at the cloud of like Orange Man policies versus Blue Man policies, and it's like, well, okay, on average, the Orange Man policies are better. Your heuristic is that Orange Man is better for you. The media looks at Orange Man policies and Blue Man policies, and they're like, well, Orange Man policies means that we have to like actually do work and like research things and be truth and stuff. And Blue Man policies means we just have to pander to like whatever they want us to pander to. So their heuristic is that Blue Man policies are a lot better. Your heuristic is like, well, I work in a community where I'm either a worm on an oil field, or, I support worms on oil fields, or I work next to a city that has worms on oil fields, and we use that oil to do stuffs and things. And, if I don't live in one of those cities, like I live in a city that like does stuff and things that is based on oil production and energy production. And, Orange Man policy on general, it benefits me quite a bit. Blue Man policy of eliminating oil fields, I can kind of see how that's going to trickle up to me. So your heuristic, again, case by case, maybe you don't like how Trump speaks. Maybe you do like how Biden, I don't know, does corrupt family thing. I don't know. I don't know what a compelling reason to vote for Biden is, to be honest.
Can't think of one.
I can't think of one. But your heuristic might be like, okay, well, on average, Trump is better. The things that I like versus the things that I don't like. Your heuristic is Orange Man good. So the media, primarily being consistent of people who live in the big cities, again, no concern for, and they have no understanding of their dependence on the red states of energy production, of agricultural production, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They think that they're smart, but they literally cannot understand the dependence on the manufacturing of red states. They cannot understand their dependence on the energy production of red states. They can't understand the dependence of agricultural production in the United States. Again, they classify themselves as intellectuals, so I will call them that for ease of language usage. But I think we all know that they're not actually intellectuals. But the quote-unquote intellectual class, they think all of these things, and so their heuristic doesn't take into account the importance of the oil fields. It doesn't take into account the importance of domestic manufacturing. It doesn't take into account the importance of all the things that you guys or people that you live with do. So when they hear Orange Man bad, because Orange Man is mostly focused on manufacturing and domestic reliance and domestic things, when they hear that, and that's specifically, it does have to counter. This is hold on a second. I know, yeah, I'm fucking drunk. Chill out.
What?
What?
I didn't say anything.
I know, but I imagined in my head that you were mad at me. The idea that you got the central banking, which I talked about a little bit ago. Central banking is antithetical to real manufacturing, production of real things. The GDP. The GDP is based on the production of real stuff, and the financial economy under central banking, it's disconnected. It doesn't matter. And as I described before, you have all your big cities where you have people who are either based in entertainment, which is financed under central banking, or you have the money changers who are also financed under central banking. They're detached from the manufacturing base. And actually, any policy that favors the production/manufacturing base, that necessarily, not going to go through the effort of describing why, but necessarily policies favoring production and manufacturing are antithetical to financial transactions. I think you guys can figure that out on your own. If you can't, maybe we'll do that in another episode. So you have the city folk, high density, got a lot of them. They don't like what we're doing. They are antithetical to Orange Man policies. Orange Man policies are supportive of manufacturing and production, which means that just by definition, they have to be. They are forced into a identity condition of being anti-central banking, anti-financial transaction. Again, not necessarily financial transaction of like, you know, you go to Home Depot and buy a thing and that's good exchange there. There are financial transactions of like moving hedge funds around and like betting on collateralized debt obligations and doing these like weird stacks of like hedge funds and stuff and new financial instruments. That's the thing. You cannot have a policy that is simultaneously supportive of exotic financial transactions and supportive of productive manufacturing transactions. It cannot be. It is either or. It is either you have a policy supportive of manufacturing and productive activity, or you have a policy that is supportive of financial alchemy. It cannot be both. And the Democrat Party has aligned itself and filled itself with people who are both dependent on, and because of their dependence, supportive of, and to a smaller extent, well, maybe a majority extent, people who have been indoctrinated into the idea that they need to be dependent on these financial transaction abilities, and that means they are inherently anti-productive activity. For the financial economy under central banking to continue in its current form, it has to be antithetical to productive activity. for productive activity to be prioritized under central banking, that means that financial transactions are deprioritized. It creates this weird dichotomy where you've got this, you got the Democrats, and we see this very, very easy to see. The Democrat Party has become the party of entertainers who don't create productive goods, and financiers, the high society, high corporate people who are just the money changers. They make money by moving money around. They're not actually creating goods and services. They are just making money by moving money around. That is only supported through central banking, and the Democrat Party, by definition, has become the party of central banking. Trump is the candidate of not central banking. I don't know what even you would call that, I guess, other than capitalism, but there's this, like, central banking has, I'm wrapping up here, Dyer. Central banking has created this weird dichotomy. Not a dichotomy. It's just like weird stealth infiltration that central banking has created, where it is pretended to be capitalism for so long, people don't even recognize it to call it not capitalism. Central banking is not capitalism. It's not socialism. It's certainly not. And that's maybe one of the biggest lies of the 21st century, is that the two options are capitalism and central banking. Or, no. Capitalism and socialism plus communism. No. There's this third pole, which is central banking. And I believe that a lot of the socialist movements that we're seeing, or quote-unquote organically amongst the quote-unquote people, I believe that is in support, either intentionally or through mistaken reasoning, supporting the central banking model. I think that at the end of the day, if you get a Biden presidency, you don't get socialist Venezuela. You get some kind of weird amalgam of central banking with super corporations at the top.
I think you've hit your quota for central banking rants for like the week, maybe the month.
Central banking, they're awful. They're the worst.
I got the F-35s and that one story about the washers, and you got central banking. But you got a point. So there's a video clip going around right now of BLM rioters in D.C. going to a home of a Democrat supporter with a Kamala Harris Biden sign in his front yard, and they're harassing him, shining lights in his windows, cursing at him. Of course, they're saying racial epithets because, they're all racist in the BLM and Antifa movement for some reason. And they're saying that even the Biden supporters and the Kamala supporters, they aren't safe too. They're saying they want fuck Biden and fuck Trump. So these rioters, they say this is Trump's America, but no, these guys are not on your side either. So I hope the Democrats know what they're voting for. They're voting for more of this, and then no one with a spine to stop them. The communists never were, allied with the liberals either, right? But let's go back to the Senate and the House. So right now we have the House at 171 for the Democrats, 164 for the Republicans. The numbers coming in for these are extremely slow. We're still showing only 46 each for Republicans and Democrats in the Senate. With one Democrat net plus one vote. So I'm not sure if we're going to get these results tonight. It's going very slow.
Boo.
But I think it's safe to say that Direwolf Media right now can comfortably confirm that Trump's going to win. If you look at, we have Alaska winning by a lot, Wisconsin winning by a lot, Michigan winning by a lot.
All right, breaking from Fox. Too early to call. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia. I think that is fake news.
We can call it.
I think we can call Georgia. I think we can call North Carolina. I think we can call Wisconsin. I think Nevada, we can call that for Biden. That's fine. And I think that we can call Michigan. So everything I said except for Nevada, we can call for Trump. Nevada, call for Biden. Pennsylvania, I call that for Trump, but they try to feel it. They try to steal it.
All right. We're doing really good there. It's 42 to 56.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's trending towards Trump.
All right. I will be right back. I'll be right back.
All right. So, you know what that means, right? We have lots of Antifa and BLM violence to look forward to. So if you live in the big cities, I hope you got yourself prepared. I hope you bought some supplies. I hope you have a way of defending yourself. But I wouldn't go anywhere near those riots or any area that they are taking places. I expect to get pretty bad in the next month or so. But hopefully Trump does the right thing and cracks down, because these guys are not just people who are upset. They're not just protesting. They're not peaceful protesters. They are rioters. And some people might say, oh, you can't arrest, you can't use force against someone who is rioting and destroying things because it'll just further the cycle of violence. No, it is not moral to let criminals kill innocent civilians. It is not moral to allow them to burn down people's homes and destroy businesses. It is the state's primary and most important job to defend the people. And it is not furthering the cycle of violence to use the appropriate level of force to stop them from harming people. It is the just consequence for their actions. You do not blame the person who enforced the law because someone committed a crime. That is not rational. They have agency. They made a choice to use violence to harm people, and there should be consequences to it. It's important that we have a society where there are consequences, because if there isn't, then they will be emboldened to do it more. The reason why they riot in Portland, the reason why they riot in all the Democrat cities, New York and such, is because they are permitted to do so. They do not riot in Texas because they will get arrested and or shot. They will not go to places where they know there are consequences. They like to think themselves as being brave revolutionaries who are, going out and fighting the good fight, but they are cowards who will only go where they have institutional power that permits them to do that violence. It is unfortunate that many of the Democrats in power who have allowed this to happen, they will remain in power, but that's the fault of the people who voted for them. And I don't know what point you'll have hit rock bottom where your governors and your mayors will have victimized you enough that you will choose to actually do something about it. But the correct place to make those changes for there to be a revolution is by voting out your government leaders. Don't do what Virginia did and have your revolution in the streets with protesting against the state. Vote them out. It's much safer that way. I mean, you definitely can have an armed revolution and fight back against a tyrannical government, but that's your last ditch effort after you've tried everything else. You should have voted out those government leaders that are allowing this to happen to you. And at a certain point, you only have yourself to blame. I would have liked to point out that it looks like we are very much on a track to have a record number of votes this year. Last year, for the Democrats, they had a total of 65,800,000 and some change. And they're already very close to that. And Trump had, during that period, 62.9 million. So it looks like the Republicans have already surpassed that record, right? So Trump is doing a lot better than last time. And
Does it look
the
like they paid
Democrats
the price?
are approaching what they had last time.
Because won all these close Senate seats. There was no problem. I'm not sure I can even see a sliver of hope. Forget progressive policies, like easy things like $15 minimum wage, paid family leave. These should have been bang, bang, bang. And now, what do you think? Is it all dead?
I mean, I don't know if to something either very progressive.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But I just wanted to hear what
testing and tracing.
I didn't know this was what was coming up, but I just love that every time we tune in,
about the ongoing
the
pandemic,
Young Turks,
that's probably
like,
going to kill
once every 3 hours
tomorrow.
It's just
and,
like
by the time Biden would eventually be sworn in, it's probably still going to be killing 1,000 people a day, if not far more. They might just not do anything. Like, I know that we're not likely necessarily to get a Supreme Court vacancy in the next 4 years, but why would we assume that even if it happened next year that they would actually give him a vote? Again, there doesn't really seem to be any cost for anything. Ted Cruz was saying going into Hillary Clinton being president hypothetically that there would never be a vote on Merrick Garland. They will believe coming out of this election that nothing they did this year and all the things they didn't do this year didn't hurt them. And I can't really say that they're wrong. Mitch McConnell will have maintained his majority, having weathered, from his perspective, the worst domestic crisis our country has had in a century. And they didn't effectively have to do basically anything for the American people. And it didn't hurt them. So why in a continuation
Are they going to keep
of the pandemic, a continuation of the economic problems, would they feel any more reason to actually act? I think they would be rewarded by their base in standing up to Joe Biden. If he tries to do some sort of mask mandate or something like that, they're going to launch nationwide investigations into it or something, and their base will love every moment of it, even if 2,000 people, 3,000 people are dying every day. I think it is going to be a very, very dark year if they maintain control of the Senate.
Nando, last word on that?
I think it's even more grisly than that. I think they'll actually see political benefit in causing the most amount of human damage possible, right? I mean, I think that they're going to try.
So this is exactly what I was talking about earlier.
Hang the pandemic around Joe Biden's neck.
The elegant way of saying what I was ranting about for 20 minutes before this was anything that the Young Turks are upset about is they are inherently, the things that they are upset about are things that are good for you, the people. If you are some quant living in a penthouse in New York, then maybe I'm not talking to you, but I think I'm not. And if you are a quant living in New York and you have conservative values, come work for me. But I believe that, again, as I was trying to make the point earlier, ineloquently through a lot of exposition, is if you are somebody like the Young Turks and you think that an orange man policy is bad for you, it typically means that an orange man policy is bad for blue man because it is good for you, the centrist man. Any orange man policy that is good for you is going to be inherently bad for the people that solely make their money from money changing or entertainment. And that is people like the Young Turks. That is people like the mainstream media. That is people like all of people in Wall Street. That is people like all the people in Hollywood. They make their money exclusively from money changing or entertainment. And if there is a policy that is bad for them, and it's not like it's not a simple. This is where I go into the idea of heuristics. Look into the definition of heuristics. I won't try to explain that again. The heuristic for them is that things that are good for you are bad for them, and that inherently means that the heuristic for you should be that things that are bad for the money changers, things that are bad for the entertainers, are inherently good for you.
And the reason why that economy has been set up is because of central banking, which I previously explained for way too long. Again, Cenk being upset about that. Cenk's an entertainer. Dyer and I are entertainers, but we also produce things. Mostly, everybody lives on a spectrum. Like, you know, very not very straight.
My production is
what?
Death. Sorry.
But people who live on the more productive spectrum of the economy, you're going to benefit from moratorium policies. People who live on a more non-productive, you make money, but you don't make things. That's not to say that there isn't a place for those sorts of transactions in a capitalist economy. It's just to say that central banking encourages non-productive transactions to the exclusion of all other transactions, which is, I believe, an unequivocal truth. I would need to have somebody explain to me in extreme detail why that was wrong. People like the Young Turks, people like that the Young Turks bring on to have guest spots, primarily money from financial transactions or entertainment. Anything that's financial transactions entertainment is inherently productive to productive economic transactions, making things, doing stuff. Yeah, that's to say that you can't be in finance. That's not to say that you can't be in programming and finance and all that sort of stuff. It's just the incentives for those spheres of ability are different under a financial. They're different under a central banking economy than they are under a capitalist economy. I'll stop saying central banking as much as I can. But I love Cenk being upset about it. I love his guests being upset about it. It's all over. We tuned into the Young Turks twice over 8 hours.
Maybe there's a high chance he's saying something like that at any given moment.
Any given moment, he's upset about it, which means that so if there is a high probability that at any given moment Cenk is upset, that means that at any given moment you should be happy.
Yes. It's just like when a tyrant cries, you should probably smile.
Yeah.
When Cenk is crying, it's probably because something good for you happened.
I has La Pizza in the ovens, and I must go get it. That's what that.
Okay, go get it. So it looks like we're probably going to keep the Senate. We're going to have lost a seat, but we'll still have the majority. The House, there's nothing. It's not called yet. I would be surprised if we took it. I'm pretty sure the Democrats are going to keep the House, but we'll see. We still have lots of room to find out. But it's very clear that Trump's going to win the presidency. Just looking at these numbers here. 90% reported, 67% reported. Why isn't this already called? Not like he's going to make up that. This is just going towards Trump still further. Still moving in the right direction for Trump. This is 94% reported, and we got a 1.5 ish to a 1.6 spread here. Pretty close. As far as these two numbers are the same spread for each other. It's Trump's going to win. Look at Alaska over here. Only 28% reporting. But they got 60% for Trump. Not surprised. Alaska makes all of their economy based off of oil. So, I mean, why wouldn't they go for Trump? And Nevada, Trump's not doing bad in Nevada, actually. I mean, there's only 67% reported, but he's only 3 points away.
Dyer. Was that
Yep.
a yawn?
Yeah, I didn't get any coffee.
Did I hear a yawn?
I did. I yawned.
Stream. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Stream. Can you hear me? We'll go with yes. Well, Dyer can hear me. Dyer, can you hear Dyer? Dyer, say hi.
Hi.
Okay. I think we're good now. Yeah. We when I got back and I moved my microphone back into place, the cord may or may not have fallen out. I'm gonna go with may not have, but like it probably did.
So Trump says he's going to make a statement tonight. A big win.
A big statement. It'd be the biggest.
The biggest.
No one would call it the
Big
biggest, but like some people might call it that. I don't know.
I wouldn't call it that.
Is there like a channel that has like the Trump big statement on it?
I don't know.
Is that what this is? Is that what Fox has? Trump, Fox. President Trump expected to speak shortly. Okay, well, we'll bring that up to low volume.
You know what? I'm tired of this whole voting thing. Let's have Trump and Biden do a wrestling match.
Going to happen because of the suspension of counting there in Fulton County, or at least a reduction in counting in Fulton County, that they probably got an argument together. And I think you're probably going to see the president lay down something of a gauntlet here in terms of the potential for, as he has been saying on the campaign trail for weeks, if not months now, that the only way that he is going to lose is if the election is stolen.
I would like to point out that once again, the fucking
legal challenges
Young
to
Turks
the outstanding vote or these extended deadlines that we see in
top,
many states across the nation.
Right.
There was a thought earlier tonight that if the president
bottom
looked like he had a
left portion of the
sizable
top right
in
screen.
places like Pennsylvania and North
fucking
Carolina,
interviewing
that there wouldn't be
somebody
any
who's
reason
not with
for a
anybody who
legal
has a face
challenge, but as
mask
that
on.
vote begins to tighten, and you expect
Total
that
theater.
in Pennsylvania
Total
as
theater.
well,
Total theater.
as more results come in from the heavily
It's just
Democratic areas
informative,
around
man.
Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, that the likelihood or the probability of a legal challenge grows with every vote for Joe Biden that comes in, and every percentage point by which the vote difference begins to
What'd
tighten.
you say while I was gone?
So I think the president may begin to lay the case there that he has to go into court and start to challenge these votes for fear, as the president will likely say, that the election could be stolen from Republicans.
All right, John, stand by.
Did Dyer, tell me, chat. Did Dyer cut out to the central banks? Is he a shill for the central banks?
I think that both of them are setting the table.
I
for
have
the
long
possibility
suspected
of legal challenges.
that Dyer supports
and,
central banking.
You know, it's going to be. It'll be interesting. It does seem somewhat reminiscent.
Would it make you upset?
Let me know, chat.
Would it upset you if I supported central banking? If it does, then I kind of just want to upset you.
Beyond all measure.
You know, there's a way to do it, and
whatever
we're
I can
going
do
to
to
the court
cause
to
you
protect our
pain. That's
rights,
right.
and we are worried about tampering with the vote. It's somewhat different, however.
Should I tell chat
Obviously,
what I
in
told you
Florida,
before stream?
We
I don't know what you
had
told me.
a result in Florida, or close to it.
I wasn't like kidding. I was like,
I mean, we're in a situation now where we're nowhere near Pennsylvania counting all of its votes, or Georgia, or a number of these
Trevor
states.
says
it's a more complicated case for the president to make now than it was in Florida, where all the states had been called at various points. George W. Bush had been declared the winner. Joe Biden,
the goodness.
Al Gore had actually conceded and then had to rescind his concession. And of course, the famous line where Gore said, "You don't have to be snippy about it." So, I mean, this is going to be a more complicated and tougher case for this president to make than it was for George W. Bush.
It's going to be excruciating for the country.
Well, I think it'll be, so divisive in terms of
you look at the comparison. Let's take a state like Pennsylvania. You look at the rural counties in the middle versus, the counties that are strong Democratic counties, Pittsburgh, but also around that Philadelphia area. That's one level of division. But I think you also have to keep in mind, in a place like Georgia, you're looking at votes around the Atlanta area, heavily minority votes. In Pennsylvania, again, you're looking at votes concentrated.
I really don't think that heavily minority votes, like
specifically in Philadelphia, heavily minority votes.
I really don't.
And the suggestion that there might be
I
some
know Juan
hanky
does, because Juan's
whatever,
a fucking
again,
race cock.
going to raise the level of division.
Heavily
I think,
minority votes
in the
gets
country.
you to
I
where
think
you
it
need
just
to go
tears
if you're
our
a
social
Democrat.
fabric.
Can I
We
just...
have, let me hold on 1 second. We have under 2 minutes now before the president, but we do have a call to make. The decision desk.
Do you hear that, Dyer?
The Montana
2 minutes.
Senate race for
right.
the incumbent Steve Daines,
we will
Republican
be
against former
broadcasting at full
Governor Steve
volume.
Bullock, who was a presidential candidate at one
Mr.
time,
President Trump in
ran
2
for Senate.
minutes.
This was supposed to be a Democratic pickup. This is a big hold for Republicans, and you see the 46-47. It's only Democrats +1. Remember, they have to have net +4 to take over control. We're getting to the point, if you look to Michigan, if you look to Purdue and Georgia,
What's
if he
he talking about,
stays over
Senate?
50%, that
Oh,
we
wow.
may, this morning, be able to say that Republicans are going to hold on to control in the U.S.
I was just going to say, if you want a pretty good idea what the president's going to say, I just got a
I'm gonna
fundraising
turn, Fox
appeal
up a bit here. We'll
from
stop
the
with that
Trump-Pence
full volume for a
campaign
while.
breaking Democrats' plan to steal the election. We're emailing you now to ask for you to step up one last time and defend the president. The Democrats will steal the election. We can't let them get away with it. So we are in full-scale 2000 litigation, and they're raising money to begin a legal effort to stop vote counting in various places and to say that the Democrats are stealing the election.
But I should point out, finishing my Senate thought, that Tom Tillis has already declared victory in North Carolina. We have not called that race, but he has declared victory down there. It's lining up that Mitch McConnell, after his victory tonight, will continue to be Senate Majority Leader and not Minority Leader.
And it's worth pointing out the concerns.
What 2000 proved was that we have institutions and procedures for settling these kinds of disputes. They held up then. It took a long time. A lot of different courts at many levels ended up in the Supreme Court, but it was handled. We're designed. We have checks and balances and processes. They worked then. My guess is they'll work now. They'll work now, and in the end, people by and large will accept it. At least they won't refuse to accept it on any worse than they refused to accept Donald Trump's clear victory 4 years ago. I might also add about 2000, by the way, that the slogan of the Democrats was, we want to count every vote. But they didn't really want to count every vote. They wanted to count votes and keep counting votes in parts of Florida where they believed they would pick up votes. They didn't want to count anywhere else. David Boies, who was the lawyer for the Trump team, acknowledged that in his book.
The Bush team.
I'm sorry, did I say
the Trump team? It's the Bush team. You mean in 2000?
It was the Gore team. The Gore team, yeah. David Boies was the
Oh
Gore
no,
team.
it's late for everyone.
And he said in his book that they didn't want to go counting more, counting the counties where they didn't think they were going to pick up.
Well, that's what's going to happen here too.
Yeah.
Don't you think that you're going to start saying, well, you can count them here or don't count them there, and there'll be obviously objections to what's going on in Philadelphia or what's going on in Georgia now in Fulton County. I wish I were as optimistic as you, and certainly I don't think the country's going to come apart about it.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
You think I do?
This is the last thing the country needs. I mean,
I think like
so
for
many
the most
people
part,
are close to a political nervous breakdown, and it seems to me this is going to put us closer to the edge of that.
Filtered
It's
versions
a
where there's like
2020
certain things that we
cherry on the top of a really
either
awful Sunday.
we'll discuss offline that we're not
the country
confident
really
enough
does
to
not need, and that I think is one of the most difficult parts of watching
like,
all
yeah,
this
we work
unfold
through
tonight.
our
Starting to
ideas
look
to
up.
make
We did
sure
some
that
history
they're
lessons earlier,
really
but it's like
well
1896.
fleshed out, right?
Yeah, we might have like
post Civil War during
personal
Reconstruction
ideas of like what people
an
should
election
do.
that went on for
But on the
months
show, we might
with
say
no
like what
resolution until it was finally decided.
we
Back
have
then, they used
personal
to do
ideas
the
of
inauguration in March,
we would want
and I believe it
people to
dragged on
do.
for 3 or 4 months.
But on the
4 months
show,
counting.
we have a
But
set
here's
of
a
principles
benefit.
where
We are now
well, people
13
should
minutes
do
with Britt
these
still
things,
here
which will be
as we wait for
different
President
than
Trump.
what we
minute's a
want
bonus,
them
Brett.
to do.
Speak. Dana, your thoughts as we get ready to hear from President Trump?
I think that the without going into too much detail. I think the ideas
in the Bush White House,
Antifa and the revolution, quote unquote, and how people should defend their personal property.
We all remember it. You were there covering it.
Personally,
I went to bed that night thinking President Bush had won. I woke up in the morning with my husband saying, "I'm so sorry I didn't win." And
different than we might say as a
it still weighs heavy on people's minds. And at the time,
it's not that we
in the White House. The one thing that's really different about this, look at the setting where President Trump is going to be speaking from the East Room of the White House, just below the residence. That he calls
and
home.
assumptions
The people's house.
Not necessarily
I think that feels a little bit different tonight.
Or facts.
Well, it also felt different for the Republican National Convention. The final speech on Thursday night to be on the South Lawn. We were there, and this White House for this president in an age of COVID-19 has been the place where he is delivering the big moments. This is obviously one of the biggest.
You have to be more responsible when you're putting a message out to the world.
He has been forced to do all of these events right at the White House, and it is his home and his residence.
And to the extent that we talk about stuff offline, it's
the advantage
trying to
of
figure
being
out
able to have
what
this
do
amazing backdrop
both of us
and very
think about
presidential
something where it's
environment
like
for these big moments.
Can I just say something? I mean,
you might think initially, wow, I want to do this thing. I'm really angry. And you'll talk to somebody about it and be like, okay, well,
on election
I guess the
day,
rational
elections aren't
assumption is that we
decided
should probably do this.
in 2000. It wasn't decided in 2004.
The rational assumption is what you
we
guys
didn't know
got.
whether Bush or Kerry was going to win. I
talking off the
remember
ledge.
as a youngster, Jack Kennedy
now, maybe there
and Richard
is,
Nixon in
on
1960. We didn't know until the morning that Kennedy had beaten Nixon. So the idea that we don't know by some witching hour on election night or
we
the
don't
morning
feel like
after
it's responsible
who the president is not unusual, and
either
is no
bring that
sign
up to you
that
guys
there's
or
anything
convince you
funny
of
going
it,
on.
because it's stuff that's
and,
it's
you know,
more
perhaps when the
visceral,
vote is
where
counted in all of these
we are
places, there are
objective
6
enough to
major
recognize
states that are
the
still
viscerality of
undecided.
those
It may be
things.
that without Pennsylvania,
And,
one of these gentlemen is able to win. and we're
It's
able to
likely a
avoid
lot of
this
you guys feel that
litigation. I
too,
hope so,
but it's not.
as you say,
It's
Martha,
not
it's
worth
2020.
bringing up.
It took till
because it
3:30
doesn't
in the
have
morning
any
in
factual
2016
backing
for
to
us
it.
to make
We
that final call.
have always
to call for
tried
the 45th
to
president of the
make
United States.
Direwolf, Media
this
Saturday
moment,
News Recap
it's fraught with a lot of
factual
things,
show.
but
Stuff that
really
you can
just
back
getting
up.
it done in
It's
each one
not
of these
necessarily
states
pure
is the
opinion,
deal
which
that
is
these
different from a lot of
state
the
election
commentary.
offices have to deal with.
Right. So earlier we were discussing this, and the lawyers came in, and I think Brahim made the point. These decisions about how elections are conducted are set by the state legislatures. What we are seeing in the current atmosphere is state election offices make provisions to help people to vote in the midst of the virus, or possibly because this is a very difficult time in American life and people are fearful. But what we are seeing now, I think, is setting up again. And I just come back to this. I think a very difficult moment in terms of American
looking at
life.
having to do my
But I just wanted to reiterate what Chris has said. It's not unusual that you have an election for president decided beyond the day of the election.
Oh,
and it's
absolutely.
again a consequence of the fact that
I know
every
you'll get
state,
confirmation. Yeah, please, it's
states'
true.
rights, 10th Amendment, is able to make their own rules for how the election is conducted within their boundaries. By the way, Martha, I was so impressed that you knew about Rutherford B. Hayes and Tilden.
It's always
and
stressful.
how that decision was decided. It basically
doing
the shoulder shrug.
An online personality where people only know what they've seen from your videos to meet you in person.
And that's it.
Because they don't really know you. As Senator Trump pointed out. Yeah, they often feel like they do.
We've had about 20 minutes of
So,
2-minute.
yeah, people run up to and try to jump hug my wife because they think, oh, this is my best friend. I watch her videos all the time.
Because you don't want him to say something that is going to be used against him in court if this does go to any
Well,
sort
and
of court
I'll,
situation.
it's funny about Bedroom Bunny. I'll take it as fun.
I would say that.
I'm slurring my words. I'm having fun tonight. We're drinking a lot more than I would normally drink on a normal stream. We're also
this word and don't ramble. Don't go on a tangent.
7.5 hours into a stream right now. What's up?
The president doesn't like to do that. He wants to just talk. He wants to tell it like it is. Let Trump be Trump.
I'm about as close to my mic
as
I can be.
That he would make a
How's that?
statement.
Better.
Not,
I'm like inside my microphone. Bedroom buddy. For sure. I'm like super drunk tonight, but like we're also 7 hours into a stream as compared to normally like a 3.5 hour stream. So I will, and tonight's a special night, so I will accept that accusation and encourage it.
That's true.
They've
You are
gained
pretty
seats
slushed
so
right
far.
now.
A lot of slurried, decided and so
sure.
on, but this was not where we expected to be.
7.5 hours.
And a lot of that, I think, is because there's very little ticket splitting, and the president did better.
I think so.
Places, and in those swing districts, the Republicans were able to get some of them back, including Abigail Spanberger down in Virginia, who was quite a pretty popular member.
I mean, I don't think they thought that Donna Shalala was going to lose down in Florida.
Nope.
Former
I'm sure
HHS
you can find
secretary.
people who will say, I knew that she was going to lose, but that wasn't on the radar, no. But Colin Peterson, moderate Democrat of Minnesota, the Republicans have tried to bring him down for years. They were finally able to do that with Michelle Fischbach.
So we sit here and wait for the president
I knew an officer
at
named
2:19 in
Fishbach. I thought it
the
was such a weird
morning,
name.
and what we
Fishbach?
are left with is what's left.
That
to
was
call.
that was our
Let's
last
bounce
IT
up
director
to-
was
let's go out to
Fishbach.
DC. Donna Brazil, we haven't heard from.
He
you
wasn't
for a
that great.
while. We're
You know,
getting ready to hear
last
from the
names in
president.
some
Your
countries
thoughts
or
on this
some societies
Well,
was
first
a
of
reference
all,
to what job you had.
I believe that every
So I ran
vote
into
should be counted.
an airman,
that's a
Mr.
Democratic
Persons
talking
once.
point, but that's
And
a
I
talking
told him a
point,
story about how much of
from somebody who has spent
different last names
decades
meant
out
for a
there
different job.
trying to
Like Smith
encourage
was for
people to
Smith's
vote.
blacksmith, right?
That's number
And I
one.
said, so I
Number two,
guess
I think
your family's
Martha made
historical
this
job
point, or
is just
someone
being a
else that no, Chris made this point.
What was his last name?
Persons.
2016, 2004, 1976, 68,
All right, Trump family is
1960.
coming out.
One
I'm going to
point
boost the volume quite
that
a
I
bit
would
on
like
this
to
one.
make before-
Trump is
I'll
anticipated
defer
to speak
to,
shortly.
listening to the
Brazil?
president.
Man.
Election results are rarely certified on election night. And we need to make provisions not just for overseas military ballots and eligible citizens who cast their ballots today, but we should also ensure that all of these absentee ballots
Trump's
are counted as
coming!
well. I'll let it go
He's
to the
coming!
president.
Donna, thank you. The first family walking in. They've spent a lot of time on the trail, but now let's listen in to the President of the United States in the East Room of the White House, coming to speak to the American people.
I personally am calling it for Trump. What about you, Dyer? Dyer, you calling it for Trump?
Absolutely.
All right, Dyer Wolf Media has called it for Trump as president of the next administration. Let's listen.
Thank you very much. Please, Sid. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you.
I love Trump.
I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And
5-point spread.
We won the great state of Ohio.
4-point spread.
We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they
won
don't even
Ohio by
include
9%.
it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina.
Accurate.
Where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us.
Accurate.
We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
Woo! Absolutely true. Fact check. True. 690-ish. 689,000 votes. He's winning Pennsylvania by now.
They stop tabulating the votes.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000.
Add extra 3,000 to it.
These aren't even close. It's not like, oh
no, wait, no, he's
it's
right.
close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like very good. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan. I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
True.
So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a very sad
movement across the country.
It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
For chat, I'm looking for a Biden response. I'm not finding one. I'm not finding a live stream for it. Might be later tonight, but I'm looking for it.
Who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the president said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again.
Yes.
Again.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, President Trump with a pound fist on his way out of the room, saying that he had expected that they would be in the East Room tonight as part of a celebration. He heralded the record turnout, talked about all the places where he said he has won by a lot. Florida, Ohio, among others. He did take issue, obviously, with the Arizona call that we have made here tonight. He said he believed that Arizona had, quote, a lot of life in that.
Arizona doesn't matter. You can lose Arizona. Don't worry about Arizona.
So perhaps, maybe they're coming around a little bit on Arizona as those numbers continue to come in tonight. But then he made it perfectly clear that he sees this as a fraud on the American people. He said it was a very sad moment tonight. And he said, frankly, we did win this election.
He's correct on all those things. We'll bring out that up in a second.
So
he said he won in North Carolina. He's won in Georgia. We have not made those calls as of yet. He is leading. And if you look at Pennsylvania, his numbers are accurate. He is up 600,000 votes in Pennsylvania. The other numbers that he cited in these other states are accurate as well. He is up there as well.
He was citing the
Arizona,
Fox numbers, so
he is trailing by about 150,000,
155,
which is more than the margin of that he's winning in North Carolina. There you look at the numbers in Arizona, and again we've made that call. But the president defiant, saying that this is an effort to steal the election, and that frankly, quote, we have already won this election. Vice President Pence was a little bit more retrospect in how he said it. The counting continues, he said, and will continue to make America great again. Chris Wallace.
He also said we're on the road to victory, not that we've won. Mike Pence did. This is an extremely flammable situation, and the president just threw a match into it. He hasn't won the states. Nobody is saying he's won the states. The states haven't said that he's won. This goes right back to what Joe Biden said, which is the president doesn't get to say that he's won states. The American people get to say it.
Darrow Media saying that he won.
Yeah,
the state officials get to declare it, and I guess, and I don't know whether he literally means it, but he said we will be going to the Supreme Court because we want all the voting to stop. Well, voting to stop, yes, but vote counting. These states by state law all have the opportunity, and states routinely are unable to count votes by election night or early into the morning of the day after.
All right, what do you think, Dar?
And it goes on for days.
What's your response to
the how long you can continue to accept ballots?
Trump's absolutely right. The remaining races where he is in the lead, he's extremely likely to win.
Except for Arizona, I will sacrifice Arizona. He's wrong about Arizona. There is no path for him in Arizona.
This is the ones where he was in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. I just to clarify. We're not total shills. We are realistic.
So the races where he is in the lead, I agree with him there. He will win them, and that doesn't make sense to stop counting the votes and to take like if you're gonna make a legal challenge, right? Why not count the votes anyways?
Right?
Yeah, just finish the count. Find out who will have won, or at least verify it. And then if you want to say, well, we have these other votes that came in after the election that we want to also count, well, then take the legal case on that. Because that's what they're debating right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do that after you finish counting the votes you have.
Okay, so as right now, Fox has Nevada up for grabs. I think that's ridiculous. I think Nevada goes to Biden.
That's not going to happen.
All right. Arizona, Trump has that up for grabs. I think it's ridiculous. It's going to Biden.
Yeah.
On my map, which I have, let me pull it back up on the screen here. Oh no, that was not the correct one. So we have So on the map, I've got on the bottom right here. I have what we think is like the solid final numbers here. So we got Nevada going to Trump, going to Biden. That seems obvious. Maybe he goes to Trump. I don't think so. Arizona, Trump seems to think that's going for him. I don't think so. I think it's going to Biden. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We have Nevada split appropriately, or Nebraska. Sorry, Nebraska is split appropriately, where the two state votes are going to Trump. The first district is going to Trump's. Third district is going to Trump, and the second district is going to Biden. We have those split appropriately on my map that is on the bottom right. Georgia going to Trump. I don't care what the fuck Fox says. North Carolina going to Trump. Don't care what Fox says. Those are just obvious. Those I both have set on my bottom right map. Those are both going to Trump. So they're both set red. Then you have the only ones that are in play. What I said, May of the night, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Those are up for grabs. They appear to be going real heavy for Trump. Pennsylvania, 64% responding. You have 600, literally like exactly 700,000 votes in Trump's favor. Michigan, 71% responding. You have 326,000 in Trump's favor. Wisconsin, 91% responding. You have 120,000 in Trump's favor. Trump will win Wisconsin. Trump will win Michigan. Trump will win Pennsylvania. Trump will win the Electoral College. Trump will win the Electoral College even if they ultimately steal Pennsylvania back. Pennsylvania is the most likely, via the laws, ability to steal the current vote count of Trump being 700,000 votes ahead, I do not think that they can re-steal PA. It's too many votes. It's just too many votes. Michigan and Wisconsin be much easier to steal, but their laws, as opposed to Pennsylvania, their laws do not allow for such easy stealing. I do not think that they will be able to steal Wisconsin and Michigan. They will try. I don't think that they're going to be able to do it. I think that Trump walks away with Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, which means that we have the exact map that I have on the bottom right, left, right, or right, bottom right here. Yeah, the bottom left, right, guys. Bottom right, which means that Trump will walk away with 293 electoral votes. Not an electoral landslide, but it's an electoral victory nonetheless. The game is not to electoral landslide. The game is not to get a popular vote. The game is the Electoral College. It is even +1. That is the Electoral College. That is the game, and that is it. That is the only game. There is none other games.
Yep, and Trump has won the game. So another 4 years of Trump, but there'll be a lot of legal battles. I'll bet you they'll make this legal issue last for the next 4 years, and there will be another impeachment attempt. Promise you.
Dyer, how are the how's Congress doing?
Congress? Talk about Congress?
How about Congress?
All right. I'll show you Congress. If you think you can handle Congress, I don't think you can handle it. All right. Here is how Congress is going. We got one more Republican. Verified. It looks like we're going to have the Senate taken care of for the Republicans, maintain their majority. However, for the House, we are now still pretty neck and neck. They got 7 on us right now.
How many are they up on us right now, though? Does that narrow the gap, though?
Yes. So they are 7. They have 7 more Democrats over us. However, they didn't give us the breakdown of, who's been swapped to who. However, I saw one story saying that at least one Democrat House member was switched to Republican. So I don't know until we get further on in the night and get more results if we actually took more of their seats.
I know it doesn't seem like it, guys, but given all of the bedlam and destruction the Democrats have somehow been able to wrought against us, prior to tonight, and even tonight and into tomorrow, in theory, we do have the presidency, we have the executive, and we do have half of the bicameral legislature, the Senate, and we in theory have the constitutionalist opinion on the third part of government, the Senate, or the Supreme Court, sorry. I know that given the cuckoldry that the Republicans enjoy engaging in, it didn't seem as though we had both the half the legislature and the presidency, but we did. So as Dyer's describing, it seems like the most likely, what you should expect to wake up to tomorrow, and let's be honest, what you expect to wake up to tomorrow might not be what you expect to wake up to on January 21st, 2001. Right. What you should expect to wake up to on January 1st, 2001 is a Trump presidency, a Republican Senate, a less firmly controlled Democrat House, and a 3 Trump appointee Supreme Court with a fourth freshly on the way. I imagine that 1, maybe 2. Certainly, there is a liberal on the court that could be forced into retirement in the next 4 years, there is certainly at least one, maybe two conservative justices that absolutely should not make the mistake of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They absolutely should retire in 2023. They should retire. Let Trump appoint 2 new ones. Give Trump 5. It is possible. Trump should have 5 Supreme Court picks. Absolutely. So, this is might change tomorrow, might change over the course of the weeks. Again, I absolutely expect, 100%, I expect that the results of tonight show the current map plus Trump Wisconsin, Trump Michigan, Trump Pennsylvania. I fully expect that by December, Pennsylvania will have been stolen. I expect that Michigan and Wisconsin will have attempted to have been stolen but have failed. I also expect Pennsylvania stealing to have failed, but again, just based off PA laws, the attempt to steal is much more likely, though I still think it'll fail. So, January 23rd, you should wake up. Please clip this. You should wake up to a Trump presidency, a Republican Senate, and a closer Democrat-controlled House with the beautiful, bestest. Some people might call it the goodest, the gooderistest. I wouldn't call it that, but some people call it that. The gooderistest Supreme Court that Trump ever picked. Can
you imagine? He'd be the first president to have appointed that 5 justices. That'd be great.
I don't see why, other than the shitty games that Ruth Bader Ginsburg played, there is no reason why Trump should not be able to appoint 5 justices at the end of his 8 years. Ruth, yeah, it's funny. It's super funny. The Democrats wanted us to believe that Ruth Bader Ginsburg's dying breath was that Trump not replace her. And in my opinion, what that means is a lot of Republicans said, "Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's ridiculous." You know what? I believe it. I believe that Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a partisan cunt right till the very last second of life. I firmly believe that if the Democrats want me to believe that she was a partisan cunt right up into her last breath, I will believe that. I do believe that. I firmly believe that.
If they want us to believe it.
If they want me to believe that Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a partisan cunt from the moment she took the oath until the moment she died, I will believe that. I accept that. I believe it. And I'm not saying
apparently she had a revival to become a partisan cunt, though, because she used to say that it was the president's job to appoint the Supreme Court justices, and that just because they were in their last year, that responsibility didn't go away. Apparently, that changed.
Now that I don't want to continue the conversation with Peter Ginsburg, but I do love that we are now streaming Fox News late enough into the night that we are now looking at the copper pan. Of which I have one of.
All right. We should go to bed then. Hey, guys, thank you very much. We'll see you guys. We could probably do a short stream just to recap the aftermath.
You do one on Friday?
Yeah, we could do that.
We do one in the middle of the day tomorrow, too, if you're not busy. But
we are both off tomorrow.
Maybe we'll do one early in the day, maybe midday. Not a long run.
Yeah, really a short one. Just to go over the recap. Maybe talk about the central banking one last time for a couple hours. I'll tell my F-35 story, and we can make a show of it. All right, guys. Thank you very much. You guys were drill troopers staying around for the entire night. Dire Wolf out.
All right, Chavis signing off. Thank you, guys. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Much appreciated donations.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Stay healthy. Stay happy.